Good evening, grinders. I did an extra long one for you, Will, because I know you're building some lineups. Give you extra time. Welcome to the pre-lock show for Monday Night Football. The Ravens versus the Raiders, right? I'm trying to pull up. I had to get new tabs up or whatever. Okay, I'm Jordan Cooper, aka Blender at Blender HD. If you want to follow me there on Twitter, joined by Chief Justice Will Priester. We'll be talking about this showdown slate coming up right now. It's a little bit tricky. Raven slates typically are, but if you're gonna tune in afterwards, this is not just this show. We also have a live betting show after the show with Dean, with Grant, with SBK. And if you're gonna bet, why don't you go to our sponsor, BetMGM? Use the bonus code GRINDERSBET. That's GRINDERSBET, all one word, and bet $10 to get $200 automatically, instantly on BetMGM. I see you guys in the YouTube chat. Feel free to thumbs up, like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, do everything you do down there. Feel free to post your questions in the chat. We'll try to get to as many of them as possible. We'll scroll back also. But Will, is it just me or do you hate Ravens showdown slates?
Yeah, because everybody, here's the thing. You have to play Lamar Jackson. Now, unless some freak accident happens and he gets hurt and Trace McSorley trots out there, you just have to almost feel like he's going to be the highest scoring guy. And I think that's the thing you run into. And I mean, I don't know if we're going to get into Slate IQ on this one, but that's why I'm in such a conundrum today, because Slate IQ is giving me two equal outcomes at the captain spot. And I'm like, man, which way do I go? I know some guys that I'm absolutely going to play, but the captain has been tricky for me today, especially with Slate IQ having two guys pretty much with equal opportunity to carry us to the promised land. And right as I'm saying this, in my head, I already know exactly what to do now, because of course everybody's going to play Lamar and the captain. That doesn't mean it's wrong, but I'm absolutely going to get leverage if I don't. So I may. This is going to be an interesting show because I'm usually not this unsure, but it's the Ravens and it's Lamar Jackson, and so
You're
Those are
usually
the decisions.
not this unsure. I'm more sure about this slate than anything. Typically, I'm the one that's like, well, I mean, you could play a ton of different lineups. My pool is very condensed. I'm playing 3 lineups into like smaller field stuff, and then 15 lineups into the large, milli maker type of thing.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if I'm going to be that unique. It's going to be one of those things where if I hit, I may do 20 times. But I don't know. I obviously that's the number one question on the slate. I'm playing. Can you play Lamar in the captain and be unique enough? I think I got one guy we'll talk about later that I have in my Lamar captain lineup that hopefully maybe be the differential. Maybe can I get us close to unique? But let's first go over the inactives just for everyone that's tuning in that didn't see. Will, there's no inactives that change anything. Josh Jacobs is playing. All the other inactives are like practice squad guys and guys that were never projected to begin with. Like it's not going to make a difference, right? No, and you're on mute.
No, I know. That's why I wasn't saying anything until I got my cursor there to click the button. But yeah, no, I don't. I'm not worried about these inactives. Nobody's really moving the needle for me. Nah, we're good.
So the total of the game is over 50 and a half right now. The Ravens are favored by 4. You would have to assume that the field, remember we're playing against other opponents, are going to primarily build for a Ravens win. The thing about Ravens slates is that they could go other than Lamar Jackson, like you have Marquise Brown, you have Sammy Watkins now. You have Devin Duvernay, who's probably going to take over the wide receiver 3 role, but they also have they rotate guys in. They rotate guys like Proche and I mean the Wallace. There's this Wallace guy down there.
Listen, Tyler Wallace was good at Oklahoma State for $200. I don't want to get into the crappers already, but I mean, man, if they gave him some run, whew. But Tyler Wallace was good in college. I will tell you that for Oklahoma State.
I think the main thing outside of Lamar on this slate is what's going to happen with the Ravens running game. We saw that J.K. Dobbins gone for the season. Gus Edwards done.
Gone.
Justice Hill bye-bye. Gone. They signed Le'Veon Bell about like 6 days ago.
On the practice squad.
Right, and then they signed Latavius Murray about 3 days ago. They have Tyson Williams, who's an undrafted free agent, but has been on the roster. This is his second year.
I think Tyson Williams played for the University of South Carolina, if I'm not mistaken.
But
this is because I play college football DFS. So a lot of these weird names that nobody knows, I know what they did in college. So,
right, but do you think I mean, they're gonna have 3 active running backs. They're gonna have Tyson Williams, they're gonna have Latavius Murray, they're gonna have Trent Cannon.
They're gonna have Tyson Williams, Latavius Murray, and Lamar Jackson. Those are the 3 active.
We're not even considering Lamar, but I just want to go through the running backs. Like Trent Cannon is more of a special teams player. Maybe they'll set up some screens or some type of gadget play for him. But how much run do you necessarily expect to see Latavius Murray get 3 days? I mean, like does he know the playbook enough that he would take that significant amount of work away from Tyson Williams, regardless of what you think of his talent, if you think he's good or bad? I mean, to me, that's the question. I mean, other than like dive plays or very basic off tackle, like screen passes, like how much can Murray do barely knowing the playbook?
Dive, slams, and powers. That's it. Goal line work. I mean, listen, this is the secret. What if Latavius does us just like they did with the Saints, and everybody falls down at the 2, and they say, "Go on in, Latavius. Just get on the field, run it in. Thank you. Don't let Lamar take a hit." At any rate, I say in terms of a percentage, I don't think Latavius Murray gets more than this is a maximum. I think this is the ceiling, 15% of the snaps. I think that's the ceiling.
So at 6,200, you put him out of play.
I don't think I can't, because of the possibility of these 2 touchdowns, he can vulture the goal line. It's just, I don't think I can completely take him out. That's the problem. But if I had to take somebody out, off this team that I think is going to get some run, it would absolutely be him. And you just have to have the stones to do it.
How about on the other side of the ball, Will? Let's talk about the opposite running game. Josh Jacobs was questionable for the game. Apparently, he's good to go. Mm-hmm. They have Kenyon Drake there. They have Peyton Barber. Gruden, we see that, Jacobs is not going to go out and play 90% of the snaps.
Nope.
At 8,400, outside of scoring touchdowns, like, what are you doing with Jacobs? Drake at 7,200 seems a bit pricey, yet, if Jacobs is not a full go, Drake has much more ability to catch passes out of the backfield. Yeah. And Peyton Barber is essentially, he's 2,000, but he's touchdown or bust. Unless Jacobs gets injured or, rotates in for goal line work. In my I have 18 lineups. I think I have Drake in 2 on lineups that kind of predict Raiders are down by 2 or 3 touchdown type of game script. But I didn't play Jacobs at all.
Yeah. I do think fading Josh Jacobs is going to be fine. If you want to make some money on Josh Jacobs, you need to be getting in on props. I did find a nice first half prop for him of like over 22 rushing yards, 22 and a half. I think that's perfectly normal. So I think that's how you make money on Jacobs tonight. I don't think it's in DFS. I don't mind the full fade on Jacobs. But I will say this, if I'm fading Jacobs, I think I will get some Kenyon Drake because of his dual threat ability. Like if it's a 60-40 split, I think Kenyon Drake's in play because he's got more tools in the bag.
Let's go to the Ravens passing game now. We'll go back and forth. Ravens passing game. Marquise Brown, Mark Andrews, Sammy Watkins, who's new to the team. Then we got the Duvernay, who's mostly special teams, but they're kind of thin at wide receiver. They'll rotate some guys in the lower end, maybe Proche, Wallace. They have Andrews, and then we'll talk about my favorite crapper with Nick Boyle injured. Do you think that this is going to be that? I'm building lineups, Will, that Lamar is actually going to pass way more than people think.
Yeah, I think he will. They want him to start passing the ball. This should be a fairly okay matchup for him. Hint, I took the over on his 108 passing yards for the first half as well. That's for our MGM folks, if you want to get on in some of that. But yeah, definitely took the over. I think where Lamar is going to get most of his rushing is not going to be the designs this time. I think it's going to be more, I need to get out of trouble here. And that's the reason I think he'll get the rushes. But other than that, I do think they want to protect him. This should be a matchup in the dome where he can throw the ball around a little bit. Believe he's got tons of speed on this team with Marquise Brown and Sammy Watkins, both probably playing outside. So I'm in with you on the Lamar Jackson passing attack. This feels like the Miami Dolphins from 2 years ago. He just throws for 5 touchdowns and nobody sees it coming.
My most exposed captain is Marquise Brown.
Yeah, I get it.
And I hope people get scared because him and Watkins have been quote banged up during training camp. And if Lamar Jackson throws for 4 touchdowns, I think it's more likely based on the pricing that a receiver that gets 2 of them is the winning captain rather than Lamar.
Yeah. Yeah, I get it for sure. I think I'm just going to talk a little bit about Slate IQ and tell people why I was in such a conundrum.
Before we get to Slate IQ, let's go to the Raiders passing game, and then we'll go to Slate IQ. The crapper that I'm talking about, that I'm playing in my Lamar Jackson captain.
I already know.
Josh Oliver.
Yeah, I already knew this. Yeah.
They don't have any tight end. Really, they don't have any tight ends. And they play a lot of 2 tight end because of the rushing game. And Mark Andrews is not someone that's going to play 100% of the snaps. Nope. He had a good preseason. I'll take a shot on $200 crapper. The thing is that I think it fits more into Lamar captain lineups to be different than just like leave 4,000 on the table and play Oliver over someone else. I mean, to me, it's a touchdown or bust play. And I'm more likely to play Oliver in lineups that don't have Andrews, right? So you take out that $9,000 guy, you put the $200 guy, and then you load up on Waller and Carr and everyone, the higher price guys in the rest of your line.
Yeah, absolutely.
Raiders passing game. What do you think I'm crazy for not having that much Darren Waller?
Yeah.
For the large field GPP to be
I do.
You do?
I do. But here's why. Because in my mind, I don't even think about Waller as the tight end. I think about him as the wide receiver one on this team. And so, I think Waller captain lineups may be beneficial. I know he's tight end, but I mean, this guy, he is their wide receiver one. I mean, he gets more targets on this team than anybody.
But Will, my problem is, this is the problem that needs to be solved though. For the large, I'm talking about the large field, a milli maker.
Yeah.
You put Waller in captain, you put Carr in flex, you put Lamar in flex. There aren't that many combos of those three left spots because you're gonna have to play guys. It's 3,000. I mean, if we do this in lineup preview, let's do this. I'll show the conundrum. It's not a conundrum on are they good plays? Of course they're good.
Yeah.
Plays, right. Yeah. It's more of the fact of I want to win $1 million by myself. Average remaining salary is $38.67. And how many combinations of these three guys? You'd have to play an Alec Ingold in this lineup. You'd have to, because even Renfro and Duvernay are going to be owned enough. And the other thing that I've had a problem with the Raiders passing game is Hunter Renfro is underpriced at $2,800, right?
It's awful. That's awful price. But he got more targets than anybody else, any of the other receivers.
The problem is, Will, the Raiders play that he comes in primarily on 3 wide receiver sets, and his ceiling is negatively correlated to Darren Waller. Because essentially he's running very similar routes to Waller when he gets in. And also, in order for him to put up a big score, he ain't getting 58-yard passes. I mean, he's getting 7-yard slants. How do I don't think, obviously you can. I'm less inclined to play Waller in my Renfro lineups. And once you do that, then now you're not playing Waller. And then if you're playing other types of lineups, this is the main reason why I don't have that much Waller. It's not because Waller is bad. It's just that if Waller has a big game, it's most likely Carr has a big game. You're probably playing Lamar no matter what, even in a flex spot.
Yeah. You have
it just the roster construction just gets to the point in which I don't know how unique I could get.
I mean, I think you're going to be unique no matter what by getting away from Lamar and the captain, because he's the saturated captain, and then it just kind of filters down from there. I do think Hunter Renfro has good value at 2,600. He's probably the best value down there.
Well, based on the projections that we have, I'm showing the blitz projections now.
Yeah.
If we go underneath the kickers and defenses, we have Renfro at 8.85, Duvernay at 6.69. I don't have this updated yet for the inactives, but I don't think it should matter. And then everything below them is just
just crappers.
Right. That really really thin.
I did want to say this, Leonard, and this is just news. This is stuff from camp, because I really had to dig in, because the Raiders, this team is very interesting, or interestingly constructed. But I don't know who read this article, but this was kind of coming out of camp in August, that Sam Gruden is now saying Bryan Edwards is like the second coming of Terrell Owens. Now,
really?
now this is just, and I know who Bryan Edwards is. He played at the University of South Carolina as well. Was really good in college, and he does have a pretty good catch radius. Now, is this coach speak going to translate into more targets this season? I don't know, because last year they had They had Nelson Aguilar, and he got targeted. A couple guys are gone, but he barely got targeted. Most games, he had 2 targets at most. But now that's kind of vacated. So it's kind of him and Henry Ruggs. with Darren Waller being their, wide receiver 1 at tight end. So I did want to kind of, I was thinking about that, and I was saying, okay, what's a realistic amount of targets for Edwards in this game when the coach is talking him up like he's T.O.? 5 targets, maybe? I still don't think he gets more than Waller, who probably gets 8 to 10. Maybe Renfro gets 4. Henry Ruggs gets 3 to 4. I think there might be some value in Bryan Edwards if the coach really thinks this guy's the next great wide receiver.
But you have to figure that if you're banking on bigger plays, Ruggs is more likely to have the ceiling game than Edwards.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. We'll get to what I'm thinking about here as we.
Well, let's answer some questions from the YouTube chat, and then we'll go to Slate IQ. Is that good?
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
That'd be fantastic.
Okay.
You're my guy. By the way, man, I heard you did a show with JM to Win, who was secretly like, somebody I kind of modeled my thought process after over the years until I could, absolutely just think on my own. So I'm gonna have to check that show. I didn't get a chance to listen to it, but I will.
Well, yeah, and the NFL Edge. People don't realize I've been a RotoGrinder subscriber since 2016 before anyone knew I was on these shows.
Exactly.
Right. So I learned this is where I learned how to play DFS well. Noah Emmeling. Do you fade Carr tonight and bank on Waller and one other pass catcher getting all the work? I do have some lineups that have Waller or 2 Raiders pass catchers with no Carr, but none of them have either of the receivers in the captain slot.
Yeah. I think that's viable.
We have a FanDuel question, which we don't talk about FanDuel because 5 roster slots and no multiplier is kind of, I'm not a big fan of their format, but on FanDuel for GPP, is Carr and Lamar Jackson for MVP a good option along with Bryan Edwards and Waller? Lamar in the MVP slot on FanDuel must be like, if you want to try to win like the FanDuel showdown, like by yourself, like that, I think that's even more so that you don't put Lamar Jackson in the MVP slot than you do the captain slot on DraftKings, since you at least have to pay 1.5x salary. Would you agree with that?
I agree 100%. 100%.
Let's see. Go through some questions. Dan Janning, what about a Raiders D captain to get different? Are you considering DST captains at all?
No, X button.
If anything, I would do the Ravens DST, but it's a 51 point total. I mean, unless you're playing for like a 10-7 type of game, which could happen. I don't think that the defenses are going to be like the score enough that it's going to be captain worthy. How about these other guys like Patrick? Let's look at some of the other crappers. People are asking about Patrick Ricard. Obviously, people are making the joke about Mariota and captain because of the showdown from last year that some crazy guy had Mariota backup quarterback captain.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah. And then Jason Stansel says, can't believe Blender would fade the birthday and revenge double narrative. Darren Waller, it's his birthday today, and he used to play for the Ravens. And apparently I'm not going with I think I have Waller in like maybe 4 out of 18 lineups. Just like I don't have any Waller, but I much less than the field. Not like I always have to say, we always talk about it. I'm playing the really large field GPPs, and so I'm trying to get more unique, not try to just play 6 of the best plays.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I'm trying to work on something here, man. We'll see. Jesus.
How about a Willie Snead revenge game?
No. No Willie Snead.
Because you have Willie Snead, you have Zay Jones, you have the island of Foster Moreau.
No.
Not
doing that. Not doing that.
Let's see. Go through the YouTube chat a little bit. Oh, DJ Sirius 669 has a great question. If we go by the trend year after year, is this the one game Sammy Watkins has a monster game and then sucks for the rest of the year?
Listen, okay. So let's talk about this. I am seriously, and I'm only running one lineup tonight. So this tells you my conviction. I'm seriously considering Sammy Watkins captain lineups.
I got three. I think I got. Hold on. I got 3 of them.
Because he is one of the. I do feel like he's probably on the Ravens. He's probably got the most upside of the pass catchers for the price. And I mean, if he goes off for 110, 5 catches and 2 touchdowns, I mean, he's going to be borderline optimal. So at that point, I mean, he's getting close to 30 fantasy points.
Yeah,
close,
he'll be in the winning lineup. Maybe he won't be the winning captain, but he'll definitely be in the winning lineup.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If he gets that and he's the captain, and you were able to kind of squeeze in some of these other guys, like you could be sitting pretty, because I'll put it to you this way. Sammy Watkins captain, Lamar Jackson, Darren Waller leaves you with 6,300 left, 6,333 per player left. So you can absolutely still play Derek Carr, and you can still play one of his receivers. I'm saying if you absolutely wanted to, is what I'm saying.
You want to go to Slate IQ? I know you have a conundrum with Slate IQ.
Let's do it.
Okay, Slate IQ. Let me pitch it first. I got to do the sales pitch. Slate IQ is a premium article from Eric Bimefor for all of the Island Showdown NFL slates. So that's Sunday, that's Monday, that's Thursday. And I just want to apologize on behalf of RotoGrinders. Yesterday, there was an issue with the simulation data that we weren't able to get Slate IQ up for last night's Showdown slate, but it should be up for Sunday, Monday, and Thursday nights. And what this does is it uses our results DB data from DraftKings, goes through all of the previous slates, all the showdowns, even the showdowns from you could play the 1 p.m. whatever showdown on Sunday, or it goes through all of it, and then it finds the top 25 or so similar game archetype type of contests where the salaries were kind of in place, where the total, the spread, everything like that. And then using our projections, we simulated 1,000 times, 5,000 times, 10,000 times. And then it spits out, like, based on our projected ownership versus how often do certain constructions, certain players in the captain spot, how often in our simulations did they come up in the winning lineup? So this is for large field DPPs primarily. So right here, so obviously sign up for premium if you want this, because we don't show it off all the time. By clicking on the link in the description, you get $10 off your first month. But this shows, like, the onslaughts are brutal from a leverage perspective, but overwhelmingly a 4-2 construction with 4 players from the winning team. So does that mean like all of my lineups look like that? So either I have 4 Ravens or 4 Raiders. The problem comes into, like, what captains do you put in those constructions? So are you struggling with the construction aspect, or what we'll get to with the captain selection?
Yeah, it's just the captain. The construction, I already know exactly what I'm going to do.
Right, because you're going to look at basically on this slate for Slate IQ, you're going to look at the captain leverage and go, really? Right? Let's just say that the quarterback in the captain has one of the lowest EVs. And this is also due to, it's not like, look, 29%, like 29% owned 14% of the time. So it's not like he can't win. But remember, we're calculating this top 0.1% versus what they're going to be owned. So it doesn't mean that Lamar Jackson can't be in the winning lineup or anything, but this is showing basically wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2, and even some DST 1 in the captain slot. And this is the reason why I have Marquise Brown, I have Bryan Edwards, I have Sammy Watkins, I have Henry Ruggs more in the captain. I have some Tyson Williams here, right? I did play some Ravens defense, but not in the captain. And I don't have any. I think I have I have 2 Lamar lineups and 1 Carr lineup with some punt in there. But obviously, you look at this and people would go like, Oh, so how do you build these lineups? And especially the way that Slate IQ works is that these are done by salary. So it's not perfect. So, but the problem is that wide receiver one kind of on both teams is the tight end, right? But if you look at the tight end captain, it's like, don't play it.
Right. But Darren Waller, which I mean, it's so stupid because the thing is, Darren Waller isn't going to have as much captain ownership as people think. I just don't see it. This is why I'm struggling with the Sammy Watkins captain, because I don't think he's the quote unquote wide receiver one for this team, but he absolutely could be for a game.
Yeah, but he's the wide receiver too, and that's positive here also.
Yeah, I mean, oh God, the Sammy Watkins catch a touchdown and then is out of the game with a hamstring injury for the rest of the game.
No, what he does is he goes 6 for 120 and 2 touchdowns, gets injured in the fourth quarter, and we never hear from him again the rest of the season. He's always questionable on the injury report for the next 8 weeks.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's.
But I know why, Will. I know why you're struggling, because you're only building one lineup, right? So
this is true.
Right. That's true. More of the struggle. Like I built 3 kind of single entry small field lineups and then 15 or whatever. All 3 of my single entry 3 max are Marquise Brown captain lineups, but like for the rest of the lineups, like I don't have to think as much, because like I'm just going to play 3 of this, 3 of that, 3 of this, 3 of that. But if I had to choose one lineup, me personally, obviously I'm choosing Marquise Brown. But I mean, I think Sammy Watkins captain is going to be more unique. I think Bryan Edwards will be even more. I think if people are going to play a Raider in the captain slot, it's either going to be Carr 1, Waller 2, and then Ruggs 3. I think Edwards is the one that's kind of like doesn't get there.
And see, that's the thing, man, because with coach speak, what if Edwards comes out and gets 10 targets today? Right? They're saying, hey, he's the guy now. He's Terrell Owens. Okay, so you're telling me you got Terrell Owens and Rob Gronkowski in the same team? How's that going to work? So anyway, well, everybody, hopefully you guys know I'm not uncertain about my build. I'm just uncertain about the cap. It's either going to be, in my opinion, it's 3 choices for me. It's Watkins, Lamar, or taking a shot on.
Man, you got more balls to play Lamar in the captain slot on this type of slate.
Yeah, I know.
You go for the gold. Come on, don't play a lineup that's going to be duped 800 times.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm considering playing Watkins.
Maybe Devin should set up a vote in the YouTube chat and whatever.
No, I'm not letting anybody else sway me from what I'm going to do. Trust me, a decision will be made in about 2 or 3 minutes here. Sorry, I'm looking at Slate IQ as well. Because see, the other thing is what they're telling us to do today, right? Is we need to be playing 6. So the top 1%, 62% need to be from the losing team.
Not necessarily.
Well, I'm saying,
remember, you have to realize just to make it clear to most people that the captain doesn't have to be from the winning team. So I have lineups where I have Ruggs and captain, Carr. So basically Ruggs, it goes 5 for 150 and 2 touchdowns, but he takes up all of the Raiders' production. The Raiders still lose 35-14, and the other 4, and then I have Lamar and Tyson Williams and everything. Like the captain doesn't have to be from the winning team; it could also be from the losing team. We see this with the Chiefs. A lot of times when Chiefs are on a showdown slate, I'll just play Tyreek Hill and the captain, Mahomes in the flex, and then 4 of the other opponent, because like so much production could go through just one guy for the Chiefs. That I don't feel compelled to also play, McCole Hardman in that one.
No, for sure. I said it wrong. What I was trying to get across was 4-2 is the play, right? And then in terms of the top 1%, we're typically going to have 62% of the time we're going to have 2 players from the losing team. And I've got to determine whether or not the losing team, believe it or not, is the Ravens or the Raiders. And I know that sounds crazy.
It's not crazy. They're only a 4-point favorite.
Right. But I'm saying the Ravens just ravaged with injuries here. I mean, can the Raiders pull this off? First game at home with the crowd. We've seen some freaky things happen. I mean, we could very easily just run Lamar and his one receiver, and they soak up all the production, like all the production. And then you've got Carr, Ruggs, Edwards, Waller, or Carr, Ruggs, Edwards, Renfro. Doesn't even matter. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right. I have lineups just like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you have to decide on one.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
Mr. Donk, just to clarify, because we mentioned this before, last night we had a newly acquired Sony Michel. He was not part of the game at all until late in the fourth. Rams a run-heavy team too. Makes me wary of Latavius Murray, and we covered this earlier. You don't even think he gets 15% of the snaps. I think he's a little bit more active than that, but you just from a common sense perspective, you almost have to think like how did they're going to audible? How do you learn a playbook in 3 days?
And that's what I'm saying. They're going to have to give him, if he comes into the game, he's probably got a couple scripted plays, like a slam, a dive, a power, something like that. And then he's probably got something with play action, and those are his 3 or 4 plays. So that way the defense, they can't just say, oh, they're running the ball because Latavius is in. He's got some play action and a couple run plays, and the audibles are probably real simple. Like, hey, if we're calling a run and, we see that, the linebackers are playing inside, then, hey, we're going to audible to a pass as play action. Just make sure you get in pass protection and block. Like something simple. It's not going to be anything crazy.
I'm going on scores and odds right now,
Mm-hmm.
which is a sister site of ours. I know you post stuff over there. Let's see. I'm going for the rushing yards. Like if we look at like Latavius Murray, the under is.
Oh, I think I got it.
22.5. And if you're a scores and odds subscriber, you get to look here, and it puts it right. It said, like, you could do this by being a RotoGrinder subscriber and then kind of like going back and forth, but it makes it so much easier where we put the updated projection like right here for you and show how much plus or minus it's down. And the RotoGrinders projection has him with about the median result of 14.19 yards, and the prop is around 20 to 22. So that kind of aligns with like Will, if you're right, like if he gets 15% of snaps, I mean, is he going to get 20 yards?
I don't know. I mean, I guess that would mean they'd have to, and they're about a 60. I think they're about a 60% rush team anyway, somewhere around there. At least they were before. I'm trying to break this down in terms of percentages in my head. You got 10%. So maybe he's on the field for 8 snaps or so. Out of those 8 snaps,
he has to average about 2.5, almost 3 yards.
Yeah.
Carry.
But I mean, I think out of those 8, he'd run the ball 5 times, maybe 4.
Right. So now we have to average 5.5 times. Right, 5.5 yards.
Yeah. So we go there. I think the Lamar passing prop is probably one of the best ones on there, though.
Okay, let's go to the receptions, receiving yards. Is he even up? Let's see in scores and odds. Are we even going to get one? I mean, you want the projections as a ton, but not as much as the betting market believes.
Like I mean, you're getting him at 213.
We're 214.5 minus 115. We have even if you take a percentage edge, if you trust the roto.
And I mean the blitz we have him at 230 yards passing, which I mean, but that's still way
15 yards over, right?
Yeah. We got Derek Carr 291. Anyway, don't want to give away too much behind the paywall.
Right, but I also like you could convert to an implied probability. So like plus 100 would be 50%, would be 33%. Plus 300 is 25%. So like if you just take a look at ownership, and I'm looking for crappers, and compared to the ownership in DFS, I don't mind taking shots. I mean, Tylan Wallace is plus 1,000. So like, I'll take a shot on these plus 500 guys at the same price in DFS than with the plus 1,000 guys. So I'm just showing people. Will, I know you do a lot of betting picks and props, and we have a betting show coming up later. They're going to be doing it live. That you could utilize player props, in order to make your decisions in DFS, especially in Showdown.
All day. I mean, and if you kind of look at what I've been doing anyway, I utilize it heavily because, and it's not like if they project a guy for 70 yards, he won't go for 120, but it does give you an indication that, hey, they expect this guy to put up some numbers today, right? And that's kind of how I use it, right? So for instance, if you look at, hold on a second. You've already got it up. Can you give me not touchdowns, but receiving yards for like Edwards versus Henry Ruggs? You'll notice they're pretty close, right?
Right. If we go, okay, let's go to the receiving yard props on scores and odds.
Yep.
So we're looking at Edwards. Ruggs on MGM is 38.5. And then Edwards is 39.5.
Right. So see, they're split because we don't really have real data. We don't know who the number one guy is, but they're anticipating that both get equal opportunity. And so when I look at that, I say, okay, that's something else that when I'm looking, it puts me kind of in a conundrum. And then the next thing I would do, Glenn, and I'm just talking them through kind of what I would think about. The next thing I'd do would be to go to receptions, and they're probably about I think Edwards is one reception higher. I'm going to look. There you go. That's what I was going to say.
Edwards is, but it's on the juice at MGM. It's actually 3.5, but the under is minus 167. Mm-hmm. And then we go to let's see. Edwards. Where's Ruggs? Ruggs is 2.5, but the juice is on the over at minus 159. So that almost comes out to the same to a 3.
Exactly. Insane. Exactly. So they're basically thinking these guys are going to be equal today. And of course, we know Waller's probably 5.5 receptions, 6.5,
I believe.
Yeah. So see, so he's still the guy. And we just got to determine how we want to handle it. I am with you. If one guy was going to break this slate, it would absolutely be Ruggs getting behind the defense. Absolutely.
But compared to all three of them, Hunter Renfrow has the highest, even compared to Edwards and Ruggs. Over 3.5 is minus 141 on MGM.
Yeah.
And he's 2,800. So like Edwards is 5,600, Ruggs is 5,000, Renfrow is 2,800 and has a higher reception prop. The only thing is, when you're playing large field GPPs, if Renfrow gets 4 receptions with an ADOT of like 6 yards, that's 24 yards and nothing else. Like 6.4 points, like that may not be optimal. I mean, like that the difference with that's what I believe. Like Renfrow, I think has a higher floor for his salary, but I think Edwards and Ruggs have higher ceilings for theirs.
Yeah, absolutely.
If anyone has any other questions, feel free to type them into the YouTube chat. Hit that thumbs up button. Give me those thumbs. We're gonna be handing off at 8:20 with the live betting show. I don't even know what it's called. It's all the names of these shows change all the time. This used to be Showdown Live. Devin, what is it called? Grind the Line. We're gonna grind the line. Okay, that's what's coming up last. I'll be grinding on other things if I get the $1 million. You can quote me on that one. DJ Sirius 669 said the Raiders are 41-29 on Monday Night Football. Does that have any factor in the projections? And the answer is no. Yes, because the Raiders from 1978 Monday Night Football it's kind of not relevant. So have you decided yet? Sammy Watkins captain. Come on, just put it in.
He's already in there.
Oh, okay. So you're doing Sammy Watkins captain.
Yeah. Sammy Watkins captain is happening tonight. Now I'm just trying to decide between, do I play Waller or Carr. That's my last decision.
If you're playing, I think Waller by himself without Carr is more unique. Having both quarterbacks in the lineup is going to be the more used.
Yeah.
If you have to decide between the two, I'm just saying.
Yeah. The problem is if I do that, I'm going to be, well,
DFS in Life asks, if you had a $500 free bet on DK, what parlay would you use it on? My answer would be I wouldn't use it on a parlay, but will.
oh, well, guess what, man? I just burned some money. I thought, well, this stinks.
Why? What happened?
I got no lineups in.
Oh, because Locke's at 815, not 820.
I was thinking 820.
I've done that before.
Oh gosh. Well, guess what? It's all up to the props now, people.
So what'd you put in?
I was gonna have Watkins.
No, what did you have as the dummy line?
Oh, I didn't have a dummy lineup.
Oh, how do you not make a dummy lineup? You're the dummy. Will, no.
Listen,
You can't complain that it got locked before because you reserved an entry and didn't put in a dummy lineup. Come on, that's like DFS 101.
Listen, man.
Come
on. Rough day today. Give me a pass. Everybody.
I'll give you a pass, but you have to admit that I'm right. That at least you could do is put a dummy lineup.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, I was sitting here. So here's what happened. I reserved my lineups, went out, exercised, came back, took a shower, did all that jazz. And then, if you remember, we got on and I was like, yeah, I'm in a conundrum here. And I probably should have just, I knew better. I knew better. This sucks.
Hopefully Sammy Watkins doesn't go 6 for 180.
Because if he does, I'm going to be looking at my screen saying, what in the world just happened? But
I've done that. I've uploaded. I've done that with 100 entries, right? You upload and it's like, okay, whatever. And then it's like, oh, why did it not take it? It's giving me all these errors. And it's like, oh, the game started. Oh,
but guess what? It's okay. Props have been in all day. I'm not going to sweat this. I won't, I won't earn $1 million today, but trust me, there's money to be made out there in the streets.
So we bringing in Dean right now for the handoff.
What's up,
you guys
y'all?
hear me? Oh, there's Dean.
Are we doing it live?
Is everyone here?
We're doing a handoff, people.
I don't know who they could see and who I could see. I have no idea.
Everyone
Everyone's
can
here.
see
Okay, everyone's
everybody.
here. Okay,
What's up, Devin?
before we hand it off, we had a question, Dean, and Grant's a perfect person to ask for this. If you had a $500 free bet, what would you have bet on? Because obviously you can't now.
Lamar Jackson. Well, it depends on which site. If it's on FanDuel. Oh wait, are you talking about free bet or risk?
Yeah, it's a $500 free. Let's say no matter what site, you had a $500 free bet.
You always the smartest thing to do is always put it on a 2-team parlay. You can always hedge out afterwards. So I probably would have done Lamar Jackson plus 120 on over 1.5 passing touchdowns, and then parlayed it with a Thursday night game. If Lamar Jackson wins, then you can always hedge out because you don't get your own equity back on a free bet. You only get the winnings. So you always want to parlay it and then hedge out if you are really not that ballsy.
Okay, well that's good advice.
Son of a biscuit. I literally missed getting my bet in for the Raiders plus 160 because I was busy with showdown lineups, and now it's already down.
Don't feel bad. I missed getting my showdown lineups in, but I got my props in.
I put in 300 show. This is the most showdown I've ever done before. I decided to max out Super Draft in Yahoo since there was massive overlay, and I don't even know who I put in. All I know is I have a lot of Lamar Jackson on Yahoo, and I have no idea who I have on Super Draft.
Apparently Mariota just rushed for 31 yards.
What?
Oh, somebody
Mariota captain wins again. Let's do this again, right?
No spoilers. I'm watching it on the I guess I'm like 10 or 15 seconds behind you. But
I haven't even turned on my TV yet.
Well, I'm seeing the play-by-play. Dean, I'm watching the play-by-play on scoresandodds.com, right?
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Listen, I'm actually going to read. I don't usually do this because it is my fault, but I'm going to reach out to DK tonight. Say, look, man, just freak accident here. You know, I don't ever ask for this. I've abandoned FanDuel. The least you can do is show me the money here.
You got to save that one time for a bigger number.
Gotta pick your spots.
Yeah, pick your spots.
I don't know what's Oakland doing because I'm about to put $1,000 on Baltimore.
They're driving right now. They're at the 35-yard line.
Are you guys
Complete
going to
pass
be doing
to
a
Waller.
live betting show? Shouldn't you be watching the games?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
watching the game.
I'm trying to get a bet in first. Gosh, this is stressful.
It looks like the Raiders are at the 25. Waller. It's
Gosh
his birthday.
darn it,
boy.
they
Just
took
got a
off the
25
line.
haircut.
Alec Engel, 1 reception, 9 yards.
Lock button.
Darren Waller, 1 reception, 13 yards.
I'm still
Okay,
waiting for the
Dean.
Red Sox lineup. Do you guys care about that? Anybody playing baseball? today?
No. Well, I've got
my money's
props
in there.
so-
It's dead and gone. It's dead and gone right now.
I tried to tell you Alcantara was a lock tonight. You wouldn't listen to me.
I ended up playing because of you. Is he doing good?
Yeah, well, he's not really striking people out, but he's awesome.
That's not good then.
He's throwing a shot and nobody's got a hit yet. Nobody's hit it's no hits. He's gonna throw a CGS.
Irrelevant variance. It's variance, Dean.
Oh, geez. You take a victory lap when you get it right. When you get it
Jacobs
wrong, it's
hurt.
variance.
Oh God.
I had very
Play
little Jacobs.
Monday Night Football on Hulu.
Oh, it's on Hulu now?
I have Hulu Live TV.
Oh,
So,
look at you.
Dean, can I hand this off to you?
Yeah, I mean, if you
Can,
you guys
can I do the
you can
whole
hang-
thing? I
What are
have
you
to wake
doing
up.
now?
I have to wake up early, Dean. I do the show at 11 o'clock in the morning.
Hold
Oh,
on.
wait, when you say hand it off,
So, like,
I do
20
not have a
hours from
screen share,
now?
That's what you're asking me.
Devin, can I hang out for like 5 minutes?
Well, you can hang out literally as
100
long as
minutes.
you want. We love having you here.
Please hang as long as you want.
I don't want to hang out here.
What are
We're
you doing
talking to
now?
you,
What's
Blender.
going down
We're
in
talking
Kentucky
to Will.
I don't want to watch the game with the play-by-play here. I want to
You
watch
don't even watch the game. You don't watch the game, do you?
the island games. What else am I doing?
The Island game is the one you watch. You don't watch Red Zone?
No, I watch Red Zone.
Okay.
Open Hulu.
Well, I thought you don't watch the games just in general. Like that's not a part of
I
your-
watch the games all the time, but for entertainment purposes, not for I'm scouting out players or anything.
Number 4 looks pretty fast. I'm gonna make a note.
I'm so tilted right now.
What's your hottest take tonight, Blunder?
My hottest take is that the Ravens pass for way more yards than people think.
They're in a
I
dome. Of course they will.
have all the Marquise Brown in the cap.
Oh, I have some Brown too. I hate it. Captain Marquise Brown, I love it. That takes a sack. I think Ruggs is an interesting captain.
I got
Well,
Watkins in the captain.
I
Dean,
was
also.
going to have Sammy Watkins, and then I couldn't get it in.
Oh my God.
Oh, listen, look, I'm telling you right now, Slate IQ is such a genius. Like, just follow it. People don't even follow it as much as you think, because if so, we'd always be chopping on DK, especially. We chop a lot more.
The chat is saying that Alcantara got hurt. I haven't had a chance to watch that game. I've been kind of watching the dots on it. I guess he got hit by a comebacker. He's not officially out of the game, and apparently nobody's warming up. So hopefully he comes back. He's one of the few guys who nobody cares about baseball right now, but I go on a little baseball rant because I was watching the Marlins broadcast. Let's say hello to chat. What up, chat? Like, subscribe, turn on notifications, hit all the buttons, do all the things. We're here for the next 3.5 hours, however long the game takes. Grant, are you still tilting over there?
Oh, I'm so tilted. The location services on my laptop just broke.
So that means you can't bet?
I have phones and I have multiple
Hey,
laptops.
fellas, this is what I'm going to do.
Hang out.
I'm going to grab my remote and turn on the TV so I can actually see the game. Devin, I'm coming right back. So they'll just see like a chair and all this other
Gene,
stuff.
talk for 2 minutes. Blender, stay on for 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Devin, is
Blunder's
that
already
okay?
gone, I believe. Yeah. So it's just me. Hey, Devin, do you want to talk to me how terrible I am at technology? Can the people hear you? Do they want to hear a little behind the scenes?
They can hear me now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm sure you're doing some fabulous producer work behind the scenes and you're covering for something I may have missed. Hey, at least I showed up, which somebody forgot to
Just
do.
think about like 4 plates. They're all spinning on a very thin pole, and they're all on fire.
Devin, you are fabulous, and I'm going to put in a good word for you.
It's-
And that means a lot coming from me.
It all came from whoever the internet technicians were who cut my internet earlier. I didn't even have a service call. It was unrelated to me.
You were just humble bragging the other day, living in Nashville, how great Google Fiber is, and it's the most amazing thing in the world. And is that the Google Fiber bite you today?
What a night and day situation we find ourselves in.
To how quickly the worm turns. Yeah, so there you go. But do appreciate yourself working, Charlie working to kind of make this stuff happen. And this is every Monday night. We're going to be hanging out when you're watching the game. There's going to be a lot of downtime. We're going to watch the game, having a good time, and all sorts of random, goofy questions, DFS
All
questions,
sorts.
life questions. Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Here's what I was waiting on. I was waiting on Prize Picks to generate the second half stuff. So there you have it. See. So what you want to do? You want to get on this stuff early, and just kind of see how it goes. So I'm watching the game now.
3rd and 20 by the way for the Raiders. Looks like they're at about the 25 or so. So pretty decent shot. We're going to see a
just
field
kind of
goal.
want to check this stuff out here. Passing yards. Yeah. Especially if one of these teams is down kind of big. Want to go ahead and react to that news.
What's the plan? Oh, wait, there's a fumble and we're out of field goal range because we just got a sack on a fumble. The Raiders are now at the 43.
Yes, I'm behind, I guess. I guess I'm behind you. Oh yeah, I see it now. Wow.
I don't want to be a jerk. Did you want me to not say anything or like wait?
No, we're good. We're good.
I mean,
I'm gonna try to hang on here. So
thanks for hanging out with us, by the way. And don't feel obligated, but if you can hang out forever, however long you'll like.
No, this is big because I mean, when you're getting into second half stuff, or fourth quarter stuff, like you need to know what's going on. Like, don't just go in there and say, "Oh, this is low," and click, because you never know. Especially if a team's up by, let's say, 14 going into the fourth, you got to anticipate they're not going to throw as much. So depending on where the prop is, you may be able to just take the under. Same thing, inversely, let's say right now Derek Carr has a second half pass prop, at least on Prize Picks, of 130.5 currently.
Does that change based upon like what you're saying? You got to.
It will change based on how money comes in. Yeah, but right now he's at 130.5. So let's just say when they go in at halftime, they're down by 20 points. Well, if he's still at 130, just hammer the over. Like it's not crazy. And sometimes even last season, especially for football or NBA, I would just not even worry about the main props, because some of these second half or third quarter, fourth quarter props are just so juicy. You could get in on those, not even worry about the main ones, and run to the bank.
How quick are they at adjusting or being attentive to real life odds, or you generally beat them to it?
Oh yeah, but see, that's the thing. If you're going to grind the line, you got to be watching the lines, right? We can't sit here and play around. Like we got to see where they are. So like right now, Lamar's at 106, Carr's at 130.5. Let's see if there have been any updates. I doubt it.
That's for second half, right? Second half you're talking about?
Second half, yes, all second half. But yeah, Brant, you hop in here because you're going to be grinding this thing a little bit more than me.
Yeah.
I'll be more so on Prize Picks, but the prop game, but the lines are pretty close for like the passing yards, the rushing yards, so forth and so on. And then I think the big thing too for me, I want to see how much Lamar is going to run in the first half. Because if he's just kind of not taking off really, then maybe taking under 34.5 in the second half might be a big deal. But I don't know yet. See, this is information we have to watch, digest the game, see how the game flow is going.
Change based on the game script. If they're up, he's obviously probably not going to run too much. They don't have a whole lot of guys to play with, but sorry, I'm trying to get bets in and I'm just furious right now.
Do you need a minute, Grant? I met myself and Will can hang here. I don't still trying to figure it out.
I'll be good. I can talk about anything. I'm just trying to figure out. So I'm looking. I have to have 5 different sports books open.
So talk through it. Tell the people what you're doing, because that's part of the reason why we're doing the show.
So I'm looking at the line. I don't know what's going on right now. I have not looked at anything that's happened in this game because I've had to switch over laptops.
It's Baltimore's ball on their own 8-yard line. Las Vegas had the punt because they had a sack on a bad fumble. It doesn't matter. Ravens got the ball at their own 8. The Raiders' very first possession tanked it.
All right. So it's interesting. I'm watching the lines right now. Right now it looks like the best one's over on BetMGM at plus 155. It's significantly higher than nearly every single site outside of William Hill, which is for some reason not even on here. They don't have open lines right now, and I don't know why.
Okay.
But so I liked the Raiders before the game. I'm now essentially getting them where I thought I would, and looks like something's happened. It's about to change the lines. Let's see if this gets in. But I just put 500
carry. Nothing happens.
Yeah, I just put 500 on the Raiders plus 150. Let's see if the line moved before I can get it in. And they're probably not going to let me get that bet. So different sites oftentimes have different speeds at which they'll allow you to get the bet. Oh, perfect. My bet wasn't placed, but now the Raiders are at plus 160 over on FanDuel.
That's what you want.
Yeah, so I'm essentially exactly what I don't know how this screen works. Gosh, this is infuriating. I'm so tilted right now, Daniel.
Does this have to do with the screen share or no?
Daniel's son.
Lamar with the scramble. He's getting himself a first down, taking the corner.
So he ran at least what, 8 yards?
No, like 20 or 25, I think.
Oh, I'm watching it now. I'm seeing it. Oh man.
He did Lamar things.
Oh boy. Well.
What was the over under on the Lamar's rushing total tonight? I'm sure that'll be an interesting number.
I think it was 69.5. That's where I saw that. Did you catch that one, Grant?
210.5.
No, running.
No,
running 56.5, I think.
Oof.
Okay. I think it was 69.5 on.
You could be right. I was looking.
No, that was on Prize. On Prize.
Yeah, over on Thrive was mostly what I did. I didn't bet his prop. I bet his over passing yards prop. So I just got 400 in on the Raiders at plus 165. What's it called? Had a bad line over on Barstool. It was 20 points higher than everywhere else. And now the Raiders line is going to get, and I got 500 in over on MGM because it actually went through. Great. So I have 900 on the Raiders at roughly plus 160.
So you're putting upwards of 5 figures and you're playing both sides and you're just trying to get to a spot where you basically can't lose. That's ideally the position you want to be in.
That's the ideal, but realistically, that's not. I'm just hitting bad lines and trying to limit my overall volatility. So when a line's bad, I will put money on it. It's as simple as that.
Right. Thank you, Grant. You know, I tell people all the time when it comes to like line, just like I don't care about the player. I care about the line, right? And so if the line's inefficient, I don't care if it's Hunter Renfrow. Like if he's got a reception yard prop of 12.5 yards today, I'm taking the over. Like what, if you give me Henry Ruggs with the reception prop or passing yards prop right out of the gate at 80.5, I'm taking the under. Like it's just a line. I'm not really concerned as much about. I am concerned about the player, but I'm concerned more about the bad or good line than I am anything else.
You can literally look at our projections and see what's bad and what's not bad and that kind of thing too. Anyways, I see in chat. What up, chat? Like, subscribe, turn on notifications. We'll go ahead and talk about the BetMGM plug. Let's see. It's $10. You bet $10.
Oh gosh, every Sammy Watkins catch is just going to hurt my soul.
I want to say I don't think I bought a Sammy Watkins, but I did a really quick script because I saw some overlay on Yahoo, and I probably have some. I don't know. We'll check about that soon enough. Obviously, the bonus here is use the bonus code GRINDERSBET GRINDERS bet BET, all one word. Bet $10, you get $200 instantly on BetMGM. Grant, are you betting? Is it BetMGM one of the 5, 6, 7 books you happen to have up right now?
Yeah, I've got 500 on the Raiders plus 155, which is now looking like a bad bet. But yeah, I got 500 over there. Yeah, this is swinging quickly. So
why did you like the Raiders, by the way? You said you liked the Raiders before the game started. What was the reason?
I mean, there was some smart money coming in on it. Honestly, it's over in Las Vegas. We had a similar situation to what we had 2 years ago when they faced New Orleans at home, and no one really bet on them. Yeah, now the Ravens line is dropping pretty drastically. I have no idea why, but I'm just trying to get everything set up before I start betting more. Although Ravens minus 175 is probably a bad line. Devin, can you send me over the never mind. I'll figure it out.
Quiet game so far. We're at 7 minutes left to go in the first quarter. Lamar just threw an incomplete pass at 2nd and 15 on their own 35.
Tim Tebow that one like he was at the goal line in Florida.
That's not a compliment, right? When you Tim Tebow.
No. Well, no. I mean, Tim Tebow used to do that at Florida. He'd run into the line, and they thought he was going to run it, and then he'd do that jump pass.
I love that play. It's
how
do you defend it?
But
Impossible to defend.
Yeah, but he had to do it because he's about to get hit.
Yeah.
Was that Max Crosby? Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Hold on a second. I'm trying to see if anything's changed here on Prize because it's important. Nothing's changed as of yet. Hey, okay. So look, just like that. Remember, Derek Carr came in at 130.5 passing yards initially. He's now at 138.5. Just like that. Few minutes gone. Ironically, here's the funny part. What it did not do, and see, this is another thing when I'm trying to look for these type lines on Prize. What it did not do is push any of the receivers' numbers up. That's the funny part, right? So Carr gets this extra cushion of 8 yards, but Edwards didn't move, Ruggs didn't move, Waller didn't move, and neither did Hunter Renfrow. So that's another thing you kind of look at. You say, okay, well, who else got pushed? Did they get left behind? And you kind of look at the game flow as it's going. You kind of see where the targets are going. And then you might be able to identify another inefficient line here. And Lamar, you were down.
Yeah, that's a sack.
Stop it. But
he almost made it a miracle play.
I know. Grant, is that something you look at? Like, let's say, your quarterback's numbers are going up, but your receiver numbers are staying stagnant. Is that something you kind of just check just to see what's happening?
I mean, wait, so you're saying when the quarterback's numbers are going up, it's receivers aren't doing anything?
Right. Like, so, we just saw Carr move 8 yards for the second half. He came in at 130.5. Now he's at 138, but the receivers didn't move at all. At least not on Prize Picks. So I'm asking you, I guess, what are your thoughts? I start looking for receiver inefficiencies when the quarterback's moving, but the receivers are just sitting there.
So, I mean, I generally look at target share, where it's going, knowing that it'll probably regress a little bit more towards the mean, whether projecting if there's been drop passes, what offense it is, because I know that in a Belichick offense, drop passes are going to be drastically more hindering towards future production.
Yeah.
So it's kind of more about knowing the team, but also knowing the game flow and knowing what's going to end up regressing towards the mean. Obviously, there are certain situations where if a guy's not getting his normal target share, it could be because they're going up against a stud cornerback that's shadowing him. If it's going off and on between that cornerback being on him and someone else, then if it's pretty close, or if it's not remotely close to his normal target share, I know it'll regress more towards that. So it's just kind of always up in the air about what I'm looking at. It always depends. It's always on a situational by situational basis.
Yeah.
Just want to take a peek at the chat real quick, say hello to them. And they were talking about the line there. Somebody got the line for Lamar as far as the rushing yards at 67. I know we were talking about that earlier. And we also had somebody in there, I wanted to get that, talking about in Florida. They cannot wait to start wagering sports betting in Florida. And that's where I currently am. So I'm, we're talking about Will's wages. We're talking about, Grant's wages. I currently cannot wager legally here in the state of Florida, but they are, in theory, it's supposed to be clear and good to go. Don't take my word for it, but the plan is, Seminoles will be running it starting the 15th of next month. The one concern is, I'm not going to go on a whole rant, but it's almost definitely going to be a monopoly. They bought themselves a monopoly. And, Grant's talking about betting in 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 different sites. I don't know how many different sites are legal there in Colorado. And obviously
I'm on 13 now.
Yeah. So so the lines, I'm assuming, are going to be much, you could pin 13 sites against each other and grab yourself the best line. And the margins are super thin. And that is the absolute, Grant, you can tell me, that is the best way to make money. That's the best edge you can get, is pinning the line.
Yeah, right now I can bet the Ravens minus 157 over on Barstool, while over on William Hill, they're sitting at plus 150. So everything at zero juice. At currently, William Hill right now is offering 10% juice situations if you know what you're doing. Or if you download
how many units?
5 and 92, and it's very solid.
It would have been a little bit higher. Just we got
with you guys, man. But I think it's really interesting to watch these lines change. Like, just like that, lines can just move. So I think guess what? Remember I told you Carr was at 138.5. He's now at 143.5 second half.
Interesting.
See? And then nothing's changed on rushing. Now watch this. Receiving yards, Ruggs was at 18.5. He's now at 21.5. Edwards was at 18. He's at 19. Waller has still at 35.5. Renfrow still at 18.5. So that's what I'm saying. For me, this is the interesting dynamic of looking at this stuff. And then second half rushing, nobody's done anything. And there goes the interception, I think. But no one's changed at all, even Lamar.
There it goes.
Evan, FY, the worksheet that you made, I'm creating it so that we can pretty much just screen share if we need to. Oh gosh, what just happened?
Interception, Baltimore. Well, I think he got it. Looks like he got it. They're going to review it, obviously.
Yeah, they got it.
Yeah, pretty sweet pick there by Young. Oh no, he did not get it. It bounced. That's not an interception. That'll be reviewed and turned over. But still, it's going to be 4th down anyway, I believe.
Yeah, it's 4th down. All right. All right, so Devin, if you want to show, Devin, you here? You want to show, you can just keep your line on or your screen share on the work paper, and I'll show exactly what I'm betting. It might not be terribly interesting until Oakland actually scores, or if I can get another good Oakland line.
By the way, it's 2-1, 3-1. You said Oakland 3 times. I said it once. You're in the lead though so far.
Oh, by the way, I do think it's
Oakland.
interesting.
I should
Derek
update
Carr's.
that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I do think it's interesting. Derek Carr's moved 13.5 yards open since for the second half, and Lamar Jackson hasn't moved at all. He's just stuck at 106.5.
What do you think that means? Or it's just like they're just reflecting.
I think they think Baltimore is going to be in control of this game, at least from what I'm seeing. I guarantee you this: if Lamar starts slinging the ball around, this prop will move pretty quick.
Yeah.
Ooh, this game has been uneventful so far, huh? Grant, did you want to say? I know you had a whole bunch, and I'm not sure if we're going to throw up the screen, but you had some bets before the game started for the people, and of course, you're going to give some bets as the one of the reasons why to stick around and watch and hang out with us. You're going to be giving out some of the bets you're betting on the fly, correct?
Yeah, I'm just going to tell you which line on which site to be hitting right now. Barstool is not moving at all for some reason. It's super weird. Everyone else is kind of bouncing up and down, but it's good to know that Barstool Sportsbook really doesn't change their lines. They use a different system than I believe BetRivers and DraftKings uses the same one. FanDuel uses one. It looks like they're using an entirely different one, and there's only a 15-point, 20-point difference at most times between the best line and them. So something to look at if you're live betting. Favorites, Barstool goes pretty darn heavy on them, like doesn't increase their odds too much. But in William Hill is a site that gives the favorites even more. So it's like minus 210 for the Ravens over on William Hill, minus 195 over on Barstool. They're trying to acquire more market share, so they give better lines in a lot of spots. So those two are kind of the two best right now. If you're live betting this game, be on those two.
If you
Got
guys
some
have any
movement,
questions,
Dean.
go ahead. What do you have?
Got some movement. Lamar's now at 38.5 on the rushing yards. Was at 35.5 to open for that good stretch. Also got some movement in the receiving yards. Sammy Watkins came in at 19.5. Now he's at 23.5. Marquise Brown sitting at 26.5. Mark Andrews at 28.5.
The biggest play of the game still from Mariota, by the way, is 31-yard rush. Nothing's really happened so far. Terribly uneventful. Watkins, 8 yards reception there from Jackson. Waller got a 13-yard pass on his birthday. It's been a snooze fest. I mean, it's still super early, obviously, but just uneventful.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Yeah, I couldn't even get it on my TV. Oh, I can get it on this. I forgot. I have so many laptops open right now. Literally, not screens, laptops.
How many laptops do you have?
3.
Okay. Humble break.
Like 5 screens.
5 screens. Woo. Look at you, man. We got to get a screenshot.
What? This
of your
isn't
office.
available in my location? What is wrong with my location software? This is ridiculous. Devin, I'm going to have to ask you for computer things lately, but I'm not happy.
Devin is currently spinning like 4 or 5 different plates just to kind of keep us on air. So we can't.
Devin absolutely crushing it right now.
We do appreciate that. And again, we're here to the end of the game. We're going to be hanging out. Whatever you guys want us to talk about in chat, or if you want just like DFS questions, DFS advice, we can have that conversation.
So look, here's what I'm going to do, guys. I'm going to hop off.
What?
And then no, listen, 'cause I gotta we gotta record the food for thought part. So I'm gonna do that. Devin, do I have clearance to maybe come back on and hang out like in the 11th hour? So like later in the game.
Yeah, that'd be perfect. We got someone else.
Because I'd love to just hang out with you. So yeah, if I can, I will be back. Everybody, I hope that you guys crush tonight. I also hope that I crush, because I've definitely got some first half stuff on here that I need to get going. And I've also got some other ones out there for baseball tonight. And I did put that on Twitter, just in case anybody wants to see.
Hey,
I did put
before you go, not to cut you off, before you go, tell the people what the Food for Thought podcast is.
Yeah, Food for Thought. So it's a first look podcast for NFL, but it's a little bit more than that. We're talking food. We're having fun. We're talking about life in general. So I like it, man. It's a good way to open up the week. We're not trying to cover all the games. We're just trying to talk about, you'll see. It's a fun pod, so check it out. Food for thought. Me and my boy Justin Carlucci, Deluch. It's a ton of fun. One of my guys reached out to me from Yahoo Sports and said it had a barbershop feel. So if you guys like talking in the barbershop, then absolutely check out the Food for Thought podcast.
There you go. It's a good endorsement.
Yeah. Yes, sir. All right.
What podcast are you on? Thanks for hanging out with us, Will, and we'll stop by later. Feel free to knock on the door.
I may be back. All right, bye.
Appreciate it. Paul Goldschmidt just homered for those that are playing baseball as well tonight. Goldie versus a lefty. Who would have thought? It's been terrible for him this year.
Yes. All right,
bye. Somebody's got themselves some Goldie. Grant, it's just me and you. It's an intimate show. Are you excited?
Be intimate with you? No, it's something I really didn't want to do.
Well, no, just the conversation. I'm saying.
You act like I didn't get someone else to come on.
Well, we'll tell the people who I wasn't certain if that's going to happen. If that's not going to happen. You did this at the fly, and
it'll be on in like 15 minutes.
Do you want to mention who it is, or it's just going to be a bit of a surprise?
I guess I might as well. Ooh, Raiders line plus 190. Hit it.
Why do we think it's changing? The plus 190.
Plus 200. They're clearly about to score.
Oh, big play. Yeah, big play here for Baltimore.
It all got suspended.
They're at the 40, so they're not like necessarily threatening just yet. 3rd and 7 at the 40, potential 4-down territory. Looks like they got a 6-yard pass, so I think it's gonna be 4th and 1. This potentially could be like a 51, 52-yard Justin Tucker field goal, or they go for it 4th and 1. I imagine they go for it. Stay tuned.
Yeah, I think they go for it. It's honestly, depending on what line we end up getting, it's a good time. They took down the line pretty much everywhere. Plus always 250 looks like they're going to go for it. Plus 250 over on. Gosh, I'm so angry.
Why are you so angry?
My FanDuel.
Go ahead.
My FanDuel location services don't work on either computer, and they have they've had so many.
That's a touchdown for Baltimore, right up the gut. I think that's
Perfect.
Williams.
Perfect.
It is Williams. Yeah, Williams touchdown, 40-yard touchdown.
I'm waiting for the
35,
line movement. I'm definitely hitting Oakland right after this for 270. Oh, that's beautiful. Beautiful. 270. Is that the best one we got? Yeah, so the best time to hit any line is right after there's a touchdown.
Explain that. Like I figure I can understand. Well, why is that?
People overestimate, like it's better in basketball because teams always go on runs. But yeah, like it's just people overestimate because they're still trying to get a decent amount of action on both sides. As soon as someone scores a touchdown, which always happens, like there's no way they're coming back. Like, Las Vegas does not look great. Blah blah blah. All these things. No, that's not the case. Scoring happens both ways. Like people are making fun of me for my bet on the Browns last night, but I literally, as soon as they scored, I'm like, that's a bad line. And then eventually I bet at minus 160. And then I got the Chiefs within 5 minutes at plus 250 because they didn't react to it enough, or they turned the ball over. And so I pretty much was going to win $1,000 if Cleveland lost. And then Cleveland, the line dropped to minus 190, which was a terrible line. So I hit that side. And so I still only I didn't end up losing anything. Basically, I had it so if Cleveland won, I would have won 800. If the Chiefs won, then I lost, or I didn't win anything. So, or I won like a very small amount. So essentially just hitting bad lines, and there's almost always a bad line after a touchdown, especially if it's by the favored team.
So wait, there was a beer bet supposed to be settled on this show. Am I accurate there?
Two. Somebody's got a double fist. Well, Grant, you were wrong. Let me take that victory lap.
Look, that's fine. Can we do it during halftime?
Yeah, that sounds great. But also, while we're talking about Grant being wrong, Sandy Alcantara is perfect through 6 innings.
Yes. I tried to express this. He threw 102 the other day in his last pitch of the game or something like that. He threw 99.1. It was fastball velocity average. The Marlins are shutting everybody down, but he's the guy that really, really cares to get 200 innings for some reason. Like, that's something he wants to do. And the Marlins are going to allow him to do that, apparently. He was at 180 and a hook coming into this game. So I was not concerned as far as his innings limit. And Washington, by the way, they're terrible. Sandy Alcantara is awesome. He's a legit ace I know he's a Marlin and people don't really acknowledge his existence so much.
The
He's
Marlins
legit
have a
awesome.
lot of aces.
They have a great pitching staff. Their hitters, man.
Yeah.
Their pitchers are awesome though. Like 6-0 eventually is going to turn into a thing. I think. We'll see.
So Dean, give me an assist with your UCF math here. How many times has Grant been wrong?
That will be 3. That's just today.
Yeah. Sorry, I gave you ridiculous odds. What do you want to tell the people what our bet was?
I don't remember what it was. I had some pitcher against your pitcher, and then I can't
You
remember.
had the top chalkiest pitcher on the slate with the best matchup in the best ballpark and by far the best pitcher. And I bet you that someone who was 3% owned, 2,000 cheaper, would outscore both him and every other pitcher on the entire slate.
Can I point at the score? Which direction's the scoreboard? Because
I mean, I won a GPP that night. You lost money. So what's the score there, buddy?
I won a GPP of life. I won the life GPP. And the thing is, you lost and you get to drink beer, so it's not so bad for you either, because that's kind of your existence. That's kind of what you do.
How much does the life GPP pay out?
I mean, in life points.
In life points?
Yeah, I think about 50 crowns. I think give or take. Yeah,
Solid.
it's
Solid amount of crowns.
yeah, and it's not the same. I would have rather won the GPP for sure. Yeah.
So right now I have $1,200 on the Raiders, pays 3,425.
Okay.
So I was just keeping the people updated. Essentially, I hit him at plus 155, plus 165, and plus 270. Now, when they score here, Baltimore is going to drop to around minus 190.
Jacobs just broke off on a 13-yard carry. I believe that was Jacobs. Pretty certain it was.
Yep, that was.
And that's the thing. It's like you said, once they rebound and score, in theory, if they do, of course, if they don't, then it's a whole other conversation. But then the odds will just swing right back, and you're just trying to put your money at the best possible spots, but using probabilities and maybe not being as reactionary as the public might be. Is that a good way to say it?
He's hopping on in a second.
Who's hopping on? Well, let's tell people who it is.
James McCool over at paydirt.io or ghost.io. I don't know. He'll tell you exactly. He's one of my good buddies. He lives out in Denver. Does I think the morning review show with Blender.
Sometimes on Blender. Yeah. I'm not sure which day. I know he pops up sometimes. Mondays. There you go. Well, today he was on there.
Really smart guy. Really good guy. One
Thanks
of my
for
good
watching.
buddies. And he graciously. I called him 10 minutes before the show started. Asked him if he wanted to hop on. He's like, "Yeah, I'm good. I'll hop on." So
could you say I can't even imagine 3.5 hours with just Dean and Dean alone? So I beg you, I implore you, please, be a third wheel and hang out with us, so I don't have to just directly talk to this person for 3 hours.
Well, especially since you can't gamble.
Yeah, it's annoying. Yeah, I mean, yeah, and then I'm looking forward to it in a month, but I know I'm going to be so tilted with the lines here because there's no way it's going to be the advantage that you happen to have in the state that you happen to be in, where you can bet with 13 different books and
move on out.
Say it again.
Move on out here.
Yeah, I mean, I might. There's other life situation that about to be not worth getting into, but yeah, in theory, in my head, that's definitely. It feels like a really, really good state to move to right now. I've heard good things. Who's coming your way? One Travis Pangone.
I talked to him. I know where he lives.
Oh, you know his exact address, his new address?
Yeah, he sent it over to me. He's like 2 miles away from one of my other good buddies.
So Vegas is punting. So much for that. 4th and 10. Nice defensive player in secondary by Humphrey.
Ooh, man, this could get out of hand real quick. Occasionally there's a games that are just wire to wire, and I lose a bunch of money.
Yeah, with nothing you can do about that.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I've only got 1,200 on the line. What else? What other bets did I have tonight? How's Ruggs doing?
I haven't talked to anybody. I haven't talked to a lot of people. But nobody I know won money week 1.
Oh yeah.
do you know anybody that won money week 1? I got rabbits week 1. It was not. I saw you tweeted out. you got your the worst week out. Out of the way in week 1, and a lot of the chalk did not do very well. Obviously, the injury to Mostert crushed me. I, like a lot of people, pivoted to him once I saw somebody was inactive. I'm forgetting the running back that wasn't playing football that day. Doesn't matter. Yeah, it just didn't work out. I had too much Henry. I had too much Allen. It just wasn't a good day for your boy. And
yeah,
do you know anybody that won money?
Davis. No, I know.
I had him too, and Harris.
Yeah, no, I got slaughtered. I had my worst night, worst weekend I think I've had in 2 years from definitely an ROI perspective, but an actual lost money perspective too.
In the chat, Beatboz says Dean is a hater. Who am I hating on? I don't think I was hating on anybody. I don't think. If I did, what did I say in a hate way?
I feel like we got joined by someone here.
Is James? I've never met James before. James, hi, I'm Dean. Nice to meet
Hey,
you. Virtually.
hi. Yeah, we've interacted on Twitter before. I made a joke about being paid $50 an hour to drive somewhere, and I had to delete it.
Yes, because you are the math guy, and somehow you failed to understand these symbols. Even I went to UCF, University of Central Florida, and I understood the math. I can figure it out.
I tweeted back so fast that, like, you know how sometimes you say something before you actually like think about it and it just comes out wrong? That was what happened. But yeah, I'm here. What's up? How you guys doing?
Oh, I've been tilted for most of the show. I have 2 laptops and I was trying to, apparently location services don't work on one of mine because I used it out in Indiana to make bets. And so every single website that I've signed into automatically thinks I'm in Indiana, so won't let me place a bet because I'm not in that state.
It is literally tragic. Okay.
The lesson, of course, here is don't go to Indiana. That's the lesson of that story I heard.
You know, Indiana's not bad.
I've never been. I'm sure it's perfectly fine, but it's I'm sure it's bad.
Honestly, it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be.
Rousing endorsement. I want that in the back of I want that quote in the back of my autobiography. But go ahead.
I mean, for the housing prices, it's really solid. You can get yourself a nice 7-bedroom house for $500K.
Yeah,
right,
Marty and I are looking.
Let's do it.
We're looking to move Midwest or maybe a little bit further east. And Indiana is a place that we've really been considering because you can literally get like for $300,000 here in Colorado, you can get a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house. For $300,000 out in Indiana, you can get 5 bedrooms, 5 baths with a full basement and like an acre in the backyard and like 6 horses to breed for the Kentucky Derby. Like you can get everything out there for nothing.
Where are you at? You don't have to give me the GPS coordinates or anything, but where are you at, give or take, in Colorado?
Like 20 minutes north of Denver. So I live in Thornton, which is one of the bigger metropolitan areas. I live I don't know. Technically it can be considered Brighton or Thornton, but yeah, about 20 minutes north of Denver.
And so how far are you from Grant?
Now it's an hour and a half.
No, so not worth the trip to hang out or anything.
Well, now that he's in Colorado Springs, yeah. And actually, fun fact, the last time I went to Colorado Springs, it took me 3 hours to get home because there's a lot of construction that's happening down I-25. So that sucked. But yeah, we can't just hang out. Like I've been over to his house when he lived in Denver, when he lived off Spear. We hung out relatively often, like during the NFL season, to go hang out and watch games. But yeah, now it's going to be a little bit more of a trek.
Yeah.
Hey, let's have that conversation real quick. But we have plenty of hours to kill. And James, you had an opinion for sure. Grant had an opinion as well. And we can ask the chat as well too. I made a poll on Twitter. Maybe we can do a poll here on the old YouTube if Devin's can put down one of his plates he's spinning. If not, no worries. Yeah, I tell you that there's somebody, a man, a gentleman, a lady, doesn't matter. Somebody's holding a $50 bill 30 minutes away from you, however you want to, whatever construe what 30 minutes happens to be. 30 minutes away, somebody's holding a $50 bill. Will you go pick it up? Now, don't try any loopholes on me, Grant. Don't say, is there a Taco Bell on the way? Or is there going to be
It's not a loophole. It's without knowing any other variables.
I'm giving you the variables.
No.
I'm giving you other variables right now. I'm saying you're not going to see a friend that happens to be right next door to this person. You're going in a direction that you generally would never go. So you're taking essentially an hour of your day. Is it worth an hour is worth of your time driving? It could be a leisure drive. It could be bumper to, well, I guess it's leisurely. Sure, why not?
Well, that also takes things into effect. If we're driving into effect, which state am I in? If I'm in California, it's $4 per gallon for gas, thus dropping down your potential ROI. If I'm in bumper to bumper traffic, then not only am I going to be super angry, but I'll also use up more gas, making it roughly, I don't know.
Well, if it's bumper to bumper, I mean, it's like 2 miles away.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It doesn't
am
really
I on the Autobahn where I have to go 90 miles an hour and making it only $38?
Baltimore,
do I have a chance of getting stabbed? Is it just an hour of my time for $50 minus 6 fees of gas?
Yeah, that basically was a question of like, is it worth your time to take an hour every day to do this? And it was, I think like 70%, 65% of the people that responded said yes, but 35% said no. Like I won't. And like if you want to say the net gain is what, James, like $40, if you want to factor in gas, I don't know, more or less $42.
Yeah.
Depending what you're driving.
I think, okay, so I have to think, I agree with Grant that like if it's bumper to bumper and it's only like 4 miles away, I almost don't think that is like worth my time. Okay, one, I don't like driving. I really don't like driving. Margaret drives everywhere. I don't like driving. I just get like pent up in a car. I don't like driving. So bumper to bumper is even worse. And it's $50 an hour, and it's like I still like hold to myself that when I responded to the Twitter poll, like $50 an hour at $25 an hour, that's an obvious no, but at $50 an hour, still like I feel like a jerk saying that I wouldn't want to do it for $50 an hour, but legitimately there's other things that I can do to make me more than $50 in that hour, I think.
But you're not always doing those things.
No, but I can, right? Like if somebody was like, I have this mission for you, right? Like it's Mission Impossible 6. We're going to make you drive an hour to, I don't know, like Greeley or whatever. I'm going to make you drive an hour and we'll give you $50 to complete the mission. And I'm like, I could play a game of League of Legends in an hour. But if I wanted to make $50, then I could just go to DraftKings Sportsbook and I could put down a prop for $25 on, or like $31 on a 110 bet.
Well, you might lose.
Right. I mean, sure, but like I'll have more fun doing that.
Yeah,
right.
You might gain
So,
$50 worth of enjoyment.
Yeah.
So if I
Like
place
to
down
join to lose and just like breaking remotes.
Dean, if I put down a $100 bet at plus $100 odds, knowing that I have roughly just an exactly zero ROI. If I get $50 worth of enjoyment out of that, then boom, you're basically breaking even there.
Right.
I mean, I'm going to feel like a donkey if I go to pick up $50 from someone and I get into a car wreck or I pop a tire.
No, we're assuming there's no. Okay, well, if you want the qualifiers, we're assuming there's no car wreck, no disaster. You make it home clean. It's a non-issue there.
Well, are we going to assume that all bets that you make in this hypothetical situation are successful bets?
No, because of course then your question is, would you rather sit at home in your boxers and watch the
but like then you can't.
You're assuming a victory.
You can't say it's impossible that we're going to get into a wreck. You can't be like, oh, you absolutely are going to make this happen if you can't guarantee that I'm going to lose this bet or win this bet. Like if we're talking about things that are not going to ruin my life or ruin that hour for me, then I'd rather just go gamble.
Consider the real life probabilities. Like there's a very, very unlikely chance that you're going to make it. You're most likely going to make it home and it's going to be a non-issue and your car's going to come home clean. You know, you'll have a clean sheet on that. So, but like, yes, but do you weigh that every single time you get in a vehicle? Like, well, what if the possibility, like anything could happen for sure in the realm, non-zero chance, but that's what's going to like say, no, I'm not going because of the 0.001% chance you might crash.
Well, no, of course that's not going to be the reason why I don't go, but like, you know, if it's still a possibility, like you have to weigh that.
Have I had Taco Bell that day, Dean? Because there's non-zero chance that I'm gonna have to poop in a gas station bathroom.
When it comes to bathrooms, right? Everybody wants home base. Home base
you're gonna talk about love bathrooms, aren't you?
Well, no, number one on the family food board is home base, but like the gas station, that's not even on the board, right? I don't think. You want a nice classy hotel, maybe number two?
Depends on which gas station. Nice little trucker gas stations.
Oh, you know what's a good one? What's the good one? Loves, yes. They have like showers in Loves for like the truckers.
Oh yeah.
I never showered there, but like I'm not a trucker. But yeah, I think that is.
You could be a trucker, Dean. I believe in you.
I can't pull off the hat. I'm not really a hat guy. I think that's one of the drawbacks. I'm not a great driver. I'm fine. You know, I'm reliable. But you know, I'm very much of a cash game player when it comes to my driving. Yeah. So I think the other part of the question is, James, like, where are you at in life? Because if I was a college kid, or this is like 15 years ago, I'm going. You know what I mean?
Right.
That matters too, obviously.
So life utility is another thing. Like when you talk about decision theory, like life utils is a big thing of if you need $50 like that day to like make rent or whatever, then yeah, obviously you're going to go. Like that hour is worth so much more to you than somebody who doesn't need it like that stat moment, or like
it's marginal benefit of money. So the more money you make, the less marginal benefit each dollar has.
Right, exactly. So like if and I'm not well off by any means, but $50 to me doesn't really matter all that much. Like if I ran into $50 walking down the street, it's like, okay, cool, that's fine, but I'm probably just gonna go spend that on dinner because at that point, like I just have it. But if I don't have it, it doesn't matter to me. It's way different. I mean, like me 5 years ago, I would have absolutely taken this, right? Because like I was significantly less well off than I am now, and that $50 could have made a big difference. Maybe we could have had groceries or like prevented something. You know, if we have to take one of the cats to the vet or something like that, those things matter a lot more. So I think that it definitely does matter. Grant is perfect on that, of like that marginalization of money, where when you have more of it, less of it matters even less than it did before. So for me, obviously, and for Grant, and you know, for people who say no to it, it's because they just don't value that money in the immediate outcomes as other people do.
Bob in the chat, by the way, says, so neither James nor Grant would drive for a living. $50 an hour, 50 times 40 times 52, 140K a year. Obviously, that doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna be driving 40 hours and every single week you're probably gonna take a vacation at some point, but like that's, you know, that's a good living. It's 100, and obviously there's vehicle depreciation and gas and all that good stuff, but yeah, there you go.
Yeah. I mean, for 100K a year, I wouldn't hate driving for a living, but I also want to make it like, it's also different because if you're driving 8 hours a day, or my ideal scenario would be to drive 13 hours a day, 3 days a week, getting paid $40 an hour. When you have it in 1 hour increments, it doesn't quite add up, because it's not just flawlessly going from this to that, but also in the scenario of going over to get $50, can I listen to a podcast during that? If it's a certain time of day where I need to listen to this, then it's essentially net even. I probably work, all things considered, 70 hours a week, but 30 of those hours really aren't work. Like I'll listen to a podcast on a walk. I'm watching football while checking the game scores. I'm watching baseball while checking.
It's a loose interpretation of work, but yeah, I hear what you're saying.
I mean, still technically work.
Yeah. By the way,
I mean, when someone's answering emails for 2 hours at night, that's still technically work.
Sure, of course.
But yeah, man, I've not made a bet. I'm waiting for the Raiders to come back. I might just be out $1,200.
Well, Brown made a big catch, but then Lamar just fumbled here. We're at 2nd and 14 on an option play there, but they are still in the, I wanted to say Oakland. I'm not going to say Oakland, Vegas territory at the 44-yard line.
No, it's the Oakland Raiders. I'm fairly certain.
Why are you insisting on they just got the first down and more taking it down the sideline? Is that Watkins? Yep. I think that's Watkins.
That is Watkins.
Look at Watkins breaking it loose like 25 yards or so. Big catch there in the red zone. Well, what are your thoughts? Did you play anything, James? Did you get to hammer the bets? Obviously, you're in Colorado as well. Are you doing something like what Grant does, just sort of hitting all different books and looking for the leverage and all that? Or you get like one straight bet and just chill, or what?
Well, I mean, on island games, I usually don't. I like to try to hit a lot of different things for Sunday. And I have a prop model that I use, and I have my simulation models that I use to fill that kind of stuff up. And most of what I want to do is just kind of like look through and find. I think that you can find a lot more soft props on wide receiver 2s and stuff like that, rather than the wide receiver 1, rather than running back 1, stuff like that. But I don't focus a whole lot on props. I focus a lot more on DFS because I like the process of puzzle building and stuff like that. So I prefer DFS, but I'm trying to get a lot more into props, and I think I'm going to start focusing on it a lot more this year. Today, I really wanted to hit the under on Lamar Jackson's rushing prop, but I didn't get to it in time. I had some errands that I had to run today, so today was not a great day for it, but I do want to try to hit something here at halftime. I think that we've seen, I mean, the Raiders have been incredibly inefficient in this first half, and I think that they probably come out and have a little bit better luck in the second half, I would hope. So this game looks a lot more competitive than I think that like time possession, everything is shown.
Yeah, Gruden knows how to actually make in-game adjustments.
Yeah. And that's kind of the other thing. Like the Raiders, as much as people like to clown on Derek Carr, he is actually a good QB in terms of not throwing the game away. Like Lamar can throw the game away. And we've seen it before. So I think that
He can also win the game though, right? Like it goes both ways with Lamar. He can win the game for you as well.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the thing. Like when you deal with a quarterback who has these really, really volatile wide ranges of outcomes, like Lamar. What do we got?
By the way, speaking of winning the game, Lamar just made an incredible play. Touchdown pass to number 5, who's number 5? I'm not really sure who that is.
Brown.
Is that Marquise Brown? Hollywood. There you go.
Hey, that's good. We're happy about that. That's helpful.
I'm not sure if this is a fun fact, and I didn't mean to cut you off, but Marquise Brown, his nickname is Hollywood. And I thought it was because he's like flashy or something like that. He's born in Hollywood, Florida. So I don't know which came first. You tell me. Does anybody know the answer on that? Is that a fun fact? It's a fact.
It is a fact. It's kind of like I don't know. It's like a medium fact. I don't know if I'd call that fun.
I'm not sure if it's fun, but it's true. You were saying, I apologize, but there you go. 14 nothing Baltimore.
No, yeah. So I think that with somebody like Lamar Jackson, and I think we'll see it a lot with Jalen Hurts this year as well. Like these guys who have a lot of upside, but they carry a lot of downside as well. People don't like to focus on the downside, especially in our industry. People would always rather focus on, oh, well, this guy can do this guy can do this. It's like, well, he can also throw 2 interceptions and get figured out by a good defensive coordinator. So as much as I don't think that the Raiders are necessarily a good defense, I do think that Gruden has seen enough in his years to be able to game plan, come out not flat in the second half. Hopefully, I think that it mostly just depends on some variance swinging their way. They've had some bad things happen. They had that disastrous first drive where they had that injury and turned into a 10-yard penalty, into a fumbled snap. Like I think they come out better in the second half.
Hey, in the chat, Bob Bay says McCool is a Jalen Hurts hater. Confirm or deny?
No. I'm not a Jalen Hurts hater. I think that it's more the Philadelphia Eagles that I think are just like not good. So like I've said in the Discord, and I said last week, and I've said kind of through the offseason that I think that Jalen Hurts is kind of a quarterback that I think is a really, really good regression candidate. And not necessarily because I think he's bad, but because I think that the Philadelphia Eagles front office isn't smart enough to build a game plan around him for the offense. And he's a quarterback that needs a very specific game plan. And we didn't have very much tape on him last year. So now that coaches have tape on him and coordinators have tape on him and know what he struggles with, I think that they're going to be able to deploy that better against him this year. And if the Eagles didn't put him in a position to further his strengths, I think he's going to struggle a lot.
Well, I think they pretty much did. I mean, obviously they had some wide receiver depth. They changed their offense pretty drastically. I think he was throwing the ball downfield a ton last season. I think he was one of the leading the league in ADOT in his 5 starts. Went drastically less this year or this first game. I think he was doing a lot of screens. He was doing a lot of short passes. So they've changed the offense to more fit him and fit the personnel that they have. And maybe it was just the flow of the game, the fact that they were way ahead Atlanta's terrible defense. But I think they are already starting to try and make the offense conform more to him.
Yeah, and I hope they do. I think that Jalen Hurts is a lot of fun, and the Eagles can be a lot of fun if he is good. I just don't have a lot of confidence in them to be smart enough to continue that through, but I hope they do.
Hey,
I'm not shocked on the White Claw.
Grant, we were talking. Well, let me ask James. Me and Grant were talking earlier. Neither one of us had a good week on week 1. We don't really know anybody that had a good week on week 1. I had not seen a lot of screenshots out there as far as week 1. I think I know you peripherally. I know of you as a contrarian guy. I see you talk about blenders sometimes as well too, and of course that's another contrarian conversation you guys happen to have. I feel like you should have made money week 1. Like the contrarians probably did well, but maybe not. How did week 1 work for you? I
had 100% Raheem Mostert.
Oh well, sorry. Okay, yeah.
I mean,
yeah, I don't want to.
I think that my projections were good. My models were good. I had a Kansas City stack, I had a Buffalo stack, and I had an Arizona stack. Buffalo came out super flat. Arizona played exceptionally well. But I didn't quite get there with the Arizona stack because I had
some run backs on Tennessee probably that didn't get there.
I had Julio Jones on Tennessee. That was the big killer, because if I had, any one of the other stud wide receivers, I'd probably end up getting there. And then I had, Kansas City, I had brought back with OBJ. Then OBJ obviously got scratched.
Yeah.
So then I had this really, really weird salary constraint issue where I dropped down to Rashard Higgins, and then I already had Deontay Harrison because I was really, really into him going into that week. But then I couldn't come up from anybody to Deontay Harris. I had like this really weird subset of wide receivers, like 4,600 in these late games. So I ended up saying, all right, well, I can't make this work with the Kansas City stack, drop down to a Green Bay stack with Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams. And then I had Travis Kelce and Jarvis Landry as a secondary correlation. And then Aaron Rodgers just mailed it in, got benched for Jordan Love. So just, I mean, I had the right ideas. I think that I was on the right things. Just like I didn't get anything to break right for me. That Marvin Jones touchdown with like 5 seconds left was pretty brutal because I was fading him pretty hard. So yeah. I think that slate, I don't know. It was like the chalk failed, but not enough of my contrarian plays got there either. And people like, even though I'm a contrarian player, like when the chalk fails, they say the same thing you did. They're like, oh, well, you must have made tons of money this week. And it's like, yeah, my stuff still has to work.
You still got to
get shotgunning.
Oh, what do you, okay,
there we go.
Go for it.
Oh, oh man. You get the whole thing down? You're a god. Yeah. That is wild.
Renfro in the slot. Oakland. Geez, I did it again. It's the second time with Oakland. Vegas.
Yeah, classic Oakland Raiders.
This is the classic Oakland Raiders. Yes.
You bet any props for this? Or you didn't, Dean? I got Lamar Jackson over 1.5 passing touchdowns and Renfro over 2.5 receptions. The Renfro one's not looking great. Not Renfro. Ruggs.
Oh yeah. Well, he just might catch like one deep one, but yeah.
I mean, he had over 2 receptions, I think, in 5 of the games last year, and I'm assuming he's going to be more involved with this offense. The game script's playing out pretty well for him to be more involved, but
Waller just got his 8th target of the game, I believe, by Mike. I think they had 7 on the screen before. Just caught his second pass, his 8th target, and that was a manufactured one. But basically, like a wide receiver screen for Waller, who's getting all the looks. He's getting all the usage out there.
I need Bryan Edwards, man.
I think he's a no-show so far.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. Every wide receiver is a no-show outside of Renfro.
Right. Yeah, which is just weird, man. And for
Ingold has 2 catches. That's Alec Ingold. Was that not Renfro? That was Renfro, right? Yeah, that was Renfro. Okay.
Who are they using?
Alec Ingold, I'm told, is a person. I guess he's a running back. Okay.
I'm fairly certain I played him in DFS today.
I may have too. I'm not sure. I
ran Yahoo had a bunch of overlay. I ran 150, and I'm terrible at Showdown. Actually, that's not true. Depends on which site. I stopped playing on FanDuel for the most part.
Good for you.
Yeah, but Yahoo, like I just saw the overlay and just went nuts.
Same.
In Super Draft there was overlay, and I got 150 lineups or 167 different lineups in there, I think.
I made 69 lineups on Yahoo. There's a big catch.
Nice.
Looks like Waller again. I think that's Waller.
Proud of that number, Dean.
No, I didn't do that intentionally. I just sort of scrolled. I'm like, how many lineups do I want? Let's just scroll over and see what we land on. And I landed on 69. I'm like, okay, we're not going to move from there. So,
yeah, I mean, if you land there, like, just
destiny.
For what it's worth, Grant, I had Hunter Renfro projected for 3 receptions on the dot. So I hope he gets there for you.
Man, it's always so tough to figure out where I'm at in Yahoo. Is there a way to see just my lineups?
Yeah, it was this crazy thing with baseball where it's just like, I don't know what to do for football either, like projected prizes, and the projections are never right. It's like you're currently winning 5,000, you're projected
for $0 between 150 different lineups.
And I'm like, yeah, that can't be right. They're projected currently winning is generally not reliable, especially baseball where, one event can completely flip everything, so I don't trust the projections.
Let's go Raiders. The Oakland Raiders, am I right, team?
No, it's not the Oakland Raiders.
I like to call it lost wages.
That's really is that because when Vegas people gamble and a lot of times they gamble poorly and they lose money? That's clever. Did you just think of that off the dome? Is that new?
No, but one of my favorite sports books now. You know what it is?
Circa.
Caesars.
Why?
Do you know why?
Caesars? I don't know.
If I gamble enough, I can get top tier status and automatic penthouse suites.
Really? Can I get an invite when you get that penthouse suite? Look it up.
I can also if I get top tier status, I can give it to one other person.
Grant, have I told you we're best friends?
No, unless you lived in Vegas, it wouldn't be worth it.
Waller again, by the way. That's like 10 targets now for him.
Dude.
Yeah, every target's going to Waller.
But no, I mean, it's either my fiance or my brother, the two people I'm likely to be in Vegas with. But it's super nice. You get like $600 for a meal every year. You get $1,800 a year in airfare vouchers. You get automatic upgrade to the top available room. So I am going to be spending a lot of time in Vegas next year if I get this.
Oh, Edwards is in. He's in.
He's in the game or he's in the end zone?
No, he's in the game.
The first thing you got to do is get on the field. That's the first.
Yeah, that's step one. And he has achieved step one. Step two is catch a touchdown. And that's easy.
Yeah.
Not even hard.
For sure. Anybody can do it.
Yeah. If you were offered $1 million to score a touchdown once, starting from the 5-yard line against any one player in the NFL, do you think you'd do it?
Well, where are they at? Are they inside the end zone? Where they line up right across?
No. Yeah, I mean, so like you guys are lined up like.
Oh, it's 11 on 11.
Yeah. So like you guys are 2 yards apart from each other. So you're on the 6, they're on the 4, and you have to get past them to get into the end zone. Do you think you can do it against any active NFL player?
It's 1v1.
Yes.
You're saying?
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm trying to think. Is the kicker the most obvious one? Because there's probably going to be that big dude that's just really slow. Although all of them and a lot of them are really fast also. But
Tom Brady, I think I can get past.
That's a good one.
Tom Brady, Adam Vinatieri, did he retire?
Vinatieri's been retired for several years. Yeah.
Several years. He was playing last year, I feel like.
Was he playing last year? I don't know. I can't remember.
I feel like there's some 40-year-old kicker that I could get past. I
mean,
mean, not saying
there's down here for the Raiders, by the way, on a pass interference.
Yeah, it was pass interference on
3 or so. Maybe 2 or 3 yard line. Not really sure, but yeah. Continue. So who would it be? I wonder what the chat has some answers I threw out there too. There's probably somewhere missing. Some super obvious ones. Like what position? What's the go-to position to pick on?
I mean, I guess you probably pick on punter, right?
What about Roethlisberger?
No, he's Jacobs touchdown.
Oh, come on. That's not
that sucks.
Nobody wanted that.
That's boring.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I might have gone overweight on him. I have no idea.
I don't know either.
I think I could get past Sam Cock.
What does he play? He's a punter?
He's a punter, he's a punter, and he's 38 years old.
With a name like Sam Cock, I'm positive you could get past him.
I'd get past Andy Lee.
How is that spelled? Out of curiosity, is that Koch or?
Yeah, Cock.
Yeah, that's what I assume. That's where my brain went.
Probably couldn't get past Jason Peters. I'm looking at the oldest players. Andrew Whitworth, I could not get past.
No, I don't think so.
Me. Long snapper, not getting past him.
That's the greatest gig, isn't it? The long snapper.
Oh, by far.
Is there a better gig in the NFL? Like you don't have to kick it. Like if the kick is missed, it's always on the kicker. I mean, it's if it's egregious, it's on the long snapper. But almost always, it's like the kicker's going to make it. Laces out, laces in. Doesn't matter. You're going to make the kick. That's your professional job. But like you're on the field.
Finkel is Einhorn.
Einhorn is Finkel.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you know that movie, Grant, because that seems like it's a little bit ahead of your time. And you also like it's not made by Disney.
You know, I have a wide breadth of movie tastes.
Yeah.
By the way, man, Wild Lines. We got Barstool and DraftKings at -385 for the Ravens. William Hill +375 for the Lost Wages Raiders.
Oh, Jesus.
So
and it's only 14-0.
Yeah, well, 14-7. They just scored.
Oh yeah, 14-7. Yeah, that's worth firing.
I'm honestly trying to figure out if I want to just hedge out.
Rodrigo Blankenship, by the way. Rodrigo Blankenship was nominated in the chat. He's the dude with the goggles. For the Colts, the place kicker. He's young though. He's got young legs. He's only 24 years old.
That guy would destroy.
Yeah, I'd rather.
Yeah, he's probably strong.
Yeah, that guy would break you in half. You see those goggles? You don't wear goggles if you're not an alpha.
He's sneaky strong. And he's also confident. Like you don't wear those unless he doesn't have any sort of like confidence issues of any sort. Nick Foles also nominated. I guess Nick Foles is the backup quarterback somewhere. I should know where he's playing, but who cares? If he's not DFS relevant. Yeah, what team is he on?
He's a backup.
I don't know, but he's got like a 9-inch pecker, so I'm pretty sure he could take it.
He's not going to tackle you with it, is he?
I mean, him with that sledgehammer probably knock me right out.
Would you rather go up against Nick Foles or Cock?
I'd rather go up against Cock.
All right.
Well,
What is he gonna
the trick question here is you're going up against cocky either way, right?
One bigger than the other one.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, what do you think about this? The Raiders are plus 375 dog right now. I
I
feel
don't
like
hate
that's
that.
a good line.
I don't hate that.
It's a very good line. The problem is I already have a decent amount of money on the Raiders, and
They get the ball second in the second half, right? They don't get the ball start second half. I believe they started the game with the ball.
I can't remember. I was struggling when the game
Yeah.
started, as you remember.
Yeah,
Yes.
no, they kick second half.
By the way, Sandy Alcantara threw eight shutout innings. You have 1 hit, 7 strikeouts. Dude is electric. He's awesome.
He's so good.
Yeah, I don't know why people don't respect Sandy Alcantara. One of us on this show did not play him in DFS tonight. At least one of us. Is that? Well,
I have 66% of him.
Not high. It's 33 and
What percentage did you have of him? Huh?
More than that, I think. I hope. I had enough. I got some Sandy. But
Let's see. I think he's in my 2 worst. No, he's not my. Oh yeah, he's in my 2 worst lineups. I got some Phillips in that lineup. That's not great. Well, I got some Tampa Bay in that lineup, and then of course my Vlad lineup doesn't have him. That wasn't going to work regardless. Ooh.
Producer Devin, by the way, I'm looking in the chat. Apparently, he's got himself a potential sweat for the baseball tonight. I'm not really sure what he needs or what he has going, or if he's kind of at the top and somebody's going to chase him down, or he's got some Dodgers on layaway. But go, Devin. There you go. Devin, so let us know what you're rooting for. What are you rooting
James,
against?
so what gambling sites have you signed up for?
I have the DraftKings Sportsbook and one other one that I can't remember the name of off the top of my head. What's
Score, Bet Rivers, Fox
Bet
Bet.
Rivers.
Man, I need we need to have a talk sometime, and I need to.
Dude,
I
like
get
I
free
said,
money.
I haven't focused enough on props, and I'm trying to get into it this year. So when you're done being a Colorado Springs boy, like let's get some beers and sign me up on a million different sites.
Yeah, no, I've actually.
Grant just
figured
wants
out-
that referral bonus, by the
He
way.
does.
He's always
I
right.
No,
It's a game.
there's not many sites that have a referral. It's mostly DraftKings and FanDuel and PointsBet.
Yeah.
Most of the other sites don't. But as I'm becoming a VIP for a lot of them, there are some VIP boosts that are just incredible.
Oh, I believe
Like, yeah, one of my favorite ones was DraftKings. If I referred someone and they bet $5,000, they got $5,000 in free bets.
What?
And I got 100% profit boost that I could bet up to 250 on.
wow.
Is this still a thing? Because I mean, I'll take a vacation to Colorado just to knock that out.
Oh, if I still had that, I would be flying people out here.
Yeah, I'm dead serious. Like, there's no reason not to. By the way, I'm about to drink. Not to throw off the conversation. You guys can jump back up the props in a second. But have you guys heard of this? A Guinness Nitro Cold Brew Coffee. It's a Guinness coffee.
Does
I
it have
saw-
alcohols in it?
Yeah, 4%. I saw it in the store today, and I'm like, I got to try this. There's a big run. Somebody's bust off a big run
Yeah,
over Baltimore.
Williams 16 yards.
Is he just getting all the work there in the backfield? It seems
Yeah,
like
I kind of figured that he would. I mean, the coaches came out and said that it was his job to lose.
6 carries. Cannon's got 1. Murray's got 1 for -3 yards, and Lamar 3 carries himself. But yeah, it's basically his backfield. It looks like. Go ahead. You guys were saying.
Ooh, I'm winning money now. Hooray. What place am I in on the Yahoos?
Don't trust the projected.
Woo! No, I'm straight up in 3rd place on the Yahoos.
Oh,
Only
really?
tied with still scrolling.
Am I not?
Only
in there?
tied with 29 other people. That's not bad.
That's actually not. Well, it's like what 3,000. Well, how many? No, 21,000. I think entries over there.
Yeah, it had 20,000 break even. They only filled up 18.2.
Okay.
By the way,
yeah.
rolling out, and we're not sponsored by any site, right?
No, well, no, I don't think there's any sort of sponsor in here. We did want to mention, we mentioned it before, the BetMGM plug, GRINDERSBET. Bet $10, you get $200 instantly. That's GRINDERSBet, GRINDERS bet. Devin will go ahead and put that in the chat as well.
Yeah, let me give you a good futures bet. Let's talk futures a little bit because this 2-minute warning is going on right now. Let's look at some futures bets because I think there's some. Let's see what draft they had a really good. The one on Russell Wilson was going to be my main bet. He's already moved down to 16-1 over there. He was
MVP?
at 24. Yeah, for MVP. Interesting one is Winston at 25-1. I don't like that. Like, not that I don't think he can be good. He's not going to get enough of a leash in this offense. They're going to still be similar to Taysom Hill, but with an actual good quarterback or better quarterback. What any MVP bets you guys like? I think
I like the Wilson one because he is owed, like he's still not been an MVP, and I think he hasn't, right? I'm pretty sure he's one of those guys like kind of deserves it. And he gets one of those career MVPs. And if there's a tiebreaker needed, or you need like a default guy, assuming Seattle does well, assuming Wilson does well, and I think he'll do fine. He's got the weapons, assuming, Metcalf and Lockett stay healthy. He's going to break the tie, right? I think he's a well-liked guy. Yeah.
It's kind of a similar situation to Kobe the one year he won it, because that probably, and Leo when he was up for the Revenant. Again, they probably shouldn't have won it that year, but they just had to.
Leo won for the Revenant?
I believe so, yeah.
It's the only Leo movie I think I haven't seen yet. I'm pretty sure it's the only one I haven't seen.
And there's a bear.
I know. I mean, I'm aware there's a bear, and nobody's completely spoiled to me, but I've seen like the gifts as well. So, but I'll see it one of these days. I have like 19 different streaming services, and it's the one. It's not on any of them. It's not on Amazon. It's not. And like, I got to spend $4 on this. I'm already spending, Hulu and the HBO and the Showtime and the Cinemax and all that good stuff. You want $5 more out of me? At some point, I got to draw a line, right?
Yeah. But I still think Russell Wilson, plus 1,600, pretty solid bet.
James?
Over on BetMGM. If you get the free bets you get on BetMGM from the promo, you want to use on longer shots because you don't get back the equity. So I never use a free bet on anything under plus 300. So you want to use it on long shot. MVP is generally a good one. And it's pretty much Russell Wilson at plus 1,600, Dak at plus 1,800, and Lamar at plus 2,000 are all pretty solid ones. And I don't mind Hurts at plus 3,500.
Yeah, I mean, Dak, I think would probably be my favorite out of those guys. Russell, man, I don't want to take week one at face value. He had a really, really good game. But I just don't trust Pete Carroll to continue to let that kind of thing happen. We've seen it year in, year out where Russell Wilson will have good games or he'll start really, really hot. And then the Seahawks will be like, whoa. We're winning too easily. We need to make this a little bit harder. And then
Chris Carson's right there, man. We got to feed him 27 times.
Yeah, exactly. Or they'll feed.
If you run the ball, you're less likely to turn the ball over, is Pete Carroll's rationale behind it.
You guys know that when you run the ball more, you end up winning the game more often. And that's a proven fact. And there's no variables that make that muck that up in any other way. It's just proven. That's true.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, gosh.
So I don't think that I love Russell Wilson. I think I prefer somebody like Lamar Jackson. I do like that. I like Jameis Winston, certainly.
At 25 to 1, I don't know if I can.
I'm not on that.
I mean, look, man, he ended up putting up some incredible numbers, albeit
on 150 yards passing.
Yeah,
albeit a million in interceptions years ago.
He has no weapons.
I'm not talking about week one, but like we've seen him have an incredible upside, and then he got LASIK, and like I understand that like it's a little bit of like a weirdo, like naive thing to say, like this guy got LASIK, he should be a better quarterback, but he couldn't see 25 yards on the field.
Wasn't it hit him at some point? Like maybe it would be helpful to throw footballs. To
what team doctor isn't giving you an eye exam during a physical? And like,
no, I agree.
You know who got one? Rodrigo Blankenship. He definitely.
Oh yeah. Well, but that's kind of my point. And then, you have Sean Payton.
Also, why didn't he wear contacts?
I don't understand. Like at some point you got to realize you can't see.
No,
maybe it's just a minimal, it's a slight improvement, but it's a fair point. It's not ridiculous to say like that can happen.
I think that the bigger thing here is that like going from the offense that he was in, which was way looser, to a Sean Payton offense, I think gives him a lot more upside in terms of his consistency. So maybe he doesn't have the same gaudy numbers in terms of his touchdown potential or his yardage potential, but I think it'll be a lot cleaner. And I think that having the surrounding cast, and I think having the coaching staff that he has, I don't hate it. They looked really, really good and really, really clean against Green Bay, which is huge. You're telling me that if they don't go through to like the conference finals, that he doesn't have like a legit shot at MVP for that team, especially after like beating out God, I can't remember his name. Taysom Hill, after beating out Taysom Hill for the job, like the comeback story and taking over for like all of those things. It's a good story, and the NFL loves their story.
A couple stats matter, right? And Hill is going to siphon a couple touchdowns away from him, 4, 5, 6.
Not only that, like he had 150 yards in his first outing. unless they're playing from behind, he's not going to be slinging the rock. Peyton knows what Winston is, and he knows what he has around it. He's not going to be doing anything that ridiculous with Winston like we saw over in Tampa Bay.
Yeah, I agree with that. But that's one of the reasons I think that he's an okay MVP.
And who's the number one target? You got it. I know we don't care. Who's he going to throw the ball to outside of Kamara, like screen passes? Who's going to throw the ball?
Michael Thomas when he gets back.
Okay, are we sure he's going to be healthy?
I mean, I can't be sure, but like if you're asking who he's going to be throwing to, it's going to be, you know.
Let me ask you this, Dean.
Yeah.
The year did he lead the league in interceptions?
Yes.
Tampa,
Or no, did he lead the league in touchdowns? I know he led the league in interceptions.
Maybe both.
He was up there with the most yards. I think that team that year put up the most yards, might have put up close to the most yards in NFL history. Who was like Evans? I think was injured for most of it.
Was Evans or Godwin on that team? I assume.
I don't know if Godwin was on that team.
It was Vincent Jackson.
Vincent Jackson, really?
Yeah,
it was.
I'm pretty sure.
Wow.
But they were injured most of the season. Perriman at one point was his top target, and Winston was still putting up 400-yard games with Perriman.
Winston is a good QB, dude.
He's fine. Yeah, it was always silly that he wasn't starting somewhere because he's clearly in the top 32 people. By the way, Baltimore stuffed on 4th and 1, and now we got 1:09 for Oakland. Jesus, I did it again. Vegas to go down there and potentially kick a field goal or who knows, a touchdown.
Should I go to an Oakland game in December? I'm going to be down lost wages.
You know,
go hit that 375, Grant. Put down more money on it, man.
It's probably moved. It's not 375 anymore now because they stopped.
It's still sitting at 375.
Then hit it. What are you doing?
I think you gotta hit that, dude.
Hit it. You hit it before?
Just dropped to 250.
Yeah. Grant, come on. You got a power, man.
I would, but I lost a lot of money last year. Like I lost close to a new Toyota Corolla last week or this week.
Is that 25, 30K? I'm not a car guy.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yo, Las Vegas is still 375 over at DraftKings.
Oh, it just went. Something happened. I think they had a bad play, or they decided to run the ball.
350 now.
Drop back to pass, deep pass, and Waller had a chance to catch it, got his paw on it, but yeah, just didn't go be past 2nd and 10, but it was catchable. And again, to Waller, no surprise.
Of course, it was Waller.
His 17th target of the first half. Who was covering Waller? And nobody's going on him.
Wait, is that actually his 17th target, or was that
it's like 12 probably, like for real?
It is 11. That might have been 12 though.
It's a lot. Yeah.
Oh, it came off his face. Yeah, it's tragic.
Yeah, gosh,
it was catchable.
Yeah, I wish I wouldn't have lost somebody. I would have probably hit this line pretty heavy at plus 450.
Grant, in the chat, they're asking for a review on Monarch Casino Blackhawk. Are you aware of this casino?
I've been to Blackhawk once. I hate casinos where they charge you for alcohol. That's why I love Vegas.
Well, they charge you. No, they do charge you for alcohol, and you can't just sit in the sports book and drink anymore for free. You got to show tickets and proof of that, and they give you like 1, maybe 2 if that's enough.
I don't know if you know who I am.
They've cut back on that.
I don't know if you know who I am.
In Caesars, you're a VIP. You're not a VIP everywhere.
I'm a VIP at MGM. The only 2 casinos I go to, because that's 80% of the casinos in Vegas, are Caesars or MGM.
Who else is in that under that umbrella?
So Caesars is Caesars, Flamingo, Harrah's. I think it's called the Lynx now. It used to be Imperial Palace. It's Bally's, it's Planet Hollywood, it's Paris, and I think Mirage, I want to say. And the Rio off the strip, obviously. MGM is it has Bellagio, Vidara, Aria. It has MGM, New York, Mandalay Bay,
Zay Jones just got a pass, by the way.
Luxor, and Excalibur.
All right.
Oh, and the Monte Carlo, which is now I think the it's the Park MGM now.
Monte Carlo is not called Monte Carlo anymore?
No, they completely redid it, which, by the way, one of the little secrets of Vegas is I think it's called Hotel 43. It's on the 43rd floor of Monte Carlo, which is now the Park MGM. It's kind of like a little special hotel, just having 1 floor. But it's supposed to be a real VIP experience. It's very nice. I've never stayed there, but I've heard good things about it. I've always been an MGM guy, but I'm about to turn into a Caesars guy. I just hit Diamond Elite status.
It's too big, and I don't like their sports book.
The MGM?
The actual MGM. We got a deep.
I love the Lazy River. I love the Lazy River.
Okay,
Like
sure.
that's the Lazy River at MGM in Mandalay Bay has kept me an MGM person. Plus, they're partnered with Hyatt. I love Hyatt, so I get accrue points at Hyatt whenever I go stay at the MGM. I was going big groups, so I've made probably $5 to $10 grand on hotel rooms
Oh, hey,
for
Ruggs
Hyatt,
is
just
limping.
booking rooms.
Just a
Oh,
heads
I'm
up.
fudged.
Yeah.
I'm fudged.
Is that a you had as well, James? You had Ruggs, or who was the guy you needed? You needed nice.
Yeah, he needs
Cartel.
Edwards, so that's good for him.
Well, I also have Ruggs.
Yeah.
Oh,
They're stretching him out now. They did call.
But I mean,
thought it was
I
potential
think
penalty.
that Edwards is actually more important for me. So if he comes in for him here, then that's because I have Edwards at captain.
That's Renfro for 15 yards. We're at the 35 at 27 seconds ago. 2 timeouts for the Raiders. Looks like they called one. They're probably down to 1. Yeah. All right, we're in field goal range.
let's see. Let's look at my top line. My top lineup on Super Draft is Williams, captain, Renfro, Watkins, Brown, and Waller. Not bad.
I don't really look at these until like the middle of the fourth quarter or something like. I just don't
Oh,
know.
hey, guess who's tied for first?
You're in first right now, Grant. I see it. Tyson. Oh, you have Tyson up top. Okay. Tyson up top with Brown, Carr, Jacobs, and so you got the 2 touchdowns with Tyson having the biggest score. I do not have that combination, unfortunately. Did you manipulate and make it so you can only have so much Jackson in the star or whatever they call it, superstar?
I have 80% Jackson in the start.
So do I. I think I have 80%, and I just didn't. I only made 69 lineups. I think you made 150. You said.
I made 150. Yeah.
Yeah, the 70th lineup would have given me what you have. I think maybe that's another catch for Renfro, and he's out of bounds.
My God. The only two wide receivers the only 2 receivers they're using are Renfro and
Waller, correct. That's it. That's been it so far, and who knows what's going to happen with Ruggs? Hopefully he comes back. We shall see.
It's funny. What Yahoo having a live final? I'm like, oh, I want to win that, and then I saw that it's over in Maryland. I'm like,
They're
Yeah.
really that great.
You don't like Maryland?
I mean,
It's far away.
they have crab cakes and football.
Yeah, Wedding Crashers. We've all seen it.
I'm glad you got that reference.
Come on, what do you think? I'm not aware of Wedding Crashers.
I mean, I don't know. I don't understand you. You don't like Jingle All the Way.
I'm not really a crab cake guy. They're fine. I don't know.
Dude, that's because you haven't had good crab cakes.
Is that? I mean, can they potentially
No,
get
Dean's
to a
got
10?
really weird taste. Dean doesn't like yellow cheese.
What's the key to a good crab cake?
Well, I mean, using real crab is the first step.
Sure.
yeah.
Yeah.
Two, I mean, there are places that just do it really, really well. I think you have to go to a seafood restaurant to have a good crab cake, or like a really nice steakhouse. Otherwise, like if you have it from like Red Lobster or something like that, it's trash. It's just
Okay, Red Lobster.
Grant is a Red Lobster stan. I guarantee you, he loves Red Lobster. He loves those stupid biscuits.
I also love Red Lobster and those stupid biscuits. I'm not arguing with that at all.
I just love, you know, one of my
To the end
favorite
zone,
things-
Waller. Oh man, he had a shot, but it was well defended.
So
Fourth
they're
down.
going to kick a field goal.
Oh, there's a flag. I'm not really sure where it's at. There's a flag on the field, apparently, at least according to the screen.
Ooh.
Man, he just overthrew Edwards there for a touchdown before that play. I'm so sad.
Yeah. I think apparently I need a Renfro or a
According to Derek in the chat, Ramalade is the key to a crab cake. Is that a must? I thought Old Bay was the key to a crab cake.
no.
No, remoulade is really, really good for it. Like the big thing is like you need to make sure that you're using high quality ingredients, and you need to make sure that you're not using too much. Like the crab to breadcrumb ratio, or the crab to like crust ratio needs to be really, really good. Like lesser places skimp on the crab, and obviously you can't have that if you're gonna have good crab cake.
Well, crab's more expensive than breading, so yeah,
Yeah,
that's gonna happen
exactly.
sometimes.
Exactly.
You got to get your crabs in on the water in Maryland there in Baltimore.
Yeah, and so yeah, they would have great crab cakes probably.
James. Oh, that's a sack. Do they? They're going to call timeout.
You ahead of me? I guess you're ahead of me.
Yeah.
Spoiler.
James, are you a big burrito fan?
No, I'm not. I don't like Mexican food.
That's a hot take.
I don't like Mexican. Okay, look.
This
I
is a
don't
blanket
like,
statement, like no rice, no beans, none of it.
like I can deal with it. I like
Field goal coming up.
I like some stuff. The big thing for me is that I don't like when my food is like all mashed together. Like I like my food to be separate because I'm a child. So like it's important for me to be able to like see the differences in each part of the meal, and you can't really do that with Mexican food. It's the same reason I don't really like Indian food either.
Too spicy Indian food for me.
You know, Margaret has been helping me get better with spicy. I used to be really bad with it, but now I actually do like spicy, and I like curry, and I do like the flavors that go in Indian food. It's just still like, yeah, there's so much of it together, man. I'm just not a fan.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of it. What I love with Indian food is basically kind of the same way I love tomato soup. I just like to dip stuff in it.
Tomato soup. Who loves tomato soup?
I don't. I love dipping a grilled cheese in it.
So you like grilled cheese, and yeah, you don't. It's more like a condiment than anything else. Then
yes, that's exactly what Indian food is. Like, I get a good curry, and I get like a whole bunch of paneer naan and stuff like that, and I just dip it in the curry. It's delicious.
Pretty much the entire point of Indian food is just dipping things in it. Like, it's just a curry, and then like whatever you put in the curry. What's
the main thing you're dipping though? I'm not well on my Indian food.
Naan. It's Indian bread. I believe it's made in a stone oven. It's pretty solid, but they put like paneer, which is Indian cheese, in there. Like, that's one that's like fig and dates in there. Like, they make all sorts of different naan, and it's all pretty solid. And I'm a big fan of naan. I'm not a big fan of the rest of Indian food. I just want to dip my naan in that and just eat a ton of carbs.
Dip your what now? We have a season-long question in the chat. I'm James. Hopefully you play some season-long, or maybe Grant. I don't know. Would you trade Chase Edmonds and Melvin Gordon for CEH? I mean, knowing just that.
No.
Well, it depends how deep your league is, probably.
No, I mean, look.
Why would you want Melvin Gordon?
It's not Melvin Gordon that I want. It's Chase Edmonds, probably. But like, what it more comes down to is just that, like, CEH, the only way that he's valuable is if they start using him like in the goal line, and they don't do that. Like, Andy Reid doesn't care about getting his running backs into the end zone. He has Patrick frickin' Mahomes.
Yeah.
Hey, Maggie. Hey, Maggie.
This is Margaret, my fiance. I have a cookie here.
Oh yeah.
They brought us the wrong order, so they refunded the entire thing.
Ooh, free
Wow, that's a positive ROI.
Nice, man.
That's where are you, an Uber? Are you an Uber Eats or a DoorDash guy?
Me?
Yeah.
Neither, preferably.
Oh, did you order?
Okay. Ordering food in just never goes right for me.
Oh, really? It's my main stake of life. I would not survive without it.
When like a while ago, when I was working like 2 jobs and I actually had to work a lot, like 80 to 90 hours a week. Yeah. Okay. I used to like Uber Eats and Monster Energy drink at like noon, but like now I'd rather just go pick it up or go out and get it, just because, like, have you ever gotten queso delivered?
Yeah. In certain places, it's good.
You got to get lucky. It's not good.
I've gotten lucky 80% of the time. You also have to know where to get the queso from.
That's fair.
Queso is a GPP order, is what I'm hearing.
I think it's a GPP order. I think it's risky. I think that Grant has gotten very lucky, and you better be careful, because variance turns around. Like, even if your ordering of queso is in a non-binomial distribution, and like these are random events, like, you're gonna get that correction's coming, man. Like, those waves.
I don't think you understand how my life works. No correction ever comes.
I hit the X button on queso personally. It's just not for me. But
you don't like yellow cheese, which is so gosh darn weird.
Why is that so weird to you? I just don't enjoy it. It's okay. I mean, there's other cheeses like the mozzarella. Like
your entire food takes are weird.
I just don't like
yellow cheese. What do you mean?
Cheddar,
all
American, yellow across the board.
Oh, okay. So, like, is it like what is it about it that you don't?
It just doesn't smell good. It doesn't taste good. That's all. It's pretty simple. Yeah.
Well, you also don't like blue cheese. You don't like any
cheese
stinky cheeses. You don't like any stinky cheese.
Okay, take that back.
Wait, hold on. What broker for you?
Blue cheese. Blue cheese is such.
Pro blue cheese?
I mean, I understand it's a highbrow taste, but it is so good.
Devin,
is it though?
Devin, do you ever go to Costco?
Every other day.
What is this Costco you speak of?
So Costco has a like 2-pound thing of gorgonzola that's pretty solid. $10.
Gorgonzola.
Really? That's what gets you going? You're pulling the Homer Simpson gift?
I mean, pull out some crackers. Like, you got yourself a little dish there.
Dude, this is weird, but I love it. I love making like an Italian quesadilla. So just like a tortilla and throw some gorgonzola, some Romano, some Parmesan on there. just throw it in the microwave. It's actually fantastic.
It reminds me of a friend of mine. His one of the jokes he would say, the classic Italian dish, the quesadilla.
Devin, what are you sweating in baseball?
I don't know yet. I have a lot of Alcantara, and about even with the field on Manoah, and I've got plenty of Dodgers stacks. So we'll see where things go.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
Yeah, let us know if it gets interesting. I have a nice lineup that hopefully the Dodgers don't do anything. So yeah, I'm in first in some contest right now, but
that's a scary place to be.
Yeah, well, I mean it's better than other places, but yeah, it's also. What?
I have a decent lineup going. I got Alcantara, Jackson with 11 points, Sanchez with 5 points, Brinson with 5 points, but I have the entire Dodgers stack with it, and Gilbert.
Yeah, I need the Dodgers to chill. That game.
Well, I don't want you to win. I'm rooting against you. Mostly.
Why would you actively root against me? That's not cool.
Because it's in my self-interest.
Why? How would it benefit you? Well, I mean, you're not going to win.
I have the Dodgers.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, that's fine. I'll take down your bad mojo. It's okay. Bring it on.
Oh, some guy's solo shipping the Yahoo right now.
What does it look like? What's the solo ship look like right now?
Williams, Captain Brown, Jacobs, Ravens defense, and Jackson. Man, I almost ended up with that combination.
That's going to change, though,
Somebody's
right?
shipping the DraftKings one solo too.
Wow.
What does that look like?
Loading it up right now. For some reason, it won't load because DraftKings sucks. Okay, he's got Williams, Captain, Darren Waller, Lamar Jackson, Marquise Brown, Josh Jacobs, and Alec Ingold.
Somebody Alec Ingold.
Ingold.
What was Ingold, like $200 or something? $400?
Yeah, $200. He was 0.01% drafted captain and 0.55% drafted overall. He's like one of probably like 50 people that has Ingold in the entire thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone's talking about blue cheese as a foot fungus. The fungus in the cheese is the same as the fungus that's growing in your feet.
Yes.
So that explains why I'm into feet. All right.
There you go.
We all have our thing, man. Tommy
Yeah.
LaStella, leadoff homer versus Yu Darvish, by the way. I don't know if you guys have some LaStella in your life.
What a legend.
Yeah.
All right, my boys. I'm going to jump off and go eat some dessert. But this was fun.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out. The door's open, man. We have 17
the entire second
18
half.
weeks.
Yeah.
Well, I meant beyond tonight.
Yeah,
I think he's done for the night. He's at his fill. He had his quota.
Yeah, I'm always happy to jump on, man. Give me a little bit more time to plan next time, and I'll be able to stay for more than a quarter.
Hey, tell the people where they can find you. Like if they're not aware of your existence, or they're not aware of your Twitter and all that good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you can find me on Twitter at paydirt_DFS. And then all of my stuff is at paydirtdfs.com. I have a website and I do projections for everything like NFL, NBA, MLB, League of Legends, Counter-Strike, Call of Duty, Valorant, like everything. If you need projections for it, I pretty much run everything. So yeah, feel free to come hang out and hopefully I'll be on again on Thursday or something like that.
All right, dude. Thanks for coming on.
Adios,
Thank you,
dudes.
my friend.
See you later.
See
You
ya.
had this Guinness Nitro Cold Brew Coffee. It tastes mostly like Guinness. Somebody in chat was asking me for a review. Let me take another sip in. Kill some time. Say something.
I'm losing money, but I'm not losing as much money as I was. The odds on Baltimore have dropped down to 315, minus 280, minus 300. FanDuel is down to, I have to open it because I have far too many things open and they want to do my location software, minus 325 and minus 300 over on BetMGM. So I'm kind of waiting. I think that Oakland's going to take the lead at some point and become a favorite.
Here's what we're going to do. Somebody was asking earlier, I think it was the previous show, the pre-lock show, asking for some flash draft strategies. So we're gonna do a quick little DK flash draft for the third quarter.
Okay.
Got that
Bryan,
on
you know
you.
what flash draft is?
Have you never done this? It's actually, I'm not gonna lie. I actually do this a lot with my wife. They're actually a lot of fun to play. Well, especially if you're watching the game, like what we're doing here.
It's in the lobby, I assume?
It is, yes. It is in the DraftKings lobby, the DraftKings.com lobby.
Okay, and what is it under? I see Madden Showdown.
Flash draft.
I don't see flash draft.
It might be a mobile. It might be a mobile only thing.
Oh, I gotta get a phone?
Oh my gosh.
Well,
Bryan, are you playing this?
I'll hop in on it.
Yeah, there's like 3 minutes and 40 seconds until the next one, so you got some time.
Oh, this is exciting. Do I have time to pee?
No.
Devin,
Talk to Dean while I'm doing this.
Devin, have you currently signed up for it?
I am, yes. I've got $1, $12, and $5 reserved.
So what do I go to? I go to the lobby.
Just
Talk me through
hit
this.
NFL, and then it should be flash draft, and there should be there for Sunday. They have them for a bunch of games, but obviously these standalone games.
Okay, I see it now. All right, and you're just picking basically for the second half DFS. That's more or less what it is.
Yeah, there's 3 options for each tier. You pick 5 players, and basically just put together a quick lineup.
Okay, so I don't have to enter anything. It'll pop up my phone, like click here and enter when I have to. I guess.
You've reserved your entries, I assume.
No, well, how do I reserve an entry?
Like click the actual contest, like click the game, and then
okay.
there should be some. Yeah, there you go on the next page.
Okay, so let's see. Which one are you in? The $12?
Somebody in chat says, "Do you have a smartphone, Dean?"
I do. I'm on Team Android.
Hey, have you heard of iPhones?
What is this iPhone you speak of? No, I don't. I know how to work an Android, so I haven't used an iPhone. I don't feel like I'm missing out outside of people saying like people forget my text or don't get my text because I'm not on the iPhone family, and apparently that they don't.
Oh, you're green in the text messages, aren't you?
Yeah, that's my understanding.
What a plebeian.
Yeah.
How do I? Where do I go to flash my draft?
Go to the NFL tab and then hit the game under flash
$12
draft.
one, Devin?
I'm in 5, 1, and 12. It's basically the same draft regardless of which tier you get into.
You're a baller, man.
I'm in the $5 one.
I'm in the 12. I'm richer than you, Grant.
I mean, we should all be in there regardless, right? I mean, I'd be surprised. That'll be the first time
I'm in the $12 one. Suck it, Dean. I'm rich. So rich.
Got to throw in a suck it, Dean.
Whoever had 958 on the East Coast in their.
Do I want dumplings?
Yeah.
Where from?
From my kitchen? I'm not making them.
Wait, from the microwave?
All that talk about ordering food, and here you are talking about making some dumplings in your kitchen.
Dumplings are one of those foods you have to. The homemade micro. They haven't mastered it yet in the microwave.
Oh, they have. They have.
Who did it? Who mastered it?
Costco has beef bulgogi dumplings. It's a 3-pound bag for $12. You throw them in the air fryer is the secret, Dean, with a little bit of ghee spray that's kind of like butter, and put it in for about 10 minutes, and oh my gosh, they are. I don't even think I'm exaggerating when I say they're the best dumplings I've ever had in my life.
Like better than a restaurant quality dumpling.
Yeah.
And it's
they're better than any restaurant I've ever had.
Pork dumpling? Chicken dumpling?
Beef bulgogi.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the thing with Costco, they have like 2 options. They're not one for selection.
Wait, are you talking about the options that they hand out for free?
No, like the things they have for purchase, they got like a billion things with like 2 options.
Is that Tuesday, or is that Thursday, the free sample day?
I don't.
Every day.
Come on, don't tell me you don't know.
I'm not that old to know
me.
the day this.
You're gonna ask.
They're every day.
You're gonna
You're the
ask.
sample guy. You hit up every. You're the guy that goes there for lunch. Like that's your lunch.
You talking to me or Grant?
I was talking to you, Devin. Like.
Oh no, I'm just saying you're gonna like shtickle people about driving 30 minutes for $50, and you're gonna tell me what day of the week the Costco free sample day is.
Well, I don't know what bishtickle. I contact schools. I think I know what that word means, but I was not bishtickling people. I was not. I'm okay with somebody doing that.
We got 10 seconds, guys. The excitement.
Bishtickle.
Hold on. How do you spell that, Devin? Bishtickle.
We might have to ask Siri for that one.
3 seconds.
All right. So what's the strategy? What script are we playing?
I don't know
what I'm supposed to do.
I'm taking Mark Andrews.
Oh yeah, is Murray Andrews a walk?
Are we taking a Baltimore player or a Baltimore player?
Am I taking the guy that's actually playing and the guy that's not playing? Like, why would I take Murray? I know he's UCF, but come on.
He got a carry or 2.
1 carry. I think he got
52%. People. 16.
What's the point of this game? Well, Williams versus Jacobs kind of thing.
Dean says, "What's the point of this?" I'm gonna go with
I feel
Williams.
like I have to go off the board at some point, but
you got to be concerned.
Like Jacobs or Williams is the only. I mean, I guess you can't go
keep in mind it's only a quarter, right? So really, you're kind of banking on like a good drive to get all.
I'll
your
be
points.
different at receiver. I'll be different at receiver. I'm not going to be different.
And there's different X's, like they get. Different...
Oh yeah, and
well, Devin, you didn't tell us
Brown.
so smart.
You guys, this cannot be the first time you've done these.
Devin, you buried the lead, man. Say it's like Super Draft.
Well, that's the first time it's been 3x instead of a.
I took Waller.
Yeah, they come and go, Dean. Don't sweat.
Wait, I can get Waller at 3
I'm
and
going
4?
Renfro here. I'm going Renfro over Waller.
No, Waller was a 3, wasn't he?
No, Waller was a 2.
I'm gonna go off the board, Edwards.
I got Waller in both. I got Waller and Waller. I stacked Waller.
Oh yeah, can you just stack Waller?
You can. Yeah, you
I
can.
stacked Waller.
Especially between the different tiers, different multipliers.
Oh, now I feel like I should put.
Oh gosh, I can get Ruggs and Edwards.
You can get two terrible players.
I'm gonna take Carr because I didn't take Jackson in the other one.
I'm taking Carr because I get the Waller. I get the Waller Carr.
And I'll just eat the chalk with Jackson. There we go.
Oh,
63.
If Carr throws a touchdown to Waller, that's it. It's over. I win.
There you go. You win.
I won this thing.
My God, it was that easy.
This is what I mean, Devin. Midway through, it wasn't great finding out that like there's actual hooks as far as the super draft style like 1.5x. But all right, $12 well spent.
Well, I gotta have my edge there, Dean.
Yeah, I do appreciate that. I don't
You dirty rat cheater.
In the chat, they're asking about, is it the Babigo dumplings or the Ling Ling ones? Which one is it, Grant? The Ling Ling or the Babibo? Babigo. All right. Are you going to show them? Is somebody making this for you, or you kind of throw them in, or what?
Bobby Sue's making it.
Oh, she's delightful. Tell her I say hello.
I will. You can probably say hello to her if you want.
Well, I mean, we're doing a thing, right? Oh, I forgot. When you have like a Guinness, there's like a ball inside of it. The little ball inside of the Guinness to keep it fermented the right way?
No, Guinness is gross. No. That's my only addition.
What's not gross, Devin? Give me your snobby IPA that you drink.
I mean, I didn't drink any IPAs tonight. We're running a little dry at the office here, but I grabbed myself a Bud Light that was just a little bit, one rung maybe over a glass of water. So.
Oh man, times are rough, man. Is that in the office, the Bud Light?
Yeah, it seems like the pandemic hit our alcohol selection hard.
I'll send I'll send a case of something your way that's a little bit better.
What's funny is my wife was gonna actually get a Drizzly order. Talking about ordering food, Drizzly. If you don't use Drizzly, we're not sponsored by Drizzly, but yeah, it's just basically
what's Drizzly?
Postmates, but for alcohol.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I bet Grant knows what that is.
I don't, because I literally have 50 gallons of alcohol in my house.
Right,
that's not an exaggeration.
You have more wine than the liquor store would have.
Yes. You want it? I got it.
If Prohibition kicks in, we're all going to Grant's house. Yeah. He's gonna be a billionaire.
That's base level right there. It's HQ over there at Grant's place.
I'm currently looking at getting a new house in the next 6 months, and there was one that popped up, and it had like a big old wine cellar in it. And I'm like, oh gosh, this was perfect. Dang it. I wish I didn't just refinance so I could buy that right now.
Are you staying in the same general area?
Still be in Colorado Springs, yeah. We'll either be in this zip code or just north 2 miles, 3 miles.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I think the second half is at the start here, is it not?
It's already started.
Yeah, I just lost my internet, not my internet, my link here on the stream. I'm paying for the stream, for the record, but just to kick me off for some reason.
I feel like I'm gonna try and start up my stream.
What's that?
I haven't had it. I've been watching the thing the entire time.
Well, you've been watching the dots. You haven't actually been watching the game.
Yes, that is correct.
Oh, well, put the game.
I tried. I got frazzled at the beginning of the game, and then you remember.
I do recall. Yes.
Open Hulu.
Here's Hulu.
Gosh, I love the internets.
It's really ridiculous.
I got my remote on my phone.
We're so spoiled.
Oh yeah, life's great. Ooh, let's see. Come on, get a turnover on downs or punt here. Punt so that the Raiders can take the lead and I can make money.
What channel is ESPN? Why can't I find this? Now I'm frazzled.
You are a frazzled guy.
I can watch The Wall, but I don't think this is a good time for that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, too bad this is halfway behind my green screen.
What?
My TV is to my left and it's halfway behind my green screen.
Baltimore 3-0, by the way.
Nice.
Yeah. There you go. Did you ever? Well, what'd you get the Raiders at?
I have them at plus 165, plus 155, and plus 250.
Lamar right now is not. He's not the captain, right? I assume he's not the captain on these winning teams currently.
I believe he is on my Yahoo. Oh wait, no, he's not.
I don't think he's the winner right now. I think Williams is the winner currently. Yeah. I would imagine he gets past Lamar, but who knows? We shall see. It definitely Williams gets another touchdown, it could be super interesting for sure. And a non-Lamar captain on a site where the salary doesn't change. Like, I wonder where it's at. Probably the same deal on FanDuel, I assume. It's the same scoring, right?
Ooh, solid punt there.
It was a good punt. Did we get any points for that?
I love a good punt, though. My dream job was an NFL punter. And everyone says, oh, why wouldn't you want to be the kicker? Yeah, do you have any idea how many lives have been ruined by being a kicker for an NFL team or Boise State?
Why Boise State? Have they missed out on some national championships because of the
Boise State and Alabama have had kickers that have had multiple threats on their lives.
Oh yeah, if you miss it, because their fans are more so Alabama than Boise State as far as
Boise State, I think it happened. They're about to it was the year I think they were 11-0, and it looked like they were going to get into the national championship game because there were enough other teams without losses, and they had, I think, one big win on their schedule, and the kicker missed it to win, and they ended up losing, and so they could have potentially gone to the national championship. And let's be honest, people in Idaho, they are not the they got guns there, and they're very, very intense on their Boise State football. Because what else is in Iowa?
I didn't know they were like that. I know they like their team, and they had a.
This was predominantly back in the 2007 to 2015
range. The Fiesta Bowl. They had that great Statue of Liberty play. Who they beaten? Was it the Fiesta Bowl?
Well, it was back when they had Kellen Moore as their quarterback. They were
Johnson was
undefeated.
a running back, and then he proposed to his girlfriend, the cheerleader. Hopefully they're still together. It was a great story.
Doug Martin was their running back, I believe.
What was Doug Martin's nickname?
Oh gosh, something like hamster or something.
Yeah, was it muscle
hamster?
Muscle hamster. What happened to Dougie Martin?
He slowly faded out. I mean, when he was playing for, I think, Tampa Bay, is that right? He had those 5 or 4 80-yard runs in a year, and then just fizzled out.
I think he had some injuries. You kind of sort of somewhat describe the plot. Isn't that kind of the plot of Buffalo 66? You ever see Buffalo 66 where it's about a field goal kicker who misses a field goal? It's not necessarily the famous one, Scotty Norwood, but he misses a field goal and somebody lost a bunch of money on it and he wants to kill the guy who missed the field goal. Have you seen this movie before? Are you aware of it? Vincent Gallo?
I don't think so.
Christina Ricci? Yeah, I don't know why to say it that way, but
Christina Ricci.
She's most famous for she was Wednesday, right? In the Addams Family. I think that's where she's most famous for.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, but she was a child then. Devin, have you seen Buffalo 66? You know what I'm talking about?
No.
I do not.
Nope.
Devin?
No idea.
A bit of a movie snob.
Nope.
I think.
Gosh.
Not about that one.
Anybody in the chat see Buffalo 66? There you go.
Come on, complete a pass, Car.
Are you ahead of me? You're watching the dots, and the dots are always going to be ahead of the screen. Oh, Waller. It was right in his hands. Waller was wide open. He just flat out dropped it.
Would have been great for your stack, although I think it's a fourth quarter one.
You're right. Oh, it's just fourth quarter? That wasn't for the third quarter? Oh,
I thought it was
right
fourth
to the top.
quarter.
Is there another flash at the end of the third quarter, Devin? Or no, not time. Oh. Man, I would have shot right to the top of my stack.
Grant's right. It was fourth quarter. I thought it was for the third quarter, but they must have closed the third one before the end of the halftime.
Yeah.
Oh,
that was brutal.
We'll get another one in.
Here we go. Oh, Waller again breaks a big one. 25 yards or so.
Oh, really?
Oh, there's a flag down. Come on. I didn't see a hold.
Yeah, the line went from plus 165 Raiders to plus 240 almost immediately.
Gruden looks displeased. I assume his flag's on the Raiders. Yeah, looks like they're bringing it back. I can't tell though. Pass interference. That's why Waller was wide open. I can see pushed off. That's a bummer.
At least it's only a 4-yard penalty.
Wait, was that not even Waller?
That was Waller. Oh,
okay.
I don't actually know.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it was Waller. Yeah. No, that's.
Oh yeah, Black Snake Moan. They're messing in the chat as well too. If you've ever seen that one with Samuel L. Jackson, that's a wild movie. That's not for the kids, by the way. Do not don't round the kids up. I know you like to watch with your niece, Grant. Sometimes those Disney movies. I would not show her Black Snake Moan.
Yeah, she won't get it.
Well, I just wouldn't recommend it.
To each their own.
Hey, who am I to tell people how to parent? I don't have any children.
Delay of game.
Well, what do they lose? 2 yards? A yard?
Yeah, 2 yards is correct.
Yeah.
Still gotta make it a little rougher to punt.
Are they gonna just do like a screener, like a draw or something here, just to kind of give them some room? It's always annoying.
I don't know. I mean, it's on 2 yard line. It's not great, but it's not terrible.
It's safe.
I don't know. Man. Come on, be better. No, Drake run for 1 yard.
You like Gruden?
I do. I actually do, strangely enough.
Does he amuse you?
He does amuse me.
Yeah, there it is, the run. They just punt the ball if you're gonna do that. Come on. It's stupid. It's whatever. It's playing. I don't like playing safe.
Yeah.
Gruden's upset like it didn't work. Of course it's not gonna work. 3rd and 14. What are you doing? And it wasn't even like to distract. It was a straight run. There's no sort of deception in the play.
Yeah. This is still a goose. Currently in 10th in the super draft.
Yeah.
Let's see. Renfro, Watkins, Brown, Waller, and then Williams and the captain.
I did not play over there.
So I guess I could use more Watkins and some Renfro.
I got some let's see, what do I need here? I'm sorry, I'm looking at my baseball stuff. I could potentially made a couple of good baseball lines. We got a big run back here for Baltimore. Down the sidelines into the 40-yard line there for Vegas. I'm gonna keep doing that. Christina Ricci is going to be in the Matrix Resurrections movies. Apparently, the Matrix didn't take for me. I didn't love it. It was okay. It was fine. I'm good though. I don't need to see another one.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Is there any more of a classic Dean answer?
I didn't love the Matrix.
The Matrix didn't take.
It was fine. Whatever. Maybe I need to see it again. But I didn't love
the Matrix was fantastic. What is wrong with you?
Yeah, it was originally potentially if they wanted to be in that movie, we denied it and said
a lot of people.
Yeah, well, the famous one is Will Smith. He wanted to do Wild Wild West instead. Apparently.
Tom Cruise,
fantastic movie.
Leonardo DiCaprio.
No, hold on, Devin. Why do you only get angry at me? Grant just said Wild Wild West is a fantastic movie.
Dean,
that is the worst take on the show.
When is the last time, Dean? When is the last time you saw Wild Wild West?
Wild West.
The last time was the first time, and I saw. So the end scene of Wild Wild West is like a giant electronic bug or something.
What can you not
mechanical spider?
What is there not to understand here, Dean?
It's so stupid.
It's a fantastic movie.
I had the VHS of that when I was growing up, and that was one of our going to the lake house movies. We'd have that on.
You were 10, and you were too dumb to realize it was.
I mean, we watched Men in Black then too, and I just watched that the other day, and I was ecstatic to see it on the screen.
Men in Black is not a good movie either.
Oh, are you serious?
Come on, Dean.
It's not a good movie.
Dean, I'm gonna shut it down here in a minute.
I saw Men in Black, and a friend of mine called me up and said they raved how great it was. Men in Black, you gotta go check it out. And I was like, really?
You trust the critics? What do you think they gave it?
No, I don't. Don't.
Let's hear it.
Hang on. They gave it.
Don't try to entrap me.
Let's hear it.
I mind of my own.
Dean, what do you think they gave it?
Oh, you want to play the Rotten Tomatoes game? It's a fun game to play.
Yeah. What do you think they gave it?
You want the critic score or the audience score?
We'll go critic score.
Okay. Men in Black you're talking about? Or
yes.
We're also gonna go back and the bug movie or the spider movie, because that one I guarantee you that the critics, Wild Wild West, the critics gave 15%.
Dumplings.
But I will say,
hooray!
Show us the dumplings. I don't know who brought up Identity, but Identity, that was a fun movie.
Identity is a fantastic movie.
That was good. That's clever. Don't give the ending. Some people haven't seen it before. But yeah, that was a clever movie. I enjoyed it.
When I was going up the stairs, I met a man who wasn't there. He wasn't there again today. I wish he'd go away.
Is that from Identity?
Yes.
I would have to imagine.
Have you seen Identity, Devin, or no?
I have not. I actually don't know what you're talking about.
It's worth checking out. It's good.
Is it as good as Wild Wild West?
Wow. I bet it got a lower Rotten Tomatoes score. Dean.
I would be willing to bet on that.
The Men in Black Rotten Tomatoes score from the audience is probably in the 80s. Maybe I would say I used to wager in this game. Remember there was no sports grant. We were betting on this. This is the game we actually played.
You lost so much money.
The dark ages.
Yeah, this is what we did to pass the time. So the critic score for Men in Black is probably like an 83. So it's a strong number. And the audience is
great. You have it up.
Yep. It's 79, so that's pretty solid. What do you think the critic score is?
Well, that's what I said. The viewing audience.
Oh,
There goes Lamar in the open field for. Oh, what a move!
yeah.
Got the first one.
Wait, your guess for the critic score was what?
83, I believe I said.
92.
Wow.
Audience
Yeah.
score was 79.
That's what I'm talking about.
No,
Yeah,
I
the
mean,
critics love it.
It was. I didn't love it. I thought it was fine. Like,
Critically acclaimed, Dean. That's what the box says on that
Yeah,
movie.
literally critically acclaimed.
Well, you can't make fun of me both ways. You can't say A, you love anything the critics love, and B, why don't you love it because the critics love it? You can't
Well,
do both ways.
we can if you don't like it, despite the critics loving it.
So in the chat, they want to know our top 5 movies. I have my 5 basically in my head. We can talk about it in a second. Devin, you happen to have those off the dome?
Oh, wow, that's such a loaded question. I went to film
Number 1,
school.
Shawshank Redemption.
It's a great
Number
nomination.
2, Super Troopers.
That's not a
Number
great
3, underrated, Green Street Hooligans. Number 4, Fight Club.
Great movie.
Number 5, I'd have to think about.
So
The Hooligans?
Yeah, Green Street Hooligans, absolutely fantastic. Elijah
like I've
Wood,
seen
Charlie Hunnam. It's about
I've heard of that one.
soccer firm, I think they
So-
called it.
Yeah,
Yeah, absolutely amazing movie.
Fight
One of my
Club. Fight Club is definitely in my top 5. I was going to say
Yeah.
that one.
Great movie.
And I'll get a little contrarian. Dean, you're going to crack up at this
Oh,
one.
no.
Rush Hour.
What?
Oh gosh, fantastic.
Hilarious.
It's not a top 5
It
movie,
is
though.
so funny, Dean. Come on,
Number
Dean.
5, A Knight's
Oh.
Tale.
I haven't seen that in so long.
Heath Ledger?
I watch it 6 times a year.
No.
Now-
How do you... Based on what? Why? Like, you watch it 6 times in the last calendar year? Knight's Tale?
Oh, at least in the last calendar year. Yeah.
Why? What else are you doing in your... You could be delivering food or... You could be picking up a $50 bill. For
A Knight's Tale is fantastic.
Is it?
Yes.
Picking up a $50 bill. Throwback to
Oh,
2
man.
hours ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you were watching 2 hours ago, that just paid off.
Oh, man, the setup.
Lamar back to pass. Ooh, rough pass. That was on 3rd down, too. Are we going to get a field goal? I assume we're going to get a field goal here. Yeah, we're going to get a field goal attempt. Brant, Devin, you want to sit? Here, I'll give you my top 5. Ready for it?
Yeah, go ahead.
And this is kind of chalky. Like Pulp Fiction. Like, you can't... If you want to say anything about Pulp Fiction's the best.
Mhm.
Best movie of all time.
Sure.
What else? What else did I have in my top 5? Memento, possibly in my top 5? Well, you're
I can see where this list is going. Dean, like I said, I went to film school. I know what this list is.
You're laughing at. Okay, so again, you can't make fun of me. For
Just
not
make sure
liking a
you
critically
put your
acclaimed
P out when you say the rest of them, okay?
movie. But I just said Men in Black, the critically acclaimed Men in Black, was fine. It was fine. It wasn't spectacular. It wasn't amazing.
All right, what's number 3?
I'll give you like top 10 because American Beauty was in there at one point.
Of course it is.
That's another film school.
Of course it is.
I'm sure. Boogie Nights. 100%. That's in my top 5.
All right, so that's the Dean one. We'll let you have that one.
Boogie Nights is incredible. The most rewatch. Name a more rewatchable movie than Boogie Nights. You know what? Maybe
Rush
the answer
Hour.
is no.
A Knight's Tale.
No.
Fight Club.
We're getting another drink.
Fight Club's good, but come on.
Fight Club's good. I haven't seen that one probably since like 2015 though.
I would throw both Rounders, Matt Damon. I'm thinking Rounders, and Good Will Hunting in the top 10 potentially. Those are just phenomenal. Just
Sure.
phenomenal movies.
Sure.
Like Matt Damon's like top 4 movies.
Big-
I don't know if anything. I mean, maybe De Niro can compete with this if you do like the Godfather thing or something like that. But you know, but like if you just like do like top 4, not overall body of work, incredible.
Got a couple of submissions in chat. Obviously, Big Lebowski, definitely going to be up there. That's a lovely one.
Love the dude. Yeah, that's a good answer.
Forrest Gump, that's a good one.
Amazing, incredible. Here, you want a fun fact about Forrest Gump? Well, this is a fun fact actually, but this is weird.
I better have
So-
fun on this one.
It's not. It's actually kind of a downer.
I'm already
It's interesting.
disappointed.
So Forrest Gump, there was somebody wrote the sequel. There was a sequel written to Forrest Gump. It was going to happen. They were going to make a second Forrest Gump, and the dude that was writing it, I can't remember if it was the same guy who wrote the first one. Doesn't matter. But the dude that was going to write it, he was submitting the sequel, was submitting the second one to like whoever he was submitting it to. But on the day of when he was submitting it was 9/11.
Wow.
And he said, and he said, you know what, like this, you know, everything's changed, and like whatever he had written on the page, you know, obviously Forrest Gump is all about like significant events and how it sort of like was around that and all that. and he just trashed it. He said, "Yeah, this is not going to work."
I wonder if he'll revisit it with a more modern lens.
I don't know. I mean, that was 20 years ago. But
right.
Yeah, I just thought that's just like a crazy, just sort of a random aside about. But Forrest Gump's fabulous. How you just like that? How you just like
Ferris Bueller's Day Off is another good one. And Dumb and Dumber. Somebody says love or hate it. I don't know how you don't love it. I mean, that's
yeah, it's a classic. It's not Jim Carrey's best movie, but
I think Cardi hates it.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, was it that or was it Anchorman?
He hates both. He doesn't like fun.
does not like fun.
Yeah, it's weird. So Ferris Bueller, like, when did you, Devin? You saw that as a child? I assume that was way before your time.
You don't know whose anybody's time is, Dean. You've said that phrase like 4 times this week, and it's almost always been accurate.
That movie came out at least 5 years before you were born.
Sure,
maybe like 7, 8 years. I don't know.
I watched it though. I watched it in the prime.
According to chat, Travolta, Murray, Chevy Chase all passed on Forrest Gump. Wow, I cannot imagine Chevy Chase being Forrest Gump. Travolta and Bill, that's just weird.
Unpopular opinion. Chevy Chase is not a good person, but I love him in every acting role.
Yeah, they basically kicked him off. They kicked him off that show on NBC.
Community.
Yeah, they just said he was just like, he still thought he was like this big A-list star, and like that's how he wanted to be treated. And
I liked him in Spies Like Us. Remember that one?
Yes.
Talk about movies that are in my time, Dean.
With Dan Aykroyd. Yeah. What about Fletch? Are you a big Fletch fan?
Michael Dompier in chat, Inglourious Bastards, of course. Just
incredible, just amazing.
Yeah.
And it gave us Christoph Waltz, like, who's just, I mean, I don't know if he won the
That's
Oscar
a bingo.
I'm not a huge Quentin Tarantino guy.
We just say bingo. Wait a second.
That's tough. That's tough.
Look, there's some I like. There are a lot of them I don't like.
Which Tarantino movie do you not like?
I wasn't a fan of most of them. The ones I do like are Reservoir Dogs, Pulp Fiction. There's one other one that I love.
Did you see that?
Most of them just
Hateful Eight.
Hateful Eight, yeah. That's some extra gory movie right there.
That's like in his back 5. He's just, when you're comparing him against himself, unfortunately.
Let's see. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Not really a huge fan of. Kill Bill. Not really.
Kill Bill's phenomenal.
Inglourious Bastards was solid.
Oh,
I was about to say, you choose your next words carefully here, Grant.
Tarantino is the best. He's the best director of our time right now. Like, there's nobody better. That's it.
What's his name? Richie Guy.
What?
Guy Ritchie.
Guy. Oh, who's dealing with the guy's name?
Richie Guy. Wait, Tarantino did The Rock?
No, he didn't do that.
No, he was in The Rock, I think.
Oh yeah.
Or produced The Rock.
Was he in The Rock?
I don't think so.
But
I don't remember.
No, Sean Connery's and like Nicolas Cage are in The Rock.
Oh no, you're getting him mixed up with Sean Connery.
The Rock is I did. The Rock is one of my favorite movies of all time. I was trying to think
That's
of
in your
like
top 5?
No, it could be in my top 10. I love that movie.
Really?
I love a lot of Nicolas Cage
pass here for
in
Raiders.
Con Air.
Oh, come on. Make that catch. We
Son
got a
of
penalty.
biscuit.
That was for Edwards, too. And we do have a flag. Looks like we're like a 40-yard penalty here. So Con Air is one of those where, like, the critics probably didn't love it. But, look, Devin,
I bet the critics gave it over 75.
Pull it up. Let's pull it up.
I will wager on that. How much do you want to wager on that, Grant? 75% for the critics? I will wager against that. Let's wager against it. What?
I'll go 50.
Okay, yeah. I got $50 in the under for
That was a 50 and a mouthful of dumpling from Grant.
Yeah, it was 56%.
There it is. Boom.
All right. Well, what do you think about Face Off? I bet they gave that over 75.
Okay, I will double down. You haven't looked at anything, right? I'm happy to double down.
I'm looking it up right now.
Oh, so you want to lock it in? You want to double down? Because I will say under 75 for Face Off as well. For the critics, not the audience, critics.
What do you think it is? It's higher.
It's like 69.
92.
Wow!
What?
Look at that.
Oh wow. Oh man, so we're even. That was I never lost $50 so fast.
Granted, I did know that it was high.
Oh well, wait, did you just rope-a-dope me?
Yeah. Oh yeah. 100%.
Rope-a-dope me.
All right. Well, speaking of rope-a-dope, let's play another flash draft. We can get one for the fourth quarter.
All right.
Oh, we can do it now?
Yeah, I got 4 minutes left before it starts. So.
Gosh, these dumplings are incredible.
Grant, what's the condiment used?
Say?
It doesn't work well with the camera because he's got green screen, so it looks kind of nasty. I'm not gonna lie. It's like trying to take out part of the middle of the dumpling, so it did not look good when you first showed it.
You're asking what condiment I'm using?
Yeah.
You need a
So it's a
comment for
sauce I
dumplings?
paid $400 for.
What kind of
Is it made
sauce?
with Kobe beef? What is it made with?
I have no idea what it's made with, but it's in Weed, California. I've talked about this multiple times today. In Weed, California. It's a place called Asian American Barbecue, and I bought a gallon of it. Ooh.
For 400.
400 what?
Where do you store that?
You said that was a $400 bottle?
No, each bottle was roughly $90 for a half gallon. But after shipping, and my buddy who bought it tipped 20% for some reason because he got scared. I don't know. It was very
He
confusing.
passed the tip on you. He got the credit, and you had to pay for it. He got the tip credit.
I don't care. Like, I paid
I want the credit.
$250 for this gallon of sauce, and I use it on everything.
There are a few things I need increments of $100 in, especially liquids.
Brent, how long do you plan on living for? How much of the sauce do you have?
A gallon.
And how long do you think this will survive for you? How long do you think you'll have this?
I normally buy a half gallon at a time, and it generally lasts 4 months.
And did we actually land on what kind of sauce this was, or did you just give the monetary amount for it?
No, I don't. It's different than
rich sauce.
anything I've ever had in my life.
It tastes like $400.
No, it's incredible. Like, I know people. Ooh, something's about to happen here, I think.
Oh well, I'm ahead of you. You're ahead of us. So we got.
No, I just saw
second
the
and eight.
Ravens line drop down to -200.
Well, maybe we got like a 40-yard touchdown here from the Raiders.
Well,
We're currently at 2nd and 8.
I'm streaming the show, so I have nothing but dots to look at.
Carr back to pass. Waller just caught a ball at the 21-yard line. First down by 7 with 5 minutes to go in the third. There's that Waller stack. Boom.
Boom! Too bad it's still the third quarter.
So we have some stuff here in the chat. Let's catch up with the chat. No Country for Old Men. Phenomenal movie. Anybody didn't disagree with that?
Wasn't a huge fan of it.
Wow.
Grant, you were here at one point. And now you jumped to here.
I watched it at a young age. I need to revisit
I was going to
it.
say, I wouldn't necessarily say that it's bad, but it's definitely might be like an acquired taste if you didn't watch it at the most opportune moment, right?
One of the best Coen Brother movies there is. That and Big Lebowski.
Somebody said Smoking Aces. That was kind of an out there movie, but I thought that was pretty good too. I don't know if you guys
It was
saw
stupid
that.
fun. Like,
Yeah,
it was fun.
yeah.
It was stupid fun. Don't take it
Dean-
too seriously. It's a pop.
Hey Dean, what kind of fun would you call Wild Wild West?
Just stupid. Not
Wow, wow, West.
Because I'm pretty sure that's some pretty stupid fun right there too.
The director Kevin Smith, by the way, talked about that, and the reason why that stupid bug or spider or whatever was in the end, the big climax of the movie, is because the head of the studio, his son, that's what he wanted. His like 5-year-old son wanted that.
Nailed
That's
it.
The reason why.
You know what?
Nailed
That's
it.
the-
Dean, I'm not a huge fan of the Coen brothers.
Oh,
Oh, he's going for the knees. He's going for the
Coen
knees.
Brothers, Grant, you're just making me angry. You don't think
There
Coen
are-
Brothers or Quentin Tarantino?
Hey, you're both in
There
this flash draft,
is-
right?
There are 2 movies that I really liked.
Is that
One
right?
of them should be fairly obvious.
Well, that's 45 with another catch. The same. What's his name? The guy that nobody has.
Ingold.
It's
I
Oakland.
have him.
It's Oakland.
So you said there's 2 movies you really like, but that are Coen Brother movies.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one's got to be Big Lebowski.
Yep.
I mean, Fargo is fabulous.
I need to revisit that. I haven't seen it in 15 years.
It's Devin. Tell him how good Fargo is.
Oh, I've heard nothing but great things.
It's phenomenal.
This is when I break the
Oh,
glass.
it's starting. It's starting.
What's
It's
I'm
starting.
not in the thing.
I just
Oh.
asked 30 seconds ago if you both in this. All right. Well, Dean's not winning anything. Let's
I
go.
went Jackson.
I'm going
That's
Waller.
1.5.
It's 4th and 1 right now.
You didn't see the 1.5 there.
Go for
Oh, I
it.
did. I'm trying to fade
Oh.
fade Jacob or Jackson. on this
Jackson.
one.
Double Jackson.
Waller and Carr. Why not? Let's go with Vegas heavy. Sorry, Oakland heavy.
Yeah,
is
you finally got
Oakland
the
gonna
board
go
for
for it?
saying Oakland.
Is Oakland going to go for it? Their name is
Yes,
Oakland.
yes, they're going for it right now. 4th.
Good.
It looks. I think is that Merrick? No, that's Carr. Okay.
I'm going Brown.
And they did not. Nope, they didn't get it. Good lord, what was that play
fudges.
call?
Oh, man.
They didn't. Yeah, it
Ah.
was just. And it was not good.
Man, I really should have hit the line there right beforehand. Now my hedging out strategy is not looking great.
I didn't love Oh Brother Where Art Thou, by the way. The chat's talking about
Come,
the movie.
Dean, come
I didn't-
on.
I didn't love that one. It was
Killing me, Smalls.
Oh man,
And
my flash draft is looking great. I got Jackson, Brown, and Brown.
Jackson Brown, the singer, the
I
guitarist.
guess I'll stick with Vegas.
And also Raising Arizona. You ready for it? Overrated.
Never saw it.
It's fine. It's okay. But people rave about that movie. It's Nick Cage. You'd probably like it.
What? Something just you encountered an error? Did you get this?
I did not. No, I successfully selected my my fifth pick.
Horse malarkey. I had Jackson, Brown, and Brown. I had the perfect stack. If he
Well,
gets a touchdown here,
I was going to say, incoming the 80-yard pass to Brown. Burn After Reading. Did you watch that one, Dean? That seems like something right after.
Yeah,
the
Brad
second
Pitt.
one.
Yeah.
It's good. I liked it. I wouldn't put it like as the top 5 for them. Again, I think Fargo and what else to talk about as far as the best going?
No Country for Old Men. Oh,
No
Brother, Where Art
Country.
Thou was pretty solid.
Big Lebowski. I think those are the top 3 for me. True Grit was fine. Lady Killer is one of the worst. Tom Hanks. Blood Simple was pretty good. That's
They were
fine.
talking about Harrison Ford movies as well. That's a pretty rich category.
I don't have a good answer for that because
Gosh,
I'm not
the
a
Raiders
I'm not-
are sitting at plus 390 over on Barstool. I feel like I have to hit that.
What is it? Plus what?
390.
That's a big number, man.
3 minutes
I
left
just
in the
dropped
third.
it. Son of a biscuit. Just dropped 350.
It's like
Instead of like just pounce, Grant. You got to take advantage of
Tell
that.
us after the
I'm
fact.
trying to multitask.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
I got the flash draft that kept me from getting the Ravens at minus 200.
That darn flash draft.
Man.
See, I wonder when Will's going to show up here.
Will is not showing back up. He's just chilling, man. He was being polite, and I was happy he stuck around for a certain amount of time. It's nice to have you jump in here, Devin. The people don't hear you enough. They just hear you from time to time, and I'm sure they like hearing.
Well, I don't. There's a lot of stuff to go over each day. I try not to stomp on feet. Clearly, we don't have as much to go over today.
You got to know
Yeah, we
your
have a
lane.
3-hour podcast, and
Yeah.
who knows what we've talked about.
I mean, we're at 3:05 now, so I think we're a little past that part.
We still have an entire quarter left. Gosh darn it!
Let's see. I'm just scrolling back in the chat. Bunch of stuff been thrown out there. Terminator 2, fine. I'm not a big action guy. If you haven't pieced that together, like they're just not.
The Terminator 2 is fantastic.
You're not a big action guy. You're not a big flavor guy. You're not a big stupid fun guy. Dean, what do you like?
No, I said Con Air is like a stupid fun movie. Just kick out. I'm perfectly fine. Give me back my bunny. All right, yeah, sure. Like all the stupid lines that Nick Cage says, I'm okay with it.
I could hit you with so many Rush Hour quotes right now that would be so stupid, but they'd be so funny.
Oh, here goes Lamar. Here goes Lamar.
Is it to Brown?
No, he's running 15 yards.
Oh, okay.
But he's just making these moves that are ridiculous.
I was gonna say that's a quarter early. We still haven't even hit your first flash draft, Dean.
Oh, wait. Do I even know? I don't want to check. How do I check the score of that? Because I have.
It's below your DraftKings entries.
Okay. Oh, I'm done though because I have the Oakland. I have the Vegas stack. So I'm tapped out. I think.
You're gonna need to start an Oakland counter on the next show.
Yeah. Well, hopefully they're not again. One of the more unexciting teams in the league. I think.
On all the island games.
Oh, please no. There's a pass in the flat to I believe to Williams for about 5 or 6 yards. All right. Let's see. Other Blazing Saddles. Have you guys seen Blazing Saddles? That is a movie that.
Oh yeah, fantastic movie.
That's a movie that would not be made in the year 2020.
Yeah.
2021. It would never.
Does not age well.
It's just, there's just no chance that they would make that these days.
You think that's bad? This is my shooting hand.
Dean, Derek in chat has a good question. What's the dumbest movie that you love? And I'm not saying dumb movie. What is the dumbest movie that you love?
Okay, I'm not gonna say I have an answer for this.
All right.
It's probably Saving Silverman.
Oh gosh, such a great movie.
It's all one nacho if it's stuck together. Steven Zahn. It's got what's her name? Amanda Peet. And and
know who Amanda Peet's married to?
She's married to somebody famous, or a director maybe. Who's she married to?
David Benioff, creator or producer
the
of
Game of Thrones guys. Yeah, there you go. I knew it was
I met him.
Yeah, you want to know something weird? Completely missed the boat on Game of Thrones.
Well, do you have the internet or like a Wi-Fi connection? HBO. You're not going to believe this, but the technology these days, Devin, you know what you can do. You can watch it all, like starting today, right now.
Yeah, I could start watching that show that I didn't even have the oomph to start when it was airing because of how many I missed. It felt like I was like a week behind, and I was already like seasons behind.
But that's not how this. Okay, you haven't seen. Okay, The Sopranos was probably come and gone. You never watched any of it. Doesn't mean you can't start watching it today.
This is true. I was late on Breaking Bad too, but I caught up in time for the finale.
I think we all were. I think Breaking Bad is like I jumped on like third season, and like I went back and saw the old ones, and then and then you wait like 2 years for in between like season 5 and season 6, and even there was no season 6. Season 5 had two different periods, like the first
the first half, second half.
Yeah.
I still never seen The Sopranos.
I'm in the middle of a rewatch right now of The Sopranos, and like I haven't seen it in years, and it holds up remarkably well, and it's incredible television.
You know what else I still haven't seen? So good. What's the best show of all time?
Sopranos or Breaking Bad?
There's one more that everyone says.
By the way, we have a sack of Lamar, and they're going to be punting in a second. That'll probably be the last play of the quarter. So Raiders getting the ball back. Right now, it's probably good to have a fourth quarter a bunch of Raiders because they're getting the ball first. There's an edge to that. But what is the greatest show we have not mentioned? Is The Wire?
That gets a lot of stuff, a lot of talk.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if that's on your board, by all means. I'm not going to besmirch.
That's an immersive show. It's not. It's like you have to kind of remember when that was made, right?
It's very well done too. Like there's a lot of like it's intricate. You can't just it's not like a popcorn show. You can't just sit down and watch. You can't be on your phone or on your laptop and like be like multitasking and watching a show like that. You got to give it your attention and pay it, because I think a lot of people do that these days. Just they just want to have that in the background, and some things work like that. Yeah, but The Wire doesn't work like that. But you got to pay attention.
Arrested Development. I know that's probably going to get a lot of support here.
Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic show.
I love the any of the scenes where George Michael comes in and just like collapses to the ground or tries to catch something and just like kind of hides from it. Yeah, Lost. I was actually going to bring that one up too, Dean. That seems like something you would have liked.
Yeah, I'm not a big sci-fi guy, but I thought the first 2 seasons were just amazing television.
Did you hate the ending?
I wasn't a fan of the ending. It just was. Yeah, I mean, even the last year, they kind of sputtered to some degree, and it feels like they never really had an endpoint in that show. They were just kind of winging it half the time.
It did seem to kind of flounder a little bit near the end there.
Yeah, or even like, I mean, you don't know how much of the stuff they kind of like sort of like, oh, that works, and so we'll figure it out when we get there. But like, it was really good. It was very good. I just think it fell off.
I agree.
But still solid, and the ending was kind of rough. I mean, it was a better ending than Dexter. We can say that, right?
I finished 2 seasons of that, and I have not gone back to finish anymore.
Go back. Is it season 3 or season 4 where that show hits its pinnacle? I can't remember which one it is, but I think it's season 4. You ever watch the Dexter, Grant?
Great show. The
Trinity season, the John Lithgow season.
Talk about intros to shows. That's one that I remember thinking like, this is a genius intro. He's just making breakfast, but it's like all these visceral shots,
That was once my ringtone, like many years ago. that music. On my non iPhone.
Grant, any bets we should put in before the fourth quarter starts?
No, I mean, MGM's sitting at minus 350 for the Ravens. I don't hate that, but I'm not in love with it. And I'm probably just going to stick with my guns, wait for the Raiders to score here or not, and just let things fall as they may.
By the way, Devin, the Dodgers scored 3 runs in the first inning.
Oh, yeah. Interesting.
I don't know if that helps you or not. I don't think that's good for your boy, but it might be good for you. Grant's happy that I'm losing.
Great.
Well, also, I have Gallon under 5.5 strikeouts.
He has 0 strikeouts, and he's.
I'm well aware of that.
But his pitch count's at 22. He's not really getting hit too hard as far as the pitch count, but.
Yeah, I got myself a Cardinals-Dodgers stack with Espino Manoah. Looking pretty good so far.
Cardinals have the bases loaded in the 9th.
Gilbert is crushing.
4Ks early. It's early, but yeah, he's doing well.
And only 16% owned. Wow.
Here's the punt to the Raiders. They're going to return the ball to their own 40. Pretty decent field position. All right.
Oh, what are they showing Las Vegas when it's the Oakland Raiders?
What? You making a lost wages joke again? Is that what just happened?
Probably combining
No,
it with
that
the Oakland Raiders. Yeah.
Oh, did I say lost wages?
I think so.
It was probably a slip. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I do that far too often. Yeah.
It's every time I hear it, I'm like, wow, that's clever, man. It's like I'm hearing it for the first time.
Yeah, it's
I
like
can't remember the number of times I've heard you say that, Grant. It's like anytime you two are on a show, I'm always behind it listening, so I hear every single one of your little stock phrases. Dean,
Who
I bet.
repeats herself more?
Oh, it's you, Dean. Absolutely. There are so many things you say on Grinders Live that I could just like turn your audio off and just pick up right where you're going, and I could say it.
yeah.
What's like a definitive Deanism? Like if you're
The most up to date updates on the weather is Kevin for Chief Meteorologist Kevin Roth at the start of
There you
the
go, yeah,
crunch
We live
time.
in the world of a salary cap.
all
You know,
right.
I'm not really enthused about it.
You know, I look at this pitching slate and it's just pretty meh.
Yeah. Okay. We're probably saying that tomorrow night for all I know. Well, Riggs is back. He's on the field. He just was throwing a pass. Didn't catch it, but he's on the field, which is something.
Yeah, that is something. I don't know if he has any catches.
Did you guys watch any Stargate?
No.
I
Is
watched
it sci-fi
the movie
something?
with the great James Spader, one of my favorite actors.
I think I saw that movie too. That my parents were really into that growing up, and I think I saw the movie and they were really into the show, but I never really got into the show that much.
Is Grant the one that loves the James Spader? Oh, it's Devin. Devin loves James Spader on The Office. I think it's Devin, right?
You don't even
I
know
love
my
it.
real name. I'm the Lizard King.
I love Robert California. He basically
Uh.
plays. Devin, you should really watch Boston Legal.
Oh,
I have not seen it. No.
It's absolutely fantastic. It's on
What's-
Amazon Prime. It's quite possibly my favorite show of all time.
really? Like Boston Legal?
And it took this long into the conversation to bring it up.
He has
Oh.
so many bad takes, Grant. Like, how does nobody else realize this? Why am I the only one that realizes Grant's takes are terrible?
I've
Because you
said
have
this
so many of
like
your own.
6 times,
It makes me angry every time I hear it.
but you have never seen it.
I knew that William Shatner's.
What
in it.
do
He
you
plays
think the critics gave it?
Here we go.
Lower than The Wire and lower than Breaking Bad.
Actually, I'm not sure.
Wow, that is
Lower
quite
than
a claim.
The Sopranos. Well, he asked the question. He says it's his favorite. He says it's the best show of all time.
No, I said it's my favorite show of all time.
However you want to phrase it.
Give me one of your favorite shows of all time, and I bet Boston Legal is probably higher.
Breaking Bad.
That's not one of those.
He said any of them. Just pick one.
There goes Waller. On 3rd and 28, he got like 25 yards.
All right.
That was
that was-
Drake.
Oh no.
All I saw was the 3, like the second 3.
Hey,
It's
do
actually
you-
right there with Game of Thrones.
I assumed that was Waller up. Drake makes an appearance. There you
Dean, now you can start sweating your live drafts because we're actually in the fourth quarter.
Hey, Dean, what do you think has a higher Rotten Tomatoes rating by the critics, The Office or
Yeah.
Boston Legal?
go. I mean, The Office.
What a
in England,
question.
The British Office, or the American Office.
The American Office.
Yeah. I mean, so I would assume the way you're phrasing it, like it should be The Office. But if you're asking the question, unless you're just trying to play the psychology game with me,
Classic Dean getting too technical on the question.
I'm going to say The Office.
No, it is Boston Legal
By like
That's
2 points.
impressive.
by 5%.
Yeah.
Kit in chat says Boston Legal was awesome. The only show William Shatner can actually act in. So there's a +1 for you, Grant.
Let's see. Arrested Development. Do you think the Boston Legal beat it?
No.
It did.
I would have
Parks
said the
and Rec.
same, Dean.
At some
Parks
point,
and Rec,
they're
do you
going
think
to.
that?
Yeah.
Do you think that
you're going to flip
Boston
the
Legal
game.
beat it?
So the tricky thing with that is the critics probably didn't like the first season of Parks and Rec because it was pretty meh.
It was
But,
so
like,
bad.
But it's really, really good.
It got
kicks
so
you.
much better.
We're playing. Did they beat Boston Legal? Do you
So-
think Parks and Rec beat
Do
it?
you understand the
Probably
reason?
no.
The tricky part again is the critics or
Yes,
they're
just
looking at
give an
season one.
answer. It's not that it's a yes or no question.
Dean,
Why
we're in
can't I-
lightning round, all right?
You
This is
have
not lightning round.
50 odds.
I'm taking you through the thought process. Like when you recommend that show to some people, like you said, just skip the first season. Like you can't really do that, right? But you probably should because otherwise you're gonna be like, this isn't so great. It's fine, I guess, but it's like everything. Yeah, no, never mind.
What's your answer?
The answer, you're framing these things where it's. I mean, it's
No. I'm just going down a list of things that are similar to the British office.
Dean's answer is qualifier.
Dean, do you think it's higher or lower?
It's lower.
Higher.
See, this is at some point you're going to change the game.
You dummy, Dean.
Curb your enthusiasm. Curb your enthusiasm. Higher or lower?
Curb Your Enthusiasm was a higher ranked show. It's got to be.
Yeah, by about 5 points.
Yeah. I would.
Seinfeld. I'm gonna set the line at -5 for Seinfeld.
I don't like this game. I think it's more fun when you don't have the answers. When you wager on it. And
I'm the odds setter. I'm gonna set it -5 for Seinfeld. So Seinfeld 5 points higher.
Wait, can you tell me what the Boston Legal the number is?
I'll say
87.
under 5.
87%, Dean.
Okay, that's what we're working with. 87%. Oh, is that a
Sorry, 86.
fumble by Lamar? He may have been down. They're saying he wasn't, but we'll get a review of this. But the Raiders have the ball, boys, at the 40-yard line.
I'm
well,
back
well.
in play.
I don't know. He might have been down. We're going to review this. Kind of sort of fell on his head. And I thought he was down, but that was just live.
I don't think he's down.
I got to see a review. I don't make the call here officially.
Betting odds don't look like he was down.
Okay, it's a fumble. It's a fumble. If you want to bet right now, it's a fumble. It's definitely 100% a fumble.
What are we betting on, Grant?
1 second. I got it +235 on. Son of a biscuit.
Oh, Grant, you have the slowest finger in the business. You would not
I got
be
it
able to make it.
+240.
On Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, you would not be fast enough to get on the board.
I got it at +240. It's still at +240.
There you go. Good job.
+200 on BetMGM. Derek in chat says he's a professional hitter. He will be up there with a piece of wood in his hand, and Gertie are on the Deanism power ranking list.
Yeah, that's
Son of a
definitely
biscuit.
something.
Come on, DraftKings.
Professional
Sign in.
hitter with a bat in his hand.
He was professionally trained. Waller with another catch, by the way.
All
You can't believe
right.
it. Like a 5-yard catch.
Did you have him? Yeah, it was your Waller stack, right?
Yeah, but wait, that's what you
5
think
yards,
in the fourth quarter?
5 yards. Yeah, well, yeah, Dean. It's a fourth quarter flash draft.
Oh, I
Oh,
thought
son
it
of a
was
biscuit. I think they fumbled.
Wait, are you ahead of us?
No, I'm just looking at the lines.
Well, I don't know. It's they might have. Yeah,
Uh-oh.
I'm behind and whatever.
I think Bob in chat looking for his backup QB captaining. What are the chances Gruden yanks car and brings in Mariota for the rest of the game?
I'm gonna say unlikely. 2nd and 6, Carr drops back the pass. Scrambling, throws it away. It's caught. Does he fumble? I don't think so. Yeah, it's okay. We're at 45 again. That Ingle character. We're looking at 3rd and 1 from like the 33-yard line. Probably it's got to be 4-down territory, I would imagine.
Yeah.
What's the point of kicking field goal here?
This Ingle character.
Well, I don't know who he is. I'm sure he's fabulous, but
The Ingle?
I just learned of his existence. His brother Adam plays baseball. Maybe I'm not sure it's spelled the same.
Oh, Derek in chat
That's
says
right.
Erod's negative.
The Erod's getting spanked around a little bit.
Usually they don't allow those in professional sports games.
Oh,
I see what you did
Jacobs gets the first down. He squirts through barely. Oh man, that was a good second effort by him. But that was the same call I think they had for the 4th and 1, but they didn't get. It looked like it. I'm way behind on chat. Greatest show of all time, Cheers. I didn't watch a ton of Cheers.
I didn't either.
From what I've seen, I liked, but I didn't watch. I didn't watch a ton of it.
That was one of those that my parents would put on as I'm falling asleep, and I never watched
Yeah.
it.
The Good Place had one of the best finales. It was very good. That was a very good. You guys watched The Good Place?
Nope.
Yeah, loved it.
Solid finale.
I've heard good things, though.
Best finales of all time. 6 Feet Under. Incredible show. Not enough people have seen it. Sopranos. The Office. Sopranos, The Office, 6 Feet Under.
I feel like The Office would not be a popular pick for finale.
I thought it was a really good finale.
Yeah.
I mean, the way they tied it in with it being like a long con of like the documentary series thing, I thought that was pretty creative.
It was clever.
Yeah, it was
and it tied
creative.
it was a great way to bring everybody together, you know?
And it
I'm
also
typing
kind
in-
of just it addresses the long question of what's this camera crew doing here in an office.
I'm Googling. Let's see. We have 6 Feet Under, Parks and Rec. This is as far as the best series finales of all time.
Andy Bernard had such a drop in narrative arc. He became so hateable by the end of that show.
Yeah, you got to fade him, right? After like season 5 or 6 or something like that.
I mean, when he's on the YouTube channel, like responding to every single comment, that's when it's like, oh, okay. By
this is when he went off and did the movies, the Hangover movies. I think that's why he kind of sort of disappeared. Didn't he disappear from that? I'm assuming that's what happened, right? I think that's what happened.
I'm not sure what the timeline was on those.
I don't know.
I think he disappeared from like a bunch of episodes, and then
Well,
he
he
was
did.
sailing.
He went and disappeared.
Oh, that
yeah,
wasn't.
but-
I don't think that was because they ignored. It could have been.
I think it was, but maybe I'm wrong.
I think that what I'm talking about though is like a little bit later in the series though, like final few episodes when he just kind of like just completely crumbles.
According to Ranker, Breaking Bad's got the. Yeah, I missed Breaking Bad. That's a phenomenal ending.
I figured that was an intentional skipping.
No.
Not for lack of it, but
MASH. I did not watch MASH. Newhart, Star Trek, Friends. Not a Friends guy. I didn't hate it. Just whatever. Futurama. That seems like I would wager dollars to donuts that Devin loves Futurama.
it's pretty good. That was one.
There it is.
I had the box sets for a couple of seasons when I was growing up. Harvey
The
Birdman.
Americans.
Harvey Birdman though was one.
Attorney at law.
That talk about a nonsensical show that will make me just cry laughing. Oh my god! Did you get that thing I sent you?
The Americans had a very good finale as well too. I'm not sure if you guys watched The Americans.
I did
but,
not. No.
It's a slow burn. You got to be patient with that show, but it's good. But you got to get comfortable and be willing to invest. It's a long payoff.
I feel like all the good ones are though, right?
Where do I stand on 24? You guys like 24? I never really watched
Never
it.
saw it.
Never saw it.
Just sort of running through and trying.
It was like either that or Lost back in the day, and I ended up getting into Lost.
You could watch more than one TV show.
Shh.
Is that,
I
is that it?
just mean it was like when I was in late high school, I feel like, and it was one of those things where it was like I'm gonna pick up a new show that's still airing, and it was The Office.
1st and 10 from the 30, card back to pass, dumps it off over the middle. Is that our boy again? I see a 3. Is that 8-3 or is that somebody else 3?
Is he on Oakland or Baltimore?
Yeah, it's a completed pass to nice drive. Vegas.
Oh, I wanted it.
It was Drake. Okay, yeah. Love the Drake.
Michael in chat, BoJack Horseman's really good. That was a pretty good show.
That's a Devin show.
Ravens minus 148.
Ooh.
Can you middle at this point?
Yeah, I'm throwing 2,000 to win 1298.
Well, don't you have both sides of it?
Yeah.
And like you should be well positioned right now. I think, maybe. Oh no,
I've
Jacobs
made
up the hole. Jacobs got his second touchdown. He's the winner.
Ooh, yikes.
Jacobs is your DFS winner. Unbelievable. I do not have enough Jacobs.
Well, yeah. Talk about one
All
player
right.
I did not get a lot of.
Yeah.
So right now I have 1,900 on Vegas. I have 3,000 on Baltimore. And if Baltimore wins, I lose 200. If Vegas wins, I win 900. I'm okay with that.
Somebody says in chat, Derek, Seinfeld great ending. That's got to be a troll, right? Like nobody liked the Seinfeld ending. I don't think.
Nobody did, but I thought it was pretty funny. Just like, what a way to bring back all the characters, because there's so many that you forget, right? By the end
It was
of it.
ambitious. Yeah.
Very ambitious. Maybe Lost before Lost. How do we end this? A show about nothing. How do we end it?
Like that's the thing is like, they
Biscuit.
couldn't just have like a regular show, I guess, like a regular episode. But yeah, it was John Panette. John Panette is what brought them all together. He had somebody stole his car or something like that. I can't remember what it was. The comedian. You guys know John Panette? He was the random dude that his car was getting stolen. They were making fun of him. They went to jail.
I need to get like
yeah.
some like soundboards for these shows so I can just hit like the cricket sound when Dean says something.
Crickets.
Yeah, nobody's answering.
Oh.
BoJack Horseman reminds me of Rick and Morty, sort of like pretty funny, but it has some pretty down moments where if you're in the right mindset, it can put you down.
I don't know if you know this, Devin, but Rick and Morty is kind of a spoof of Back to the Future.
I did know this actually. Adult Swim actually did like I doubt it's a real thing, but they did like a live action trailer for Rick and Morty, and they got Christopher Lloyd to play Rick, which is like, of course.
That's great. Oh, I have this great lineup with Erod in it. That's not good.
Uh-oh.
Just realized he's getting his face punched in. Ugh.
Do you think they wouldn't allow that in a professional baseball game?
Metaphorically, he's getting his face. He's not. Yeah, it's not. I'm getting all technical, taking it literal here, but yeah.
A friend of the show, Stephen Young, aka Stevie TPFL, wants to know, hey, can we ask Grant how good Alcantara is?
There it is.
Never heard of him.
Yeah, well, have you heard of Sandy Alcantara? Same guy.
Oh, the Alcantara.
Yeah.
The Alcantara band, as they call it.
Nobody calls him that.
The La Contra band.
I mean, I see what you're doing or attempting to do. Nobody does that.
I was watching the Titans game on Sunday, and they kept talking about how Jackrabbit Jones was trying to get his name changed to Jackrabbit, and then every single play, he got bested. It's like, oh no, I don't know if it's gonna stick.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that at all.
Well, Dean, if I'm gonna watch one game on Sunday, it's gonna be the Titans game.
Are you a Titans fan? I guess you are.
I mean, I live in Nashville, Dean. What am I going to be, a Cardinals fan? Come on.
I mean, I'm not a fan of any team.
I can safely be a fan of the Titans and not be called like a bandwagon fan because they're not that great, right? They're not like top.
Sure.
So it's, if I like move to New England or something, or one of those other teams, but.
And Grant is a Seahawks fan, I believe.
That is correct.
There is a strange following of Seahawks fans in Tennessee, and there's a bar down the street, and they hang a big banner on Sunday, and it says the Tennessee Hawks.
Guys, I'm tied for first, I think.
Really?
64 other people.
Man, I don't think I have Jacobs. I'm looking for it now. I don't think I have Jacobs as my captain on Yahoo. You're talking about Yahoo, I assume, right?
Yeah.
No Jacobs.
I got.
Yeah. Well, I don't even have Jacobs as my captain there. Williams is the captain.
And that's the top team? That can't be the top team.
Yeah. Williams has more points than Jacobs.
Oh, okay. I wouldn't have guessed that.
Yeah, Jacobs only has 34 rushing yards.
Okay.
I only think he has one catch, if any.
Where are my Jacobs teams at? I got Lamar. I got Lamar and captain with Williams, Carr, Drake, and Jacobs. That's not good enough, is it? What's the points? That's got 71 points. What's the top team have? How many points?
I don't know.
Well, I guess I could click on the button. Why am I asking you this question? I mean,
Grant, there's this. Grant, I mean, Dean, there's this thing called the internet. It's like Wi-Fi. You ever heard of it?
Oh, it's 9 points behind the lead. Grant, look at you. You're in front. You're in first place. Killer B's in there. Look at that. Who else is in this? Anybody else we recognize? Is that? I think Siege is first place. Unless somebody swiped that name.
Well, the interesting thing on Yahoo is, wait, am I still in first place?
Yahoo! I believe you're saying it incorrectly.
We gotta call Tuttle to get him a pronunciation on that.
Oh, okay. Now one of my other entries is I have the first best entry, the second best entry, the third best entry, and the fourth best entry. I think.
Is that good?
I should have.
Yes, that's good. So now when
50 teams.
Now whenever like one thing happens, one team goes out at first and tied with like 20 other people, and another one goes into first tied with 20 other people.
You know who's right there? Cheese is good. Dave Potts is lurking.
Yes, that guy.
In the Yahoo tournament?
Yeah. he's got 80.89 teams. I think he has like the second best team, if I'm counting this correctly.
Neck and neck.
He plays everything.
He does.
And he crushes everything too.
Didn't he take down a hockey tournament?
Do you know he played hockey? He was a hockey goalie.
Wow.
Yeah,
doesn't surprise me at all.
I had him on a podcast. Devin, I think you might have produced the podcast. Maybe you weren't paying attention, but we had it was a whole interview thing, and it was a brief moment, but we talked about how he loves hockey. He's a big hockey fan. He does play some DFS hockey, and I believe he played hockey, if not in high school or like in college or something. I don't want to misspeak, but he could play himself some hockey.
I do remember the interview, yes, but I don't remember that. No.
Yeah, understandable.
Dean, where are you at in our flash draft?
Oh yeah.
That's like my only out right now. I think. I don't have Jacobs, so I'm probably dead. I'm pretty sure.
I don't know if Jacobs was available.
Well, I don't know. Let's see.
Not looking good.
Oh, you didn't go the 3 times Marquise Brown. Man,
no,
it's hot.
I'm on a sucker. What's 3 times 0?
Hang on, Dean. Let's get some UCF math on it.
Okay, so where is it at? It's the last lineup I put in, possibly?
It's just below your regular contests.
I'm currently 35th out of 64. Yeah, it's a loser.
Is that good?
So I now currently have 4,300 on Baltimore to win 2,500. And 1,900 on Las
there it
Vegas.
is, caught. Caught Watkins to the 5.
Darn it! I need a Lamar Jackson touchdown. I have a G on Lamar Jackson over 1.5 passing touchdowns.
You're still alive.
But I don't know if that hurts me with Yahoo.
No, those yards. That's not going to catch up.
Who just got the catch? Yeah, Watkins killed me.
That's enough to do it?
Yeah.
What does he have? Like 10 points now? Was that 60 yards, 40 yards, 50 yards? What was that?
Now some guy's solo shipping it. That's why.
Oh, yikes.
Oh, man. But it's going to move. It's still going to move, I think.
Yeah, I guess I'm in 14th.
Still 7 minutes left. So, yeah.
Was that guy me?
49-yard gain.
Well, if Jackson gets a passing touchdown to someone, then I think, man, I forgot how weird Showdown is.
Yeah.
You can't get too excited in Showdown.
Wait until the next day, honestly.
Wait until the next play.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm saying don't even count your chickens until the next day.
I wish I could jump to my top team on Yahoo. I don't have that. I don't think that's an option. I'm not sure how to do that.
Is that a veteran status function?
I'm not a super veteran, for the record.
I'm somehow not one either.
Yeah.
And after the boatload of money I lost this weekend, I'm not surprised.
They're
so
called it.
The guy in first is 84.39. The guy in second, 84.14. We're talking about fractions.
Yeah.
And Grant, you're right there on his tail. Man.
Yeah, I've got 1 in 14 with my next entry.
Wilson, Watkins, Brown, Lamar, Jacobs. So that's Jacobs, the only player on the Raiders, and then Williams, Watkins. That's just a weird team, but
I have one in 100th place, which is the 8th best lineup with both Carr and Jacobs. So I think if Carr gets a few more points, man, I hate Showdown. I hate it so much. Why do I keep playing it?
It's the best and the worst. It's both the best and the worst.
Why can't I quit you?
What movie is that from, Grant? Come on.
Can't remember.
Oh, geez, Grant. Of course you wouldn't. Yeah. If it was from Men in Black, you'd know. It's what other two?
Here come the Man in Black. Man in Black. Galaxy.
Wild Wild West.
Wild Wild West. Yippee-yo, Wild Wild. Yippee-yo, yippee.
I can't believe you guys both like Wild Wild West.
I'm gonna have to go back home and watch Rush Hour after this. I love that movie.
Do you watch it does the wife like Rush Hour? You guys watch? Is that a movie you can watch together?
It's a funny topic of conversation because I have quoted that movie so many times randomly with zero context and just been like, "What movie's that from?" And she's just like, "I don't know, Rush Hour."
Rush Hour's the chalk.
Yeah, it's the chalk. So
yeah,
she probably would.
Arbitrage situation in the Barstool Sportsbook. The Raiders money line is plus 375. Baltimore over on William Hill minus 350.
Wait, should I trade Stafford for Josh Allen?
I just saw that.
What?
I hate this. Oh, you're not in legal gamblings. Oh gosh, Watkins.
Wouldn't you take Josh Allen over Stafford? What am I missing? We're not reacting. Never react to 1 week. Let's not flip out. I think Josh Allen's still good at football. What do you think, Grant?
I think
someone offer you Josh Allen for Stafford?
That's what I'm understanding.
Accept it right now.
The second half of the sentence reads, "I doubt Josh will continue to struggle." So it sounds like Clapnuts may be on the same page.
Well, I mean, if I were to go by just the name Clapnuts, I trust that Clapnuts knows that it's sharp. Clapnuts is asking a question.
If Clapnuts is anything, it is sharp.
Clapnuts, accept that deal.
Classic Clapnuts.
If you were in that, it is classic Clapnuts. I just been aware of the existence of Clapnuts. Yeah, that's definitely classic. Grant, now would you dispute that trade? Are you one of those guys that say, "Oh, we gotta shoot that down"?
Only clear and obvious collusion. Oh man, Latavius Murray touchdown.
What?
Look at that.
UCF represent. There you go. I don't have much. I don't think Latavius Murray. Are you serious?
He was an option in that flash draft, and I almost took him.
he was like 7x probably.
He was the 5th choice, so that makes sense.
Oh my! I turned the game off. I clicked on something else. I didn't realize the game was back, and that's not the. That was not
Shannon asking, is that his only carry? I think that was right.
No,
I think he had 2 carries for 0 yards the last I checked. Let's see. He has as of now. Oh, he's got 7 carries for 23 yards and a touchdown. There you go. So, and Williams, I don't know if he got hurt or not. Williams has 9 carries. Did Williams get hurt, or why are they leaning on Murray now? That came back from it was like a commercial break too. Like Williams should have been fine. They had an injury in the field. Why would Williams not be in the field? I don't know.
Bueller.
Did somebody freeze? Did Grant freeze? Am I talking to myself, or is nobody's answering questions?
Just a classic Grant doesn't pay attention when you talk situation.
Yeah. Fair enough. Understood. We haven't had enough of those in this show for sure.
Plenty of suck it Deans, but
I don't think we've had one yet.
I heard one.
Yeah.
I was just screwing around with baseball tonight. Like, I didn't play a ton, but I'm currently in first on some of the FanDuel contests. Like,
look at you.
Well, I barely played. I'm in like the 7-7.
Hey, if we all played 150 lineups and got 10% of everybody, we can all win.
I got an Astros stack, and the Astros are still doing things. Who would have thought the Astros? Oh wait, they're the chalkiest team on the board.
Of course they are.
Yeah.
Oh wait, that team I stacked is the chalkiest on the board.
Yeah.
What?
Somehow that Murray touchdown did not affect me, I don't think.
I don't think people.
Nobody
that
owns
was his
him.
first row points. And he's not
I mean,
in the
I
top
have
5 points.
5% of him somehow, but still.
Well, I think it's because he's not in the top. But Watkins has more points than him. Williams has more points than him. I think Brown has more points than him. He does. Jacobs has more. Lamar has more. So he's not in the top 5 or top 6 plays, even with that touchdown. Raw points.
Yeah.
There goes
I
Waller.
don't understand.
Waller for 8 yards, 9 yards. I mean, maybe on the cap's a little bit easier to make things work on Yahoo because like they don't charge you for the 1.5 times, but
Throwing $100 on the Raiders plus 425.
I'm okay with that. Yeah.
3 plus 300 on BetMGM. Where are you getting that, Grant?
Barstool.
Yeah, you were mentioning they were giving some pretty favorable odds, right?
Yeah.
He says
All
as
right,
he tries
so now
to
I
ignore.
can't lose. Now I cannot lose. If Baltimore wins, I win
This is the
500.
situation. Yeah.
If Vegas wins, I win. I lose, or I win $30.
$30. That's worth your 3.5 hours.
Coming out on top either way.
Okay, fine. Screw you. I'm throwing 100 on the Raiders plus 450.
Grant, you're better off just driving 30 minutes away to get $50 from somebody.
All right. So no matter what, I made 380 or 408.
Is that Renfro for a catch? They're going to give him a catch, about an 8-yarder. 5 minutes to go, down 7. This is it. What was the total in this game? 50? Was it 51? Am I making that up? Does that sound right? I didn't bet on it.
Sounds right. I don't know.
I look at you bet everything. You don't even bet the total, the side. Who cares? I'll figure it out in the middle of the game. Do you ever do that, Grant? Do you ever actually take a strong stance before the game?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Okay.
I rarely do this because it just depletes me.
Yeah. Oh, it takes a lot of energy, I'm sure. Like, you gotta concentrate.
Oh, it's exhausting.
I'm not being sarcastic.
This has been one of the more uneventful ones. Like I made 12 bets, and almost all of them were in the first 5 minutes or the last 5 minutes.
Ruggs just caught like a 7-yard pass. Welcome to the game. No, I remember. Like, what was it? Was it basketball? Like I think the NBA playoffs you were talking about.
Basketball, I would have about 25. Basketball's a lot more back and forth. I would have about 25 to 30 different bets. I would have roughly 15 to 25 grand on a game, and the majority of the games, I either had a guaranteed or a likely $1,000 loss, or I had a guaranteed $1,500 or $1,800 win. During the bubble, it was perfect because like those games were all really back and forth. I made just boatload of money during that, and I probably during that I think I wagered $400K during the first 3 weeks.
Only.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Total
you're
was
wagering that where your true risk is not nearly that, obviously, because you're
my true risk in any game was probably never more than $700.
Yeah, which is amazing. But that's the thing. It's like you got to be quick. You got to be on top of stuff. You got to make quick decisions. You got to be able to figure out which is the best book to hit at which time. Like
and that was only when I was on 4 sports books. So I just had 2 screens. Yeah.
And how many are you on now?
I mean, this one, so the main thing is BetRivers and DraftKings have cloned lines pretty much for live betting. Last time I checked, I don't know, I haven't looked for a while.
Are they partners?
No, but they use the exact same odds system. I think it starts with an A. I can't remember what it is. FanDuel, like, always has, like, sharper odds. It's really straight. Like, I've lost money on It's the only sports book I've lost money on. It's incredible. Like, they have really sharp lines for live betting. They're not trying, I don't think they're trying to get just even money on both sides. They're straight up like, they think they have an algorithm that works well, and it does.
All that money for the salary algorithm goes to the sportsbook algorithm, huh?
Yeah.
3rd and 10 for the
Oh,
Raiders.
gosh.
We're going deep. 3rd and 10. We're going deep. Wide open. He got it. We're inside the 10. I don't know who caught it.
Yeah.
Looks like Ruggs. I think it was Ruggs.
It is
was
Ruggs. I need one more catch out of Ruggs.
Let's go.
Oh, I need this game to go to over. I need Ruggs to
It's
get.
going up. Well, I don't know if it's going overtime or not.
Yeah,
Tucker's
decent
pretty good.
chance.
Looks like Stevie in chat said this total was at 50.5.
Yeah, okay, that's what I
It still might hit.
He's going to put it over. They're asking Stevie about the NASCAR questions. I mean, who's Matty D? Do you think Matty D gets a cup ride? I don't know who Matty D is. Was he on the Jersey Shore, Matty D? Or am I thinking somebody else?
No, you got it. You nailed it. That's the very same.
Could it not be Jacobs, please? Let's get it to Waller.
Hey, I'm back in first.
Jacobs handoff, I think. Yeah, it's going nowhere. Oh, and there's a holding too, it looks like.
Nice. Pass it to Ruggs.
I mean, the
But not for a
ref,
touchdown.
the official in the back threw it, so it's almost definitely a hold.
I think I
And-
need. Which one?
Jacobs is hurt, by the way, for what it's worth. Looks like he's limping off, and
That's good. I was gonna say I don't need any more from Jacobs. I need
he's done.
rushing touchdown from Carr.
Well, I mean, that's probably not going to happen.
Good luck.
Well, I mean, I need Carr to throw it to someone who won't be in the winning lineup, so someone who's going to be under.
You can throw up the car, pull a Mariota.
There you go.
For a touchdown to himself.
Car pass to Carr.
I need it. Yeah, I need him to throw it to someone with under 15 points after Edwards, which
That's
I
a
guess
brutal penalty.
Edwards probably.
1st and goal, essentially. Now we're at the 11. Waller with another catch. He might have 20 targets. What is Waller's targets at? I'd say it's around 20. It's got to be a ridiculous number. Grant, you have that up on your leisure?
17. That might have been 18.
It's insane.
Yeah, he's
Every
at 18
second.
targets.
Oh
9
my
catches to
God.
the overhit. Wonder how I'm doing over on Thrive.
Crazy.
Hey, I'm winning $1,000. Neato.
Should I be playing on Thrive?
I mean, you're not as smart as me, so probably not.
What if I'm like incrementally dumber than you? Can I still win over there?
Incrementally.
You are drastically dumber than me.
Touchdown, Waller.
I don't know. Looks like we got a touchdown to somebody. Oh, that is touchdown to Waller. Boom! I'm gonna win all the money. Well,
With your Waller stack.
the $12.
All the money.
Like, if I win the flash thing, that'll be fun. Let's see.
The flash thing.
What is it called?
Flash draft. Just showing your boomerism, Dean.
How does it feel that you're gonna lose to somebody they call it the flash thing?
Oh, I don't care.
Oh.
The flash drafts are fun. Those are just for fun for me. If I make money off of those, great. But usually it's just second screen experience, much like what we're doing here right now, Dean.
I just jumped to 11th. I guess that's not good enough, huh? Wait,
Waller stack must be chalky.
I guess it is. Wait, no, it keeps flipping. Whatever. I mean, I have so much more money and other stuff. Like, I don't know why I care.
Oh, gosh. That Waller catch cost me so much money.
Uh-oh.
Sorry.
Oh, gosh. That was about a $5,000 catch.
Oh,
All right. Well, let's see. And they got the extra point, so it's tied up.
And the over's a lock now, unless it's like a safety, which we're probably not going to get.
Dean's mushing the safety.
I mean, come on.
Put a bet down on
Yeah, it's 24-24. We get a safety somehow. That's Waller's 19th target if you're scoring at home. That's wow. Yu Darvish getting his face punched in. He's down 8-1 in the 4th. The Giants, man, it's amazing what they did. The Giants figured out, like, let's just get a bunch of platoon guys that we can switch in and out throughout the game. Brilliant.
Grant, you and Stevie were on the San Fran stack, if I recall correctly. I think maybe Stevie more than you.
Yeah, I can't remember who are they facing. They're facing Darvish. Yeah, it was a good leverage stack off of Darvish, who's been trash at a lot of points lately.
Let's see. Stevie says, imagine not betting the over on the Waller prop. I don't know what the Waller prop was, but yeah.
7.5.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, I'm sure he crushed that. You guys know it's his birthday, right? And it's revenge.
I saw that.
Birthday and revenge. Like, come on.
And despite all the narratives, Blender was not taking the bait.
Shocker of shockers. Blender's not a fan of narratives. But what people gonna own him? Then I can't play him.
Yeah, gosh. Do you use a top sheet in your bed?
That's more of a Devin question, I think.
Devin, I bet does.
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
The top sheet. So there's the sheet that you like, whatever it's called, the one that attaches to the mattress, pretty much.
Oh no! Sorry, I know what you're talking about now. I thought you were talking about something completely different. You had a tweet about this, yes?
Yeah.
I always use a sheet, and the first thing I will remove is the outer blanket. I will take that out before I take away the sheet. I run hot. I need some cool air. So if I wake up in the middle of the night and I'm sweating, I'm just gonna pull that blanket off.
Yeah.
Is this a point of contention in the Need for household?
I mean, not really. I don't care. The fiance, thinks it's ridiculous that I don't. Do you use one?
I mean, what a top sheet? They're saying a sheet on top of a sheet.
So you know the sheet what's that called?
The fitted sheet you're talking about.
The
right?
fitted sheet, yeah. So the fitted sheet is the one that you put around the mattress, into the four corners.
That you lay on.
Yeah, there's a top sheet on top of that.
Oh, I've done this before, but not currently. Okay, I'm aware. Okay, go ahead. So you're anti, you're pro or con?
There's no point in a top sheet.
You think overrated? It's just no way to hit you up.
There's no point. Get a good comforter.
If I get into a bed and there is no top sheet on it, I will have to take a deep breath and focus on not getting upset about it, because that's a lack of comfort. If I'm about to go to sleep and if somebody just pulls some comfort out that I expected, I'm gonna be a little bit upset. Right? If I go to a hotel and there's no top sheet, I'm making a phone call.
I want to see the manager.
Excuse me.
Excuse me, good
Is this
sir.
the Red Roof Inn?
Where is my top sheet? I was promised a top sheet.
That's a deal breaker?
That could be a deal breaker.
Oh, Yordan just bang one out. That's good. I think that's good, boys. Yordan Alvarez, you guys ever heard of him?
Yeah.
That nickname, that sounds like something that would be good in baseball, right?
Yeah. Oh, can I take a victory lap for writing him up?
I guess we can let you do that.
I was on the expert survey today, and who was the top overall hitter? Yordan Alvarez. Boom. Nailed it.
I'm pretty sure most everyone had him as the top.
No, I was the only one. There was Tatis, there was Bregman, there was Muncy. And, this isn't a sample size thing. It's like when you get it wrong, it's like, well, I mean, that's baseball. Goofy things happen. Volatility. Still a great play. But when he hits the homer, it's like, boom, knew it was coming. Saw it. That's what was supposed to happen.
There you go.
That's the great thing about doing baseball.
Massage those rules.
The great thing about touting baseball, right, is when you're right, it's like, of course that was supposed to happen. When you're wrong, it's like, well, what baseball? Come on, you can't predict these things. He'll hit it tomorrow. Who knows?
It's variance.
Yeah. I don't know if that helped me. I mean, I assume. Yeah, there we go. That was good. All right, let's go.
Still tilted over that.
Sorry, Grant.
Yeah, it's not your fault. It's probably your fault.
It's probably Dean's fault. I was on my way to the office after my home internet got chopped up, and there were still people in chat blaming it on Dean. You weren't even on the show, Dean.
It had nothing to do with that.
It's so good.
Let's see.
Darn Dean's fault. Dean,
I need a home
I
run.
believe, messaged me and called it my fault.
Can Bellinger hit a home run? Is that something he can possibly do? Can he still do that in the year 2021? What happened to him? Why is he so
had
awful?
a shoulder injury.
Yeah. He swings so hard still.
Yeah, because he's big boy. He's a big boy.
He's not that big.
Big boy.
Bellinger?
Is he a
Big boy.
Team Girth?
No, he's not Team Garth.
I thought he was a card carrying member.
No, Bellinger? Cody Bellinger? No.
Yeah, big boy.
I hear you.
No.
I hear you bequeath that moniker to quite a few people, Dean. So they start to blend together.
Players. He's not girthy of stature. If that's what we're talking about. He's not a girthy fella.
He has a girthy air about him.
How does one
Here
have it
come
go to the
Men
air?
in Black, Men in Black.
Oh man,
Galaxy Defender.
I'm just gonna be staying up all night watching movies after this.
Bad movies. Apparently. Stevie, by the way, said he was his favorite tournament hitter too. Stevie was in the expert survey as well. So I was the only one to say he's like my favorite player, my favorite hitter. But like Stevie had him for a tournament. So
I don't like these little jabs you get in, Dean.
That wasn't a jab. That was me. That was me
Oh,
also
I'm
saying.
talking about the bad movies.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, come on, stop. You're just trolling me. Well, you can't genuinely think Men in Black is like a great movie.
I will say that I consider Rush Hour better than Men in Black.
Hold on, Lamar. Here goes Lamar.
Uh-oh.
He just broke off like a 30-yard run. I don't watch this like a field goal in the
I
game.
honestly don't know anything.
I don't know if this is good or bad. I have no clue. That's
I
like
have no
someone's-
context.
That's like me watching Showdown at all times.
I'm just watching dots, all right? I'm just watching a bunch of dots.
I did not have. Oh, this has been a bad 2 days.
I wonder if he went over on his run prop. I feel like he probably has. That's 81.
Oh, yeah, he did.
That took him over.
Yeah.
I like that number.
Plus 500 for the Raiders on BetMGM.
Ooh.
Yeah, not taking that.
I mean,
No,
You
it's
got
a terrible one. He's
they have the
probably
most
gonna.
money. Yeah, they have Tucker is not going to miss ever. Like that's worst
Yeah.
case scenario. Kicks like a 55-yarder. Well, they fumble or something like that, but that's an extreme circumstance. The Raiders only have one timeout. Is that correct? Well, they just called one, right? So what happened?
Just called one, and they only have
Okay.
one, right?
Okay, so they got one layaway. All right. But Baltimore.
Yeah,
can
that
still-
run just cost me a G.
Sorry,
Only.
Grant.
It's gonna be quite a few 30-minute drives.
Oh gosh, yeah. Boy, things have gone downhill in the last 5 minutes.
That's a run for Williams. He's stopped at the 35-ish. Clock is stopped, I believe. Wait. Am I behind here?
I think the running answer for that is yes.
No, because the screen said 2 timeouts for the Raiders, but I saw 1 timeout somewhere else.
Oh, look, I see 2 as well. Did they get
Yeah.
one added back?
I'm not sure, but like Game Center, like the Yahoo Game Center had 1, so that has them for 0 now. But that's after they called their 2 timeouts, I think. This stuff is important, obviously, but according to the screen, they have 1 left, which means that they're still alive for getting the ball back a little bit of time.
81 rushing yards for Jackson.
Yeah, he went over.
Yep.
Grant, how's the wedding planning going?
Well, we're gonna have to cut a lot of things out after the last 2 days.
My invite and Devin's invite.
Ah,
Yeah.
but good time for us to have a quick conversation.
Honey, how do you feel about dumplings as the main?
Right.
entree?
What day is that Costco giving away freebies?
3 boxes,
Yeah.
3 boxes of Costco dumplings, and that ought to fill everybody up. You got the box wine though, like 50 pounds of box wine sitting around, right?
There you
I
go.
mean, I have bottles.
You could
bottles.
stock the whole wedding like that.
Oh, I was planning to, but the place we got is you have to use all their booze.
That was like mine. They charged us to open a bottle.
Oh.
So my dad basically just went out to the parking lot and opened a bunch of them.
That's awesome.
Oh, they
Do you
charge
wanna
you to
say-
open a bottle?
Grant-
Could you open them in the parking lot and bring them in?
I believe it was frowned upon, but that didn't stop us from doing it.
Yeah.
There's
Oh, man.
they're asking in the chat. Have you picked a place yet, Grant? I think you have, right? Or I don't know if you want to say.
Yeah, it's a place in downtown Denver.
Can we have the exact
Not gonna say
address?
the place.
Yeah, what's the exact address and the date, if you don't mind?
Time, exact time.
Time, give or take. I can just camp out.
Is there a password at the door, Grant?
It's Fidelio.
They will, if you aren't on the list, they will not let you in.
That's a good doorman for sure. Last
Yeah.
thing you want in your wedding
third
is
and 4. Play the game. Lamar is just going to run it, and we're going to get a field goal attempt most likely here. The no time left for. So the Raiders are going to get the ball back with, presuming Tucker makes the field goal. Baltimore's going to call time here with 1 second left to go. So the Raiders are going to get the ball back with about 33 seconds left to go, give or take.
So you're telling
I
me
need
there's a
a-
chance.
There's a chance. Yeah, down 3. I think that's what we're looking at. If my math, depending on the kick takes 4 or 5 seconds, 6 seconds. Tucker's going to make this because he's Tucker. He's the greatest kicker in our generation. He's like the Men in Black of kickers.
Dean, don't pander me. Patronize us.
That didn't come off authentically?
Well, yeah, what was that? I said the other day, the least organic you've ever done.
What was that?
Your mush. I think it was the context was you were trying to do an organic mush and it was the opposite.
Yeah, well, I mean, you don't want to force the mush, right? It has to come out appropriately, otherwise it's,
Otherwise it's not valid. We all know the rules, Dean.
Yeah. First rule of mush is we talk about the mush, actually.
We wait until after the mush to talk about the mush.
There you go.
You don't talk about the mush to its face.
There's no way he misses this, right? Like it's just Tucker and he just makes everything.
Yeah, he made it already.
Oh, well, there you go. That was anticlimactic. And they're probably going to get the ball back about 37 seconds left, depending on how long this kick.
42 or 37, yeah.
It's at 42 now. They start the clock, and there you go. So, and then they kick it off. Yeah. There's no timeouts for the Raiders. It's going to be tough.
Well, the good news is I win an extra $20 if the Ravens win.
Hey,
okay.
That's a lot of dumplings.
There you go.
And like half of a ride to 30 minutes away.
I mean, I really just need that Ruggs one more catch.
Plus,
Gilbert's got 7 Ks through 4, according to the chat. So Gilbert's firing against Boston. Man, I wish I had Gilbert instead of.
Is it Gilbert or Gilbert?
I don't think he's French. I'm fairly certain.
It's hard to not say that.
Who's the one? Everybody likes to say Luis Robert. Like I don't know why people like to do that. But
I have 100% Gilbert. If you were paying attention to the show, Dean.
Yeah. Okay, he's not as good as Sandy Alcantara, though.
Oh, it's almost like you can play them both, and one was way cheaper.
Well, actually, Manaea was, I think, better than both of them.
Uh-oh.
Alec Manoa, not Manaea.
Bob and chat calling a Ruggs touchdown incoming.
I don't want a touchdown from him. That would hurt me, but I need one more catch.
He might get a catch.
Just a catch, and then who was it that stopped at the 1 yard line? That one, you guys know what I'm talking about.
So like,
I mean, there's been a lot.
Bryan, I mean, it was like last year. Last year, it was like somebody
Westbrook did it famously. He was like one of the first ones to do it, right?
It was like ran all the way up the field and then just like ran out at the 1 yard line or something.
No, they stayed in bounds and fell backwards.
You gotta be selfish.
I couldn't remember who it was. I remember that though. Where are we
Who
at?
had the first touchdown today?
McCaffrey did it yesterday. It was not his important spot, but like he just kind of sat in his butt instead of going out of bounds. And that cost him, like he was so close to both bonuses, like the 100-yard receiving, 100-yard rushing. I don't know if he would have got there, but he was right there. Let's see. All right, back to pass here.
Tyson Williams, first touchdown.
Oh, there's a catch for Edwards. Oh, I got a little Edwards, I think.
Hey.
Is that Edwards' first catch of the game? I feel like he's been
basically. No, he's had another one.
No, that was his first one.
What are the odds?
That was his first catch.
Looking good for my flash drafts.
What? Did you...
I think I threw Edwards in one of those.
Oh, I'm currently in last in the fast draft.
Look at that! I'm actually cashing on that flash draft.
Oh, I'm profitable. Oh, there you go.
Look at that.
But this includes baseball, so I don't know what's what. I think my baseball team's doing all right.
It's tough.
You know how to separate them?
It's tough because if you're on the home page for the app, it won't include your flash draft profits, but if you're looking at the contest page, it will include your flash draft profits.
R back to pass. Is that a catch? That is a catch. We're live. That's Edwards again.
Oh my god.
We're at like the 37, the 38. This is like a 55-yarder in a dome.
Go, Edwards, go.
We're going to get a spike. We're live for OT, boys.
I don't think I can lose any more money on DFS, so I'm good with the OT.
They're kicking it. They're going to strike. Grant, no spoilers, if you don't mind. I know you're probably... Grant? Bruce Willis was dead the whole time. What?
Oh, gosh. This is such a long podcast.
This is not a podcast.
We just eclipsed 4 hours for the.
Is anybody like still? By the way, I meant to ask Devin. Like, we should like give stuff away on this show.
Ready for the spoiler?
Not. Oh well, Bryan already knows. You're a bad poker player. I can read your face. You know exactly what happened. He made it. I think. Yep. We made it. We're going overtime, boys.
Wow.
I have not had my laptop plugged in this whole time. I thought I could make it the entire way.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that is a big dude. That guy's having a good time. I love Al Davis's kid. He's got the greatest haircut alive. We should make that, Grant, as like a bet. Like we have to, the loser has to get the was it Mark Davis? What's his name? The Mark Davis haircut.
Okay, that's because you have a crappy head of hair. You see this beautiful man bun?
Come on, a man bun. Like really, like I make a rare exception for you, but like the male man bun, it's hard to come back from that.
Are you gonna keep it for the wedding?
No. Next haircut I get will be for the wedding.
Is Bobby Sue pro or con the man bun?
She is not a fan.
Oh, so that's why it's not happening for the wedding.
No, she doesn't mind. Oh no, at this point, do you have any idea how long my hair is?
Well, it's I don't know.
I mean, you can't tease it and not.
7 inches. I don't know.
Tell me when.
Keep going. Stop. This is like the Price is Right game.
It's probably right here.
Well, you're not gonna show us?
Oh man, look
Whoa.
at that.
So you were off by about 2.5 inches. Or as I like to call a full Dean.
There it is.
There's that Rodney Dangerfield movie, Easy Money, when like he's getting measured, for he's buying a suit, and the guy he's like measuring goes 11 inches. He goes, "You're way off." Well, yes, if anybody knows Rodney Dangerfield.
I do love Rodney Dangerfield.
Oh, he's great. Gotta love Rodney. Easy Money, I think it was. I think that's the movie I was referencing. Oh, we just jumped up. We're making some money. All right.
Look at you, Dean.
Well, we'll see. I mean, who knows? The night is young.
Somebody says, "Is that Jason Momoa?"
This has turned into a fun game. This was an absolute snoozer from the start.
I think
I'm
we
enjoying
all.
it now.
I think we all said that, right? Or was that no? That was the Sunday night game that we were all saying that was going to be a snooze fest.
Sunday. I forget who played last night. Chicago. Oh yeah, because they don't like
Bears
fun
and
in
Rams.
Chicago, so they want to play Andy Dalton, the Red Rocket.
They don't like fun.
Ugh, ridiculous.
So you're saying? Are you
see,
saying they don't like Rush Hour?
You got to see what you have in 37-year-old Andy Dalton. You just never know. He could be a late bloomer.
I mean, he wasn't bad 2 years ago or whatever it was.
He was good in Roadhouse.
Andy Dalton.
Character's name. Dalton.
Oh my gosh!
I figured for sure, like at least one of you guys was a Roadhouse fan.
Swing and a miss.
Oh, I love Roadhouse.
Well, you don't love it enough to know the guy's name is Dalton, and even Family Guy, Roadhouse.
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 You guys know that one.
Of
Okay,
course,
so-
we all know that.
Well, geez, I
And I'm
just
gonna
threw
run
a
the
dart.
company.
All right, I'm getting a beer. Hang on.
All right, Miller Lite, and Natty Ice.
Is there anything behind my green screen?
No, we can just basically. There's something to your left, like a shelf or something. I don't know.
There's always something somewhere. I'm checking. I don't care. People can see. Green screen gone. Green screen gone.
It's the Wizard of Oz.
Want to be able to see the TV. Relax here. Shooting out Max. You see anything in my room that should worry you, Dean?
Were you just singing the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air theme song? Is that what just happened? I feel like you started singing it, or is that just where my brain went?
I'm from West Philadelphia, born and raised.
There it was.
Did you just turn off your or take down your green screen?
Yeah,
Yes.
did that mess up anything?
Other than the green screen.
What does it look like? I want to see what it looks like.
Oh, I mean, it's not what you think. It's just, now I can see a cabinet behind you.
We got Nick Caper, his first time here. Y'all keep up the great work. Thanks, Nick. Thanks
Appreciate
for
it.
Thanks for enjoying us. Do feel free to like. I haven't asked. Like, subscribe, turn on notifications. We do all that. We, of course, at RotoGrinders, if you don't know, if you're not aware, we do all sorts of daily fantasy content, scores and odds. We do like the gambling content. Grant's been smashing. Devin, do you have links you can drop in chat for the people, like discounts
Yeah.
and things like that?
Yeah, I'll drop a couple of them.
Whoever's still lurking, and I mean, it's late, right? East Coast time.
Is
I
it?
know it's I mean, it's late for some people. For me, this is when I hit my wheelhouse. My wheelhouse is like 11 o'clock at night is when you get the full personality. But yeah, I don't know. What's your when do you wake up, Devin? You probably have like a fairly reasonable normal schedule, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm up at like 7:30. I'm happy, right? Because then it's like that's there's enough to get some stuff done before I have to like kind of get into work mode. But yeah, it's tough because I'm also a night owl. I like staying up late,
Yeah.
and those two are not. They kind of kind of clash a little bit.
By the way, Devin, you remember I wasn't on the baseball show today, and they asked for some home run picks.
They did.
I gave this Siri dude for Houston. He had 2 homers. I think this is his first game playing baseball, at least professional baseball. Yeah, I had him on a couple teams.
Hey Siri, give me 2 dongs.
You might get something.
Have we not made that yet? Have we not made that joke yet?
I mean, I don't know. Well, he's brand new, and I'd probably potentially maybe.
That's a low hanging fruit. I feel like.
I mean, to my I was just looking at his minor league numbers, and he banged out a bunch of homers. He spiked a bunch of bags. He's like 2K. And I'm like, this guy's kind of interesting.
All right, second place in Super Draft with Siri with 2 dongs.
There you go. Yeah, I bet he was 2x, right? I would imagine.
He was 2x, and he was only 2.4% owned.
I think I have him on Yahoo. I thought I had him on Yahoo.
Yeah, I'm probably going to win on Super Draft.
Yahoo.
Yahoo.
But the contests are so small for it's crazy to me that they don't have big contests for their baseball, but football they're rolling out. I think they're probably going to roll out another 200K contest this weekend. Yeah, 250K. It's already up there. They're running a $500,000 contest this weekend.
All right.
Yeah, I'm not even messing around with DraftKings or FanDuel. Is that no? Is that?
I'll say this. Shout out to Yahoo. Yahoo is running back their $1 million contest. Now it's $15 to get in as opposed to $10 to get in. So it's not like 80,000 people. It's 66,000 and change. But it's $15 to get in, and they're not sponsoring the show, to be clear. But like I tweeted this out earlier today, it's just a really good contest. It's 100K to first as opposed, it's a flat payout. You get a ticket to their live final as well, which I don't know what that is. I think it's in Maryland we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
And there's no rake. It's rake free. And like people don't play it. It's just weird to me. It's like, I mean, some people do, but not I understand they're not as well known as DK and FanDuel and whatever. But this is a really good contest, and you should be playing in it. Just my 2 pennies.
Honestly, I don't think I'm playing FanDuel or DraftKings this weekend.
Yeah. I'll play the single entry stuff, and I'll play I'll play cash games, and I'll play like the 5 entry max and all that. But I generally don't play like their huge contests unless I'm just making a few just to screw around. But
yeah, no, I think I'm going entirely in on Yahoo and Super Draft this weekend. I mean, I don't play with sports betting. I don't play nearly as much DFS that I used to. I mean, I'll still have somewhere in the 5 figures in on the weekend, but like.
Renfro just busted a long one, 27 yards.
Chat did not miss me having a sip of this Bud Light that I found in the fridge.
Is there a solitary tear going down? You're not happy having a Bud Light, are you? You can't.
Like I said, it's one rung above water. Like
water's better than Bud Light. What are we talking about?
I got a bottle of water right next to me too, Dean.
Yeah. Grant,
Coors Light is so much better.
Well, no, they're all in the same bucket. The Coors Light.
No, they're not in the same bucket.
You were telling me the Pepsi taste test. You know the difference between Bud Light and Coors Light.
Oh yeah.
Really?
I might have to land on Dean's side of this one.
It's all the same bucket, man. It really is.
It's all
I'm
not
basically
great.
I'm almost a Cicerone.
What does that mean? Like a beer connoisseur?
A beer sommelier, yes.
So, how many more smart person words do you want to use in this monologue?
Sorry, I'm more intelligent.
What was the name of that? What was that term, Grant?
Cicerone.
Pisserone?
Cicerone.
Cicerone.
For as much as I'm a weird, classless piece of shite, I'm a classy piece of shite.
I picked Myers over Surrey, and I think it's going to cost me like a lot of money. They were both like so super cheap.
Tisk.
Grant, do you feel like some sort of and I feel the same way, like Yahoo contests are great and the Super Draft contests are great. And do you feel some sort of pressure being like a content provider? And like most people want us to hear, a lot of the stuff, of course, crosses over. FanDuel, it's all basically these guys have to do good.
Yeah, no, I know. I have projections for every single guy. I look into every single guy. I know everything about every single guy. And I've played, at one point I was playing 10 different websites at once back in the heyday. Like, sure. I know how to compartmentalize. I know how to look at ownership.
Fantasy Feud was the crush, right?
Fantasy Feud was a big one. Fantasy Aces, Fantasy Draft, Draft Fury, Yahoo, Fantasy Hub, Swooped, Thrive, DraftKings, FanDuel, Super Draft. I'm just naming the ones I've played. 6 figures on.
You got this like mad scientist look about you, and you're just like, I know how to compartmentalize.
No, I'm not saying you don't know. It's just like the point of like, yeah, the thought process of I'm not necessarily playing a ton of FanDuel, but I'm playing stuff, and I still know what's going on, and I can help you with it. It's just sort of that question, but yeah, it's like.
Yeah, I mean, it is a weird one, and like, I mean, it is what it is. I'm honest about it. Where I'm playing, what I'm playing.
Woo! We got
There was a
we got
touchdown.
boys. That's the game over. That is Waller. No, it's not. It's Edwards. That was Edwards.
Edwards.
They're going to review this, but I'm pretty sure he was in bounds, and I'm pretty sure he extended his arm, and I'm pretty sure that's the end of the game. I think that's it.
Looking good for my Raiders or my Oakland bet, right?
Devin tried to tell Grant to bet Vegas a plus 500. Grant's like, no, plus 500. That's a chump bet.
I'll never get that.
Just take your money and throw it out the window.
Wait,
Wow.
are you talking about Oakland?
We all sounded like you, Grant, just now. Did you hear it? It was like an echo chamber.
I bet him at 425.
Oh, yeah, he got in. I think. Wait.
Did-
Oh no, he didn't get in. Wait, I don't know.
How
It's
certain are you?
close. I don't think he got in.
Well, is he at the one? Are they at the 1 yard line?
Yeah, it's going to be another Jacobs touchdown. Unbelievable. Yeah, this is going to be overturned, boys. I'm pretty certain.
I honestly don't know if that's good or bad. You know what's funny?
Oh,
if
wait,
I would
they're
stop.
shaking hands like the game's over, but are they not going to review this?
They're all ready to go home.
Well, they got to hit the crab stable.
I mean, it's basically over. They're gonna run it 3 times unless they get a penalty.
Well, yeah, but if you're Baltimore, you don't just say, "Oh, it's okay, whatever, close enough. Have a good game. Have a good day."
They get it. That's a good effort.
No, they're shaking hands. I think they got to. I don't think he's in.
Yeah, he's not.
Everyone doesn't see it, but Dean sees it.
No,
All the announcers are like, "No, it's clean. It's clean."
I gotta unmute this.
I want it to be a touchdown, but I don't think it's a touchdown. I don't. Well, here's the thing. Like, if they called it down, it would definitely not be overturned to a touchdown. But this is one of those deals. Like, what do they call it? And is it close enough? Is it clear and obvious? I don't think he's in, but you know.
Dean, pick up the phone, make the call. Got to call New York.
Devin, back in the day, many years ago, before you were born. Well, I don't know.
What time was this? My time or before
Reversed.
my time?
They used to have this thing called like "You Make the Call." It was like a commercial, and they would show you like "You make the call." Like, this is a play. Like, what should happen here? And that's what I got a flashback to. But, people in the chat know what I'm talking about. The old "You Make a Call."
Well, it's a darn shame. I'm a little youngin', aren't I?
No.
Oh man, that pass somehow made me $500. I don't know if it had.
Yeah, but it's going to be called back, I think.
Well, no. Well, I'm saying the
They're gonna call
32
it back.
yards.
Oh, they're going to give the can't cards like jump over the top?
Yeah, if a car sneak would be perfect for me.
Yeah, let's just sneak it. Let's not mess around.
Make the call, Dean.
Oh. They don't ask me these questions, unfortunately.
Who digs in chat? I have to be at work in 6 hours.
Oh man, what
Well,
do you do, Diggs? What are you doing in 6
we
hours?
appreciate the sacrifice.
It's quarterback sneak. I think he's getting in there.
Oh my God,
He's got to be in.
car's got wheels.
What? Come on.
No game.
Wait, they're not going to give this to him? Like, I don't know how. Give me a break. They're going to do it again. They got to do it again. They might have broke
Review
car
it.
for all we know. Oh.
They just start shaking hands at the end of every play,
How is that
not waiting for the review.
I'm behind you guys somehow.
How did you get behind? You were ahead of us the whole time. You watched, I mean, Grant, it looked like he was in, but like, who the heck knows? Just extend the ball out, but that's. Man.
I mean, it's an easy way. You don't want to extend the ball out there.
I think I want Carr to just get in. I've had enough of Jacobs. Wasn't he hurt like 12 minutes ago? What happened?
I think I want a touchdown pass to Ruggs. Or I want this to be a
That's
field
not
goal.
happening. I got bad news for you.
There's the mush. There's
Are
the
they
mush.
gonna bring in
Yeah,
Mariota?
that felt like a mush. That felt like a mush.
Is Mariota going to come in and sneak it? That would be amazing.
Who do you need the pass, Grant?
They're not passing the ball from the inch-yard line.
Keep digging that hole, Dane. Just keep digging that hole.
They're not passing the ball. Like, it's not happening.
Dean, you're a real dumb stupid head.
That's just what Gruden wants you to think, Dean.
Gosh, Ruggs had 5 targets and only 2 catches.
What were his air yards?
Oh, hey, they're going to pass it from the 5-yard line.
There's a false start? Oh, there it is. That's what you needed.
I can't wait.
Right. The best thing possible would be a Ruggs pass to the 1-yard line, field goal, and then Baltimore to throw a touchdown. And then I win both my props.
What do you need now?
Ruggs to get a catch, but not a touchdown, and Lamar Jackson to get another passing touchdown.
Now that is that's pretty ambitious.
Well, wait, actually, no. You can get a caught pass like on the 3-yard line and a field goal, and then Lamar can throw a touchdown. Like, in theory, that could happen. It's not going to happen, but in theory, it's
I don't
possible.
think it will either. But I'll take a Ruggs touchdown because then I'm still even on props today.
We want a touchdown here?
Diggs in chat did not answer the "what is my job" question and instead said, "I just want to go to sleep." Wait, what is going on?
This reminds me of the Dodgers game.
Oh, that was amazing. The extra innings, and it was like. So
I made like a G on it. I'm like, by the 11th inning, I'm like, this will never end. And I kept every single time, like, at the beginning of every inning for the Dodgers, I bet a ton on them. And then as soon as they didn't score, I bet a ton on the Padres. Or when they did score, I bet a ton on the Padres. So I had like 10 bets at. Oh gosh, no, that was.
my wife just texted me and said the last time a Monday Night Football went into overtime was 1979. She's sending me historical facts. That's hilarious.
That can't be true.
I don't think so. Surely not. I feel like I've seen.
What is this? What is that? Oh my gosh!
Wow.
I don't know if you guys are watching this or not. Grant's behind me.
I see in chat for it, yeah.
Oh my gosh. Unbelievable. I'll let you watch it live. I'll give it to you.
Okay. Am I going to like it?
I don't know.
We never know anymore, Grant.
I don't know if I'm going to like it. I'm not sure if that was good for me or not.
Grant, you're hedging so much, we don't know what helps you anymore.
Yeah, I can't keep track of it. What is that?
That was a good reaction.
Well, I mean, it's right in his hand. Whose hands is that? Anyway, 17. Who's 17?
I mean, that doesn't help me because now that's actually bad because...
That was Willie Snead. That's an anti-revenge play. Wasn't Willie Snead at one time? Wait.
No,
is that who that was? Willie Snead?
Talking about who it was intended for?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the reverse of revenge. Snead just tanked there. Unbelievable. I don't think he's caught a pass all game.
Beat in chat says, thanks for the mush, Dean.
Yeah, is that what I...
Yeah.
I felt like, Willie Snead, isn't he on... Oh, yeah, wait, no, he's on this team now, isn't he? Oh. Boy.
Ravens minus 180. I feel like I should hit that.
What happens if it's a tie? I guess we just sort of like throw all the money goes back, right?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to laugh if it's a tie. That's the one way I don't win money.
Oh, man.
That would be incredible.
That would be pretty freaking great to be the end of this 4-hour stream, and it's just, well, should have gone and drove 30 minutes.
Devin, you can't produce this show from home? I guess you can't, or sometimes you can.
Well, you know, Dean, the plan is to normally do that, but then that plan can get a little bit thrown out of whack when somebody shows up to my place and chops the internet wire.
Oh, how did I forget this?
How did you forget that, Dean? Kind of a crucial element to that story.
Yeah.
Yes, the plan was for me to produce this from home in the comfort of my office with my pajamas on and my beverages of choice. But here we are at the office with some Bud Light.
Yeah. You got to bring some beverages next time.
Mm-hmm.
And seriously, who's in charge? Is it Eli? Who's in charge of stocking that fridge? Because I don't want to name names or anything, but you got to do better than Bud Light.
As long as this doesn't end in a tie, just make $10.
I mean, I'll tell you this right now. There's a lot more people that like Bud Light in here than like the double IPAs that I'll sip on.
You're a contrarian in that.
Yeah, you know, kind of the black sheep in the happy flock here.
I can see that. Fair enough. By the way, Grant, let's give the people one more time. Let them know about the BetMGM promo. What is it? $10? I'm trying to pull it up right now on the fly.
$10.
So let's go ahead and read this. But bet $10 to get $200 instantly on BetMGM. What's the promo code? It's GRINDERSBET. GRINDERSBET. All one word. GRINDERSBET. We have a completed pass. I think that's Sammy Watkins, 10 yards to the 30. 6 minutes to go, and now we're down to any score wins. So a Tucker field goal. So All you gotta do is get this ball to the 35% of the game. It's essentially over.
God
It's
dang,
touchdown,
I just lost
automatic.
$500 because of that catch.
Watkins?
Yeah,
You're
In DFS or like a separate bet?
separate thing.
all valid questions.
Sorry.
It's been a whirlwind.
The ebb and flow of live betting with Grant.
How many people
Too
tonight
bad I
have
don't
thought?
have any money on my William Hill account. There's arbitrage.
How many people
Excuse
tonight
me.
have thought they've won? Like they've had like the showdown. Like, oh, I'm winning the showdown. How many different people have had that?
Oh
thought
my
tonight?
gosh, there's been like 5 opportunities in the last like 20 minutes, really.
Yeah, just all we gotta do is this, and I win. No.
Game's
Sorry.
over. They're not gonna pass it here. They're gonna run it.
We have Charlie Culberson, the outfielder. Third baseman that's throwing baseballs. He's pitching versus the Astros right now. So Charlie Culberson versus Yordan Alvarez. That should probably not end.
I wonder who wins.
I mean, it's baseball, and the pitcher, no matter how terrible
Could
they are,
easily
has
be
made it.
Mr. Culberson. Yeah.
Probably Yordan, though. Yeah.
We'll see.
There you go. Erod's, by the way, he's bounced back.
Really? Is he positive?
He's steady, yeah. 4 innings, 6 Ks, just 1 earned run.
It's respectable.
Yeah, no, and Seattle's terrible, but yeah, he's bounced back for sure. We have a critical 3rd and 7 right now. Is that a drop pass? Is that? I guess they call that a drop. Okay. Not a fumble. Yeah. 3rd and 7, 4 minutes and 40 seconds left in this game.
I think I made money on that flash draft.
Did you? Wait,
Yeah.
was it over? It doesn't include overtime.
You know
guess?
that I was kind of curious about that myself, but it looks like they do not cover overtime.
I wonder how I finished.
Had Bryan Edwards in that one. I don't think it does because I feel like I would have gotten more Bryan Edwards points.
We have a sack, and it looks like potentially a fumble. and
Are
we're gonna get
you-
a field goal from the Raiders? And this will most likely. I mean, assuming the Raiders get their field goal.
I
I
want
want review. But
I want an
that's a
Oakland
sack.
win at this point.
Oakland's playing football tonight.
I'm just never gonna call them the correct name.
Yeah,
Just gonna-
it's still like the San Diego Chargers.
Oh my gosh.
San Diego.
San Diego, the LA Angels of Anaheim.
No,
Are they just going to kick a field goal, or they're probably going to run it
they're gonna
3
run.
times?
They're gonna run a few plays off. I mean, they're still like the 35-yard line or something like that.
Jordan did not succeed.
Oh, really?
Mr.
Unbelievable.
Culberson went out on that one.
What did he flew out? Yeah, it was probably a barrel. Just died.
It's probably a barrel.
If you want to tilt, like you got, there's no more tilting thing as the Twitter account. The barrel out. Ugh! Like 470 feet.
It took me an embarrassingly long amount of time to understand Kirk Dees' Twitter handle. The like in play outs. It took me like way too long to understand what that was.
Drake is getting the rushes, getting the carries. Apparently, maybe Jacobs is banged up. I'm not sure he was in the field before or not, but Drake's out there.
I think
And
I think I heard Jacobs got injured. Somebody
Well, that's
in chat.
it. That's it. By the way.
Hey, Dean, remember you were making fun of me for betting the Raiders plus 160?
No, well, we told you. Me and Devin said bet it at plus 500s.
I did bet. it
Where's
plus
your
500
sack?
And plus 400.
Oh, so you're set up to win, I assume.
No, because none of my first 8 bets went in. Because location
Oh, man.
services are trash. Because I couldn't get things set up because I was too busy entering 300 lineups in single game, to which I lost a bunch of money. I'm a sad goose.
Kit Clouder in chat. Derek Carr 130.5, Lamar Jackson 106.5 over second half. Got a $900 prop bet.
Nice.
And Lamar ended at 107. Just made it. But no stat corrections. No stat corrections.
Yeah, please hold.
So are we going to get an icing here? Is that what's going to happen? Icing in the kicker, not like a hockey icing, obviously.
I wasn't sure. I wanted some
Oh,
clarification.
no,
there.
they're not kicking. They're actually still.
Oh,
in the
what?
field.
No, just happened. I won $400 more.
Why is it
Gosh,
second
I
and
don't
14?
understand single game. I do not. That Drake 1 yard got me like $500. I do not understand this at all.
Your
I don't
tilt,
understand.
great. Your tilt is causing your audio to go crazy.
Wait, we have a touchdown. We have a touchdown.
Who?
We have a touchdown. Number 7. I don't know who that is. Number 7 just scored a touchdown.
Please,
Jones. Is that Zay Jones? Zay Jones just scored a touchdown.
is that his first catch?
Who is? No, he had a catch earlier. He used to play for Buffalo. That's gonna end the game, boys. I don't know if that's good or not. I'm not sure if I'm excited or not. But the game's over. You can put down your Bud Light.
I don't know what to do with my hands.
There's Mark Davis with LeBron. Is that LeBron? No. Why did I think that was LeBron? Who was that? No, I gotta. Yeah. All right.
Oh man, just calling out all the athletes, Dean. Are they shaking hands?
Zay Jones lineup is doing good.
Do I have a Zay Jones lineup? Is the question. I think I have
like
a couple.
8.
Oh,
You said 8?
is that
Yes.
enough to move the needle?
I think that's what made me $500.
Well, no, that must have. You must be way behind then. I'm not really sure.
Saved by the Zay.
By the way, there was nobody within like 15 yards of him. It's just the wildest. I don't know. It's a busted coverage.
Because everybody thought he was still in Buffalo, Dean.
Like nobody's. Oh, the two. What? That was just-
My David Carr captain lineup got 15th.
there it is.
Is that David Carr? I think I heard.
Derek
Carr.
Carr.
I don't
David's
know.
his
One of
brother.
the Cars.
Yeah.
Look,
Was
I'm
brother
allowed
played
to-
for Houston forever ago?
yeah, number 1
Cougars?
overall draft pick. The reason why hey, we got me an extra $200. This is so confusing.
I think I lost money. I'm not sure.
Well, I definitely lost money, but I didn't lose a boatload of money.
But really,
Yeah.
the point is, did you make more than $50 an hour?
I mean, I made $400 on the game. I lost $1,500 on the prop bets. Gained 800 of that back in pitcher props. I lost like 1,400 in DFS. I made 400 in baseball DFS, most likely.
And spending 4.5 hours with friends? Priceless.
There it is.
Well, friend. 2 friends if you count Will. 3 friends if you count James.
By the way, the sharp money was Will was not coming back. It was minus 700. Will was minus 700 to not come back. He's like, he is good. He's just chilling.
Oh man, I mean, honestly, if I were in his seat and I was like getting ready for a showdown contest and I forgot to put all of my lineups in, I might call it a night there. I might say, guys, I'll see you in a couple of quarters, and then just go to bed. Like, final score 27-33. Oakland wins.
Grant, can you summarize this spectacular broadcast we just had? What did you called it a podcast? It's not a podcast, but okay, we can run with it.
And same basic thing.
You know, I mean, I wouldn't. Devin, would you call this a podcast?
There's a few crucial elements that maybe would be a differentiator between what we're doing and a strictly a podcast, but
Yeah.
one of the things we are doing is a podcast.
Grant, you have a summary for the people? Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, notifications. We're
Thanks
here
for
all
watching.
season
Go
long.
sign up over on Scores and Odds. We'll be doing this every week, hopefully, throughout the course of the season.
Every
So
Monday.
you guys can join us. Devin will hopefully be at his house, because internet's a problem. After he's been raving about Google Fiber.
You know what?
I
It got
go-
it got fixed already. I just got the message not long ago. It's fixed, so whoop-de-doo.
Nice.
Oh, you can watch Rush
Nice.
Hour when you get home.
Oh, I can't
There's
wait.
only a massive inconvenience too. But go sign up over on Scores and Odds, where it may seem like I'm a terrible gambler from this, but
Small
I don't think I
sample.
will.
Live betting.
Small samples. Live betting, I won 400.
There you go.
And,
We
sorry.
You tried to win more. It's just that you got.
I think I won 390. I would have won 420 if I only had what's the ROI on 6.8 grand in play, winning $390.
I was told there would not be math.
Yeah, I don't know. It's fun though. I'll be doing this every week. I'm trying to get them player points so I can get free comps at
Player
different
points with
casinos.
who? With the books? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I have a.
Yeah, he
If you're
touched
just
on it.
wagering, if you're wagering like 400K on each side, and it doesn't really matter. Yeah, you're probably racking up a bunch of some sort of points, right? I would imagine so. Get yourself.
Well, the nice thing is that most of my bets this time were on the Barstool Sportsbook and William Hill. And Barstool gives you double player points when live betting. So I probably made like $30 in player points.
All right.
Hey,
Actually, I made a lot more than that.
that's like $15 an hour if you were to drive to and just see how many times I can hit on that.
Oh, my FanDuel crushed. My cash team crushed here. I played cash in the showdown. Why not? It builds itself, but it was good enough. Throw it out there. Let people come scoop me. There you go.
If you build it, they will come.
There you go. What movie is that from, Grant?
Field of Dreams.
No. Why did? Yeah,
But then, of course, I forgot that I lost $17
Oh,
in,
oh man,
Flash
in
Draft.
flash draft. Oh,
World's smallest violin.
yeah, because Dean profited on his flash draft, his Waller stack, right?
I don't know. Did I? Yeah. Well, whatever. Just who cares? The people have had enough. the people have had enough. If anybody's stuck around from start to finish, we do appreciate that.
Golf clap for everyone. Yes.
Yeah. Like, subscribe, notifications, all that good stuff. We talk about the promo codes there in the chat as well. If you guys want RG Premium, you can get that. Have that at $10 off your first month. One sport, combo sports. Yeah, Devin, you have anything else for the people? You got to get home, watch some Rush Hour.
Yeah, I've got a little bit of a drive ahead of myself. I'm gonna go home and have some better alcohol and watch some Rush Hour.
What's better than Boulet?
Better than Boulet? Did you say?
I think we're saying Bud
It's
Light.
from-
Weird accent.
Oh, Bud Light. I thought you were talking about Boulet, the like.
It's from Field of Dreams.
No, it's from Rush Hour.
I think it's from a Bud Light commercial from like the late 1990s, which now I'm starting to think might have
No,
been
Spuds
vaguely
McKenzie didn't
racist.
say that. Bud Light?
Boulet.
I don't remember.
I think it might have been making fun of someone's accent, but I'm not sure. It could have just been a weird guy that says it. I don't know. I'm starting to think it might have been racist.
Walk it back. You're not old enough, I don't think. You remember Spuds McKenzie?
Maybe. I don't know.
He was the
The-
dog.
the
That was
horse
like, I don't know if he's a spokesperson, but he was like the big mascot for Bud Light.
I was more of a fan of the Bud Light Clydesdales.
I'm a frogs guy personally, but
Oh,
You know what's really
gosh.
sad though? I think about it. You know, Spuds McKenzie's dead. Like, does he just? You ever think about that?
Dean, what
I've
a
been
high
working
note to
since
end on.
I did a 13-hour day today, and you know how much I worked yesterday?
Well, working is in air quotes, but continue.
I mean, technically, this is work. I worked from 5 a.m. until 9 o'clock at night.
Okay, what's your schedule for tomorrow?
Probably wake up, cry, and then go file.
Is that
for
working,
food
or is
stamps
that
after today.
that's day to day?
I'm gonna go file for food stamps.
Yeah.
I've heard they got raised.
No, it's been a rough.
Can this be considered employment if I don't actually make money? Can I file for unemployment?
I don't know. I'm not really sure. how that
Can you
works.
write off dumplings?
I mean, I think anything that I buy for a prop for this podcast, I can technically write off.
There you go. If you want to be a winner, you got to fuel like a winner, Grant.
Yeah, that's why I'm drinking Golden Velvet Nitro Twist on a classic cocktail.
I'm still immersing my nitro cold brew coffee from Guinness. I haven't finished it yet.
Come
Yeah,
on,
I haven't
guys.
finished this. This is great.
I've got 2 empty Bud Light cans sitting in front of me here, and I don't want any of it.
Did you spill some of it?
Spilled it down my gullet, Dean.
Yeah, this
Well-
hole in my mouth spilled it went right down that drain.
Wow. Well, yeah.
I think George Costanza taught us one thing, right?
Yeah. Well, George Costanza would not be proud of my Spuds McKenzie reference.
Oh, hey! Right before we
Please
close
leave.
out here, I just want to remind you all about a dog that died.
Well, I don't know the exact time, but just math and like time, like it's very clear.
My
His
fiance
heyday
is
was-
not going to be happy at me
Why? What happened?
because I'm sitting here talking to her least favorite person in the world, Dean.
Oh, come on. You know, I thought you were saying about a Devin for a second.
By the way, David Carr, 435 passing yards tonight.
Wow.
We got another David.
Is it
Whatever,
David or
same
Derek?
guy.
I always got to guess. It's Derek.
It's David, and he plays for Oakland, guys. Come on.
Look, I'm allowed to because I have 3 brothers whose names all start with G's, so it constantly happens to me. I'm allowed to do it to someone else.
Your parents did a thing where they name all their kids the same initial?
Yeah, my parents are. I can't swear on
Is
this.
G their favorite letter? Why G?
Because they started with my older brother, and then they named me after my grandpa, and they're like, "Hey, why not? Let's stick with this."
Hold on. Before we get out, Devin, let's guess Grant's brother's names.
I'm so glad you asked this because I have a joke about it. I was thinking it'd be funny if the whole setup is it's Grant and like George and something, but what if it's like Grant and Grunt and Grant? Like,
well, you know, George Foreman named all of his kids George.
I
including the
can
girls.
guarantee you. I can almost guarantee you won't get 2 of them.
all
now
right, so
you're
it's not
framing it.
Grant. It's not Grant.
One of them you'll probably get.
Do they have like a 15-year-old named Gronk?
No.
Named after a
Be
10-year-old?
awesome.
Okay, so George. George has got to be a George.
No.
Devin?
They skipped over George.
I'm trying to ignore Derek's Gary and Greg in chat. Let's do Jeff.
No, it's not Jeff. It's not Gary, and it's not Greg.
I had a friend named Jeff with a G. We called him G-Off.
I'm sure he loved it.
No, he did. Geoff. I don't even know. Nobody calls him Jeff. What else? G names. Well, nobody said Gary, right? Gary.
That was one of the
It's
two.
not Gary.
It's not Gary. It's not Greg. It's not Jeff. What was your first one, Dean?
Say it again.
No.
Gershwin.
them-
Are they big classical fans? Gershwin.
Two of them are the last names of a quarterback over the last 20 years. I believe one was a quarterback.
Way to reel it in there, Grant.
Here, one is the last name of a quarterback playing in the 90s and I
Jeff
believe
George? Is
early
it George?
2000s. Nope.
Is it Greta?
Nope.
It's not Gershwin. They weren't big classical fans.
He went to the Super Bowl.
Gershwin, Montana.
He lost a Super Bowl.
Uh,
He was coached by someone who was a coach in tonight's game.
You're going to reveal my entire lack of NFL knowledge through all these questions, Grant.
I still don't know.
Who?
Garcia. Is it Garcia? Jeff Garcia?
No. Did he play in a Super Bowl?
I don't know. Maybe.
I don't
Think of who
know.
was in the Super. Okay, think of which one of these two coaches were in a Super Bowl in the late 90s, early 2000s.
Okay, so Tampa Bay, their quarterback was Brad Johnson.
Brad with a
was in
G?
that Super Bowl, but
Is it
I want you to
Johnson
think
with a
about
G?
Is it
what quarterbacks were
Brad
in
with
the
a
game.
G?
I think it was Brad Johnson. Was that the quarterback in the
It
Super Bowl?
was Brad Johnson who was the quarterback on the other side.
They played against Oakland?
Yep.
I think they played against Oakland, right?
Yep.
Is it Oakland or Las Vegas?
It wasn't Jeff Garcia? Wasn't Jeff Garcia?
Nope.
No, he was on Oakland, but it wasn't Jeff
No, I
Garcia.
believe that year this quarterback led the league in yards and touchdowns.
Oh, man.
Come on,
Oakland?
Dean. Where's the almanac?
Is it? Hold on. I actually have it. 1 second, since you asked for it. I have all my props on my Carrot Top over here. Here is the almanac. It only gives 1950 to 2000, so I don't have all whatever it happened after 2000. I don't got it. It's not like Jeff Blake. Who the heck?
I'm at a loss. That's all the G names.
Hold on. a second.
His last name started with a G.
Quarterback for the Raiders that faced Tampa Bay in the Super Bowl. How do I not know this? Like I'm
Look
sure I
in
know
chat.
it.
Somebody says Gannon?
Yeah.
Rich
Bruce
Gannon. Gannon? Your parents named the son Gannon?
Yep.
Some
Okay.
Zelda fans?
One is a wide receiver's last name.
From what team?
He's a second string wide receiver. He was a third string last year. He did not do well this week. I don't think he even got a catch. I could be wrong there.
Throw the challenge flag, Dean. I know you want to.
No, I feel like I should be doing better.
One of them is the last name of a coach. He's a bad coach.
That's just not.
Once again, not a very tight window there.
Okay, well, let's think. What coaches have the last name G? Starting with G.
I mean, one from tonight potentially comes to mind.
It's not
Not
Belichick.
Gruden.
It's not Gruden. It's not. Oh man, I can't. So what kind of Gannon? That's really throwing me off.
Yeah, that did come out of nowhere.
Harbaugh, current coach?
I mean, after Gannon was revealed, I kind of do want to sit here and try to figure out what this next one is.
Well, everything it's that opens up a whole new world.
Right, yeah.
Gannon's in play.
I got to pull out a thesaurus at this point.
This one's the
like-
more normal one, but literally there are 32 head coaches.
Yeah.
So there are 3 of them, I
Ron
think, that
Rivera,
start
it's
with a
not
G.
him. Oh, Garrett. It's Garrett.
Gonovan
Casey
hang on, Michael in chat wins with this one. Gonovan Geeples Gones.
All right. And
Just right up my humor alley, Michael.
Gannon's the weirdest one. The third one is
There's another one?
yes.
Oh,
The third one is the last name of a wide receiver.
yeah.
Plays in the NFC. Second
Okay.
string wide receiver.
Oh, is it AJ Green? Green?
Nope.
Your brother named Green?
No, it's not green.
Do you have a brother named Gage? Russell Gage?
Yes.
You have a brother named Gage?
Oh, Dean, Green as a first name is just about on the same level as me saying Brad with a G.
Well, Gage! If Gage is in play, everything's in play.
I mean, Gannon was off the bat, so Gage was already in play.
What's the order? What are they? Where are you batting? How do they?
I'm number 2.
And batting
Number
order starting off is
2.
who? Who's leading off?
Who's cleanup?
Garrett.
So it's Garrett, Grant, and then they said at kid number 3, like, let's screw it, let's have some fun.
Yep.
Well, we're not straying from the G, so we got to get a little creative here.
Yeah. No, Garrett's a normal name, and then I was named after my grandpa, and so F it, let's stick with it.
There are baby books, like baby name books. I don't know if Gage is in
My
there.
parents are weird.
Yeah, I bet your father. He doesn't seem. He's a really sharp guy, smart guy.
Well, yeah, he thinks you're a nerd.
He called me.
That's hilarious.
He's like a
STL's
famous.
a big fanboy of him.
I love
his
that.
father.
They had to tell that story the other day that he's the like a celebrity among agricultural bankers or what am I? Accountants. Yeah.
Again, the celebrity agriculture accountant is calling me a nerd. Like, good lord,
That's pretty low, Dean. That's pretty low.
What is that? What does that talk about being like blind or what's the term? Like not being self-aware. Great. I mean, come on. He goes to bed like 9 o'clock at night.
The pot calling the kettle black.
That's the point. Yeah.
You know that could be a usage if it were like reciprocated, right? But I feel like just you being called a dork by the agricultural accountant, that really, I feel like that's only a one-sided downward peg here. Really just moving you down, Dean.
I mean, whatever. I mean, there's worse things to be called. I'm sure we've all been called worse, but I just thought that was an interesting.
I've never been called worse.
Well, and only again, like, watch how less nerdy I become. Look at that.
Oh,
I can't. I know. It's just like,
hang on, I gotta change the credits real quick.
You ever see She's All That? This is kind of like the reveal.
Now I want to see what the credits say.
Oh, Dean, you're like squinty eye looking at the camera. You're like, this is it. This is the read.
This is the real name.
Oh man. All right. Let's close this out.
That was a high note.
That's Costanza. There it is.
That was certainly higher than talking about Spuds McKenzie being dead.
Oh, thanks for bringing it back up.
Unless he's like 47 years old, which I think is unlikely. I don't think Dalmatians live that long. Was he a Dalmatian? No, he wasn't. Doesn't matter. Hey, that was Grant. Follow him on the old Twitter machine at Genie for Devin Devo Knievel.
Yep, that's the one.
Yeah, I'm DFS_almanac, which I don't use the almanac gimmick enough for it all. I probably should start doing that, but it's probably too late as well.
Well, it's kind of hard when you're always wrong.
Well, I'm using it.
You can't tee him up like that, Dean. You can't tee him up.
Oh man, you probably never even seen Back to the Future too.
Oh, I have many times.
Dean, we talked about Wild Wild West. Of course, we've seen Back to the Future too.
What are we talking about on week 18 if we're talking about Wild Wild West?
Dean, it was probably before your time.
There it is.
We gotta go. Thanks for watching. Do appreciate it. Like button, subscribe, notifications. We got the the BetMGM link there in chat as well.
I'll drop links.
There you go, Devin. We appreciate you. Thank you for making this work, Devin. I know
it was fun, guys. It was fun to hang out.
It was fun having you in the show too. In theory, we'll have SBK on next week, assuming he can read the schedule. But yeah, alrighty, y'all. Hope we helped you out with some profits as well. That was Grant. That was Devin. That was football. I was Dean. We're out of here. Holler.
Very good.